Emily Arundell passed away on the 1st of May. Her death, following a brief illness, was not a shock to the residents of the small country town of Market Basing, where she had resided since she was 16. Emily Arundell was over 70, the last survivor of 5 siblings, and her health had been fragile for many years. A similar severe episode had nearly claimed her life about 18 months prior. While her passing was expected, the contents of her will were not. Its provisions sparked a whirlwind of reactions: astonishment, gleeful excitement, sharp disapproval, rage, despondency, indignation, and endless chatter. For weeks and even months it was the sole topic of conversation in Market Basing. Everyone had an opinion, from the grocer, Mr. Jones, who insisted family should always come first to the postmistress, Mrs. Lamprey, who endlessly repeated, "Mark my words, there's more to this than meets the eye." What made the gossip especially juicy was the fact the will had been drafted so recently, on April 21st, to make matters even more tantalizing. Emily Arundell's closest relatives had been visiting her just before that date over the Easter holiday. This allowed the townsfolk to concoct the most scandalous theories, providing a delightful break from their usual routines. One person was widely believed to know more than she let on, Miss Wilhelmina Lawson, Miss Arundell's live-in companion. Yet Miss Lawson claimed to be just as stunned as everyone else when the will was read. Naturally, many doubted her sincerity. Still, whether Miss Lawson was truly in the dark or not, only one individual had ever known the full truth: Emily Arundell herself. She had kept her own counsel, as was her custom. She hadn't explained her motives even to her lawyer, being content simply to make her wishes clear. This silence was the very essence of her character. A product of her generation, she embodied its strengths and its flaws. She could be autocratic and domineering, yet also profoundly kind-hearted. Her words were often sharp, but her actions were generous. She presented a sentimental exterior but possessed a shrewd, practical mind. She employed a series of companions, bullying them relentlessly, while treating them with great financial generosity, and she held a deep sense of duty toward her family. On the Friday before Easter, Emily Arundell was standing in the hall of Little Green House, issuing a stream of instructions to the flustered Miss Lawson. Emily Arundell remained a striking woman, her posture straight and her manner purposeful, a handsome figure who had aged with grace. A slight sallowness to her complexion hinted at a digestive system that no longer tolerated indulgence. She addressed her companion with characteristic directness. "Now, Minnie, what have you decided about the rooms?" "Well, I hope it's suitable. I've put Dr. and Mrs. Tanios in the oak room, Teresa in the blue room, and Mr. Charles in the old nursery." Miss Arundell cut in without hesitation. "Teresa will take the old nursery. Charles can have the blue room." "Oh, of course, I do apologize. I only thought the nursery was a bit less comfortable." "It will suit Teresa perfectly," Emily stated, her tone leaving no room for debate. In her worldview, gentlemen were afforded priority. Women were expected to accommodate. "I am rather disappointed the little ones aren't coming." Miss Lawson sighed with a touch of melodrama. She adored children in theory, but was utterly flustered by them in practice. "4 guests are quite sufficient," Miss Arundell replied. "Besides, Bella indulges those children terribly. They wouldn't recognize an instruction if it shouted at them." Minnie Lawson offered softly. "Mrs. Tanios is a most dedicated mother." "Bella is a good woman," Miss Arundell conceded with solemn approval. Miss Lawson sighed again. It must be so difficult for her sometimes, living in such a foreign place as Smyrna. Emily Arundell's response was a model of old-fashioned finality. She made her choice, and she must abide by it. Having delivered this verdict, she moved on. "I am going to the village to see about the weekend provisions." "Oh, Miss Arundell, please allow me. I really should." "Don't be absurd. I prefer to handle it. Rogers requires a firm word. Your trouble, Minnie, is a lack of emphasis." "Bob! Bob! Where is that dog?" A wire-haired terrier came bounding down the staircase, circling his mistress with eager, sharp barks of joy. Together they proceeded out the front door and down the garden path. Miss Lawson lingered in the doorway, watching them with a vague, somewhat helpless smile. From behind her, a maid's voice interjected with pointed clarity. "Those pillowcases you gave me, miss, don't match." "What? How careless of me!" And Minnie Lawson was swept back into the domestic current. With Bob at her heel, Emily Arundell conducted a sovereign's procession through the main street of Market Basing. At every establishment, the proprietor would promptly come forward to attend her personally. She was Miss Arundell of Little Green House, a venerable customer, a relic of a more decisive era. Not to your liking? I'm very sorry to hear that. I considered it an excellent cut. Certainly, Miss Arundell, your word is final. I wouldn't dream of sending you anything less than the best. I shall attend to it personally. Bob and the butcher's dog Spot engaged in a slow ceremonial orbit, their fur slightly raised with muted, respectful growls. Spot, a portly dog of uncertain ancestry, understood the rules against brawling with clientele, but he communicated through nuanced posture the thorough dismantling he would perform if protocol allowed. Bob, spirited, replied in kind until a sharp bob from his mistress moved them along. At the greengrocer's, a meeting of two local dignitaries occurred. Another matriarch, equally regal in bearing, though rounder in form, greeted her. "Good morning, Emily." "Good morning, Caroline." Caroline Peabody inquired, "Expecting company for the weekend?" "Yes, the whole lot. Teresa, Charles, and Bella. Is Bella back then?" "And her husband?" "Yes." The single syllable was weighted with a mutual understanding. For Bella Biggs, Emily's niece, had married a man from Greece, and the Arundell family, steeped in generations of military and civil service, simply did not marry Greeks. It was an unspoken breach of tradition that hung in the air between them, as tangible as the produce on the stands. Miss Peabody offered a vague, if indirect, comfort, for such delicate matters were never discussed outright. "Bella's husband is quite intelligent," she remarked, "and he has such charming manners." "His manners are indeed pleasant," Miss Arundell agreed. As they stepped onto the sidewalk, Miss Peabody inquired, "Is it true about Teresa and that young Dr. Donaldson?" Miss Arundell gave a slight shrug. "Young people are so informal these days, I fear it would have to be a lengthy engagement if it even comes to anything. He has no means to speak of." "Well, Teresa has her own inheritance," Miss Peabody pointed out. Miss Arundell replied with some stiffness, "A gentleman could hardly wish to live off his wife's money." Miss Peabody emitted a low, amused chuckle. "They don't seem to mind it much nowadays, do they? You and I are rather behind the times, Emily. What I can't fathom is what the girl sees in him. He's such a mild, unimpressive young man. I understand he's a capable doctor. Those spectacles of his and that rigid way he speaks, in my day would have called him a complete dullard." A brief silence fell as Miss Peabody's memory wandered back to an era of dashing, mustachioed suitors. With a sigh she said, "Do send that scamp Charles to visit me if he can be bothered to come." "Certainly, I'll tell him." The two women parted ways. Their acquaintance spanned well over 5 decades. Miss Peabody was privy to certain regrettable episodes concerning General Arundell, Emily's father. She knew exactly how shocking Thomas Arundell's marriage had been to his sisters. She possessed a very sharp understanding of the various troubles simmering within the younger generation, yet not a single word on these subjects had ever passed between them. Both were staunch defenders of family dignity, family unity, and absolute discretion regarding family affairs, walking home, with Bob padding obediently behind her. Emily Arundell privately acknowledged a profound dissatisfaction with her younger relatives, an admission she would never voice to another soul. Take Teresa, for instance. She had held no sway over the girl since Teresa came into her inheritance at 21. Since then, Teresa had cultivated a certain notoriety. Her photograph appeared frequently in the papers. She ran with a fast modern set in London, a crowd known for their outrageous parties, which occasionally concluded with a visit from the police. This was not the sort of attention Emily Arundell approved of for a member of the family. She deeply disapproved of Teresa's way of life regarding the engagement. Her feelings were tangled on one hand. She did not consider an obscure Dr. Donaldson a suitable match for an Arundell. On the other, she was uneasily aware that Teresa herself would make a most unsuitable wife for a quiet country physician. Her thoughts, with another sigh, turned to Bella. There was no real fault to find with Bella. She was a good woman, a devoted wife and mother, perfectly proper in her conduct, and utterly tedious. But even Bella could not be viewed with full approval, for Bella had married a foreigner, and not just any foreigner, but a Greek. In Miss Arundell's prejudiced view, a Greek was nearly as bad as an Argentine or a Turk. That Dr. Tanios possessed a delightful manner and was reputedly skilled in his profession only made the old lady distrust him more. She was wary of charm and easy flattery. For the same reason, she found it hard to feel affection for the two children. They both favoured their father in appearance. There was truly nothing English about them. And then there was Charles. Yes, Charles. It was pointless to ignore the truth. Charles, for all his charm, was not to be relied upon. Emily Arundell sighed. She felt suddenly weary, old and disheartened. She supposed she couldn't last much longer. Her mind drifted back to the will she had drawn up years before, bequests to the servants to various charities, and the substantial bulk of her fortune divided equally among these, her 3 surviving relatives. Emily Arundell remained convinced that her decision had been both correct and fair. Yet a new thought flickered through her mind. Was there a method to legally safeguard Bella's portion of the inheritance, ensuring her husband could not access it? She resolved to consult her solicitor, Mr. Purvis, at the earliest opportunity. She walked through the gate of Little Green House just as the others were arriving. Charles and Teresa Arundell pulled up in their automobile while the Tanios family arrived via the afternoon train. The brother and sister were the first to greet her. Charles, with his tall frame and charmingly insolent air, called out, "Hello, Aunt Emily, looking splendid as ever." He gave her a quick, affectionate kiss. Teresa offered a cool, perfunctory cheek to her aunt's wrinkled skin. "How are you, Aunt Emily?" she asked, her voice flat. Emily noted that Teresa, beneath a careful layer of cosmetics, appeared rather worn and tense, with faint shadows under her eyes. The group took tea in the drawing-room. Bella Tanios, her fashionable hat perched at an awkward angle with strands of hair escaping, gazed with a desperate, admiring intensity at her cousin Teresa's outfit. Bella possessed a deep love for fashion, but utterly lacked an instinct for it. Teresa's attire was always costly and deliberately unusual, perfectly fitted to her slender frame. Having arrived from abroad, Bella had previously attempted, with dismal results, to imitate Teresa's style on a modest budget. Meanwhile, Dr. Tanios, a large man with a cheerful beard, was engaging Miss Arundell in conversation. His voice was richly warm and compelling, a tone that seemed to disarm a listener almost against their will. Emily found herself somewhat reluctantly drawn in by it. Miss Lawson, however, was a flurry of nervous activity, hopping up and down to pass plates and fuss over the tea service. Charles, ever the gentleman, rose several times to assist her, but received no thanks for his efforts. Later, as the party moved into the garden, Charles murmured to his sister, "It seems Miss Lawson has taken a distinct dislike to me. Peculiar, don't you think?" Teresa replied with a mocking smile, "Astounding, really. So there exists one person immune to your legendary charm?" Charles flashed his engaging grin. "Just as well, it's only Lawson," he quipped. In the garden, Miss Lawson walked beside Bella Tanios, asking eager questions about the children. Bella's ordinarily plain face lit up with animation, forgetting to study Teresa. She spoke with sudden warmth, sharing an amusing story about something her daughter Mary had said during their voyage. She found Miss Lawson to be a wonderfully attentive listener. Shortly after, a fair-haired young man with a serious expression and pince-nez was ushered into the garden from the house, looking somewhat ill at ease. Miss Arundell offered a polite greeting. "Hello, Rex," Teresa said, and slipping her arm through his, she led him away on a stroll. Charles made a slight face at their retreating backs before himself slipping off to exchange a few words with the gardener, an old friend. When Miss Arundell returned to the house later, she found Charles playing with Bob on the staircase. The dog stood at the top, his ball firmly in his mouth, his tail wagging gently. "Come on then, old fellow," Charles encouraged. Bob crouched down, nudged the ball slowly toward the step's edge with his nose, and finally pushed it over before springing up in eager anticipation. The ball bounced its way down the stairs. Charles retrieved it and tossed it back up. Bob caught it deftly, and the ritual began again. "It's his favourite game," Charles remarked. "He would play it for hours if you let him," Emily said with a faint smile. She turned into the drawing room, Charles following from the window. Charles glanced outside and commented, "Look at Teresa and her devoted swain. They make quite the pair, don't they?" "Do you believe her feelings are genuine in this affair?" Emily asked. "Oh, she's utterly infatuated," Charles stated with certainty. "A strange choice, but there it is. I suppose it's the way he studies her, as if she were a botanical specimen rather than a person. That must be a novel experience for Teresa. A shame the man has no money to speak of. Teresa does have rather expensive habits." Miss Arundell responded in a dry tone. "I've no doubt she could adapt her lifestyle if she were sufficiently motivated. Besides, she has her own independent income, after all." "Her own what?" Charles asked, his attention sharpening. "Of course, absolutely," Charles replied, casting a somewhat sheepish glance in her direction. That night, as the family gathered in the parlour before dinner, a commotion erupted on the staircase, accompanied by a muffled curse. Charles appeared, his face flushed. "My apologies, Aunt Emily, for my tardiness. Your dog nearly sent me head over heels. He left his ball right at the top of the steps." "What a careless little creature," exclaimed Miss Lawson, stooping to address Bob. The dog regarded her with disdain before turning away. "I am aware of the hazard," Miss Arundell stated firmly. "Minnie, please retrieve that ball and put it somewhere safe." Miss Lawson scurried from the room. During dinner, Dr. Tanios dominated the conversation, regaling them with humorous anecdotes from his time in Smyrna. The evening concluded early with Miss Lawson cheerfully chattering as she accompanied her employer to bed, her arms laden with knitting wool spectacles, a large velvet pouch, and a novel. "Dr. Tanios is such delightful company, is he not? Not that I would fancy that sort of existence myself. One would likely have to boil all the water, I imagine. And goat's milk has such a peculiar flavour, don't you think?" "Don't be absurd, Minnie," Miss Arundell interjected sharply. "You did instruct Ellen to wake me at 6:30? "Oh yes, Miss Arundell. I said no tea, but are you quite certain? The vicar at Southbridge, a most earnest man, assured me there was no strict requirement to attend communion on an empty stomach." Once again Miss Arundell cut her off. "I have never taken a thing before early service, and I do not intend to start now. You may do as you please." "Oh no, I didn't mean to imply, I'm sure." Miss Lawson became flustered and apologetic. "Remove Bob's collar," Miss Arundell instructed. The companion hurried to comply. Still eager to please, she added, "It has been such a pleasant evening. Everyone seems so happy to be here." Emily Arundell grunted. "They are all here to see what they can get." "Oh, dear Miss Arundell. My good Minnie, I may be many things, but a fool is not one of them. I merely wonder which of them will broach the subject first." She did not have to wonder long. She and Miss Lawson returned from the early service just after 9. Dr. and Mrs. Tanios were in the dining room, but the Arundell siblings were conspicuously absent. After breakfast, as the others dispersed, Miss Arundell remained at the table, meticulously updating a small ledger. Charles finally entered around 10. "Terribly sorry I'm late, Aunt Emily. Teresa is in a worse state. She hasn't so much as cracked an eyelid yet." "Breakfast is cleared away at 10:30, Miss Arundell stated. "I know it is fashionable to disregard servants these days, but that is not the custom in my home." Excellent, the true unwavering spirit. Charles helped himself to some kidneys and sat beside her. His grin, as always, was disarmingly charming. Almost against her will, Emily Arundell felt her stern expression soften into an indulgent smile. Encouraged by this, Charles seized the moment. "Look here, Aunt Emily, hate to trouble you, but I'm in a rather tight spot." Any chance you could see your way to helping me out? 100 would see me through." His aunt's face lost its warmth, a stern grimness settling into her features. Emily Arundell was never one to mince words, and she spoke her mind plainly. Moments later, Miss Lawson, bustling through the hallway, nearly collided with Charles as he exited the dining room. She gave him a curious look before entering, to find Miss Arundell sitting very upright, her cheeks flushed with irritation. Charles took the stairs 2 at a time and rapped lightly on his sister's door. Her prompt "come in" greeted him, and he entered to find Teresa sitting up in bed, mid-yawn. He took a seat on the edge of the mattress. "You are a positively decorative sight in the mornings, Teresa," he remarked with appreciation. Teresa fixed him with a sharp look. "What's happened?" Charles grinned. "Perceptive as ever. Well, I decided to get the jump on you, my dear. Thought I'd make my appeal before you could begin your campaign." And Charles made a dismissive gesture. A complete failure. Aunt Emily read me the riot act thoroughly and without mercy. She made it perfectly clear she knew exactly why her loving relatives had suddenly become so attentive. And she also made it clear that said loving relatives were in for a disappointment. The only thing being distributed was a little family warmth, and frankly, not even much of that. "You could have shown a bit more patience," Teresa remarked with a dry tone. Charles just flashed another grin. "I was worried you or Tanios might beat me to it. I have a sinking feeling, my dear Teresa, that this whole effort is going to be a waste of time. Our dear Aunt Emily is nobody's fool. I never assumed she was. I even tried to give her a proper scare." "What are you talking about?" His sister snapped. "Told her the path she's on is a sure way to invite trouble. She can't exactly take the fortune with her, can she?" "Why not share a little of it now, Charles? You are an idiot." "No, I'm not. I have a certain understanding of human nature. Grovelling never works with her. She respects a bit of backbone. And honestly, I was only speaking the truth. We'll inherit eventually, so why shouldn't she part with some ahead of schedule? Otherwise, the temptation to hasten her departure might start to look awfully appealing." "Did she appreciate your perspective?" Teresa asked, her fine lips twisting with contempt. "Hard to say. She didn't admit to anything. Just thanked me in that nasty, polite way of hers and said she was perfectly capable of looking after herself." "Fine," I told her. "You've been warned, I'll bear it in mind," she replied. Teresa said furiously, "You really are a complete fool." "Come on, Teresa, I was getting frustrated myself. The old woman is loaded, absolutely swimming in it. I doubt she spends even a fraction of her income. What does she even need it for? And here we are, young, ready to enjoy everything life has to offer, and just to spite us, she'll probably live to be 100. I want my fun now. So do you." Teresa gave a slow nod. Her voice dropped to a low, urgent whisper. "They don't get it. Older people never do. They can't. They've forgotten what it really means to be alive." For a moment, brother and sister sat in silence. Charles finally stood up. "Well, my dear, I wish you better luck than I had, but I have my doubts," Teresa said. "I'm rather counting on Rex to make the right impression. If I can make Aunt Emily see how brilliant he is, how crucial it is for him to get this chance and not get stuck as some ordinary small-town doctor. Oh, Charles, just a few $1,000s right now would change our entire lives. I hope you get it, but I wouldn't bet on it. You did burn through a fair bit of your own capital living rather well in the past. Tell me, Teresa, you don't actually think dreary Bella or that shady Tanios will walk away with anything, do you?" "I can't imagine money doing Bella much good. She dresses like a charity case, and her idea of excitement is rearranging the furniture. Though, come to think of it, she did mention wanting to take the children on a proper seaside holiday, bucket and spade, ice creams, the whole bit. She seemed almost wistful about it." "Well," Charles said vaguely, "I suppose she wants things for those odd-looking kids of hers. Schools, braces for their teeth, piano lessons. But it's not Bella, it's Tanios. I'd bet anything he has a nose for money. You can always trust a Greek for that. You know he's blown through most of Bella's share already. Bad investments, lost the lot. Do you think he'll manage to squeeze something out of Aunt Emily?" Not if I have anything to say about it, Charles stated grimly. He left the room and ambled downstairs. Bob was in the hallway. The dog trotted over to him cheerfully. Animals always liked Charles. Bob trotted to the drawing-room door and glanced back at him. "What is it, boy?" Charles asked, following him in. Bob went straight to a small writing desk and sat down, gazing expectantly at one of the drawers. "Want something from in here?" Charles pulled open the top drawer. His eyebrows shot up. "Well, well," he murmured. Tucked to one side was a neat stack of banknotes. Charles picked up the bundle and counted them. With a quick smile, he slipped 3 $1 bills and 2 half-dollars into his pocket. Charles carefully returned the remaining notes to the drawer. "That was a clever move, Bob," he remarked. "At the very least, your Uncle Charles will manage to cover the bills. A bit of spare cash is never unwelcome." Bob gave a soft, disapproving whine as the drawer clicked shut. "My apologies, old fellow," Charles said. He pulled open the next drawer, finding Bob's ball tucked in the corner. He tossed it gently. "There you go. Have some fun with that." Bob snatched the ball mid-air and scampered from the room. Soon the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of the ball bouncing down the staircase echoed through the house. Charles wandered out into the garden, where the morning sun was warm and the air sweet with the smell of lilacs. Miss Arundell stood with Dr. Tanios, who was earnestly discussing the benefits of a proper English education for children and lamenting that his own finances couldn't stretch to such an advantage for his family. A smirk of quiet satisfaction crossed Charles's face. He joined the conversation with effortless cheer, skillfully steering it toward entirely different, lighter topics. Emily Arundell offered him a genuinely pleasant smile. He even suspected she was quietly amused by his maneuvering and was subtly egging him on. Charles's mood lifted considerably, maybe, before his visit was over. Things might just work out after all. Charles was, if nothing else, a hopeless optimist. That afternoon, Dr. Donaldson arrived in his car to pick up Teresa for a drive to Wortham Abbey, a local scenic spot. They left the old abbey ruins behind and meandered into the surrounding woods. There, Rex Donaldson launched into a detailed explanation of his latest research and theories. Teresa understood little of the scientific jargon, but she listened, utterly captivated, thinking to herself, "Rex is so brilliantly clever and completely wonderful." Her fiancé paused once, looking uncertain. "I'm afraid all this must be terribly dull for you, Teresa." "Darling, it's absolutely fascinating," Teresa insisted firmly. "Please go on. So you take blood from the infected rabbit?" After a while, she sighed and said, "Your work truly means everything to you, doesn't it, my sweet?" "Naturally it does," replied Dr. Donaldson. To Teresa, there was nothing natural about it. Most of her crowd barely worked at all, and those who did made a tremendous fuss about it. For what felt like the 100th time, she wondered at the sheer absurdity of her falling for someone like Rex Donaldson. Why did these ridiculous, overwhelming obsessions happen to a person? A pointless question. It had happened to her. She frowned, baffled by her own heart. Her usual circle was so flippant and cynical. Love affairs were a necessary diversion, of course. But why treat them seriously? One loved and then moved on. Yet what she felt for Rex was different. It had roots that went deep. She knew instinctively there would be no moving on from this. Her need for him was straightforward and profound. Everything about him fascinated her. His calm detachment, so unlike her own frantic, grasping existence. The clear, logical chill of his scientific mind. And something else, something she couldn't quite name, a hidden strength in the man, masked by his modest, slightly academic manner, but which she felt intuitively. In Rex Donaldson, there was genius, the fact that his profession was the central focus of his life, and that she was only a part, albeit a necessary part, of his world, only made him more compelling. For the first time in her self-centered, pleasure-seeking life, she found herself content to take second place. The idea enthralled her for Rex. She would do absolutely anything. "What an absolute curse money is," she said with a flash of irritation, her thoughts drifting to the practical barriers their future might face. If only Aunt Emily passed away, we could marry right away, she said, and you could move to London, set up a proper lab with all the test tubes and guinea pigs you need, and leave behind all those sick children and elderly patients with their endless complaints. Donaldson replied, actually, there's every chance your aunt could live quite a long time yet, provided she takes care of herself. Teresa sighed, her shoulders slumping. I know that all too well. In the spacious bedroom with its heavy oak furniture, Dr. Tanios finished pouring water from the copper pitcher into the floral-patterned wash-basin, turning to his wife, who sat at the dressing table trying in vain to style her hair like Teresa's. He said smoothly, I believe I've set the stage now. It's your turn, my dear. Bella hesitated, her fingers pausing on the brush. I really don't feel comfortable asking Aunt Emily for money. It isn't for us, Bella, he insisted. His back still turned as he dried his hands. Think of the children. Our investments haven't exactly been fortunate lately. He missed the quick, uneasy glance she shot his way, a look full of quiet dread. She persisted softly. Even so, I'd rather not. Aunt Emily can be generous when she chooses, but she hates being put on the spot. Tanios walked over, placing a hand on her shoulder. This isn't like you being so stubborn. Why did we come here, if not for this? I never meant it to be about money, she murmured, avoiding his eyes. I thought we were just visiting, and yet you agreed that without her help, the children's education will suffer. Bella shifted uncomfortably, but said nothing, her expression settling into that mild, stubborn look that clever men often recognize in their less assertive wives. Perhaps Aunt Emily will offer something on her own, she suggested weakly. Possible, but I haven't seen any indication of it. Tanios replied dryly. If we had brought the children, Aunt Emily might have taken a liking to Mary, and Edward is so bright. I doubt your aunt has much fondness for children. It's probably better they aren't here, he said dismissively. These dried-up English spinsters, they aren't exactly warm-hearted. We only want what's best for Mary and Edward. A little assistance would cost Miss Arundell nothing. A flush rose in Bella's cheeks. Please, Jacob, not this time. I'm certain it's unwise. I would so much rather not do it. Tanios moved closer, his arm circling her shoulders. She stiffened, barely breathing. His voice remained pleasant, almost gentle. All the same, Bella, I believe you will do as I ask you usually do in the end. Yes, I think you'll do what I say. It was Tuesday afternoon. The garden door stood open, and Miss Arundell stood on the threshold, tossing Bob's ball down the long garden path. The terrier raced after it. One more good throw, Bob, said Emily Arundell. Once again the ball rolled swiftly along the ground, Bob sprinting behind. Miss Arundell bent down, collected the ball from where Bob dropped it at her feet, and stepped back inside. The dog following closely. She closed the side door, entered the drawing room, and put the ball away in a drawer. A glance at the mantel clock told her it was 6:30. A little rest before dinner, I think, Bob. She climbed the stairs to her bedroom, Bob trotting beside her, lying on the large chintz-covered couch with the dog at her feet. Miss Arundell let out a tired sigh. She was relieved that Tuesday had arrived and her guests would be leaving tomorrow. The weekend hadn't revealed anything she didn't already know. Rather, it had refused to let her forget what she already understood all too well. She thought to herself, I must be getting on in years. And then, with a sudden jolt of realization, I am old. For a long while she rested with her eyes shut until Ellen, the maid, arrived with the hot water. She got up and began her preparations for the evening. Dr. Donaldson was coming to dinner, and Emily Arundell was keen to observe him more closely. It still struck her as rather unbelievable that her unconventional niece Teresa would be interested in such a formal, somewhat dry young man. Equally puzzling was why he would be drawn to Teresa. As the night wore on, she found she wasn't understanding him any better. He was perfectly polite, exceedingly proper, and, in her opinion, profoundly dull privately. She found herself agreeing with Miss Peabody's earlier assessment. A thought flickered through her mind. We had better material in my day. Dr. Donaldson did not linger. He made his excuses promptly at 10 o'clock. Shortly after he left, Emily announced she was retiring for the night. She went upstairs, and the younger members of the household followed, everyone seeming unusually quiet that evening. Miss Lawson stayed below to attend to the final chores, letting Bob out for his evening run, banking the fire, setting the fireguard and rolling back the hearthrug as a precaution. She appeared at her employer's door a few minutes later, slightly out of breath. "I believe I have everything," she said, depositing her knitting wool, sewing bag, and a library book. "I do hope the book is acceptable. They didn't have any from your list, but the librarian assured me you'd enjoy this one. That girl hasn't a clue," Emily Arundell remarked. "Her literary taste is the poorest I've ever encountered." "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Perhaps I should." "Don't be silly. It's hardly your fault," Emily said, her tone softening. "I hope you enjoyed your afternoon." Miss Lawson's face brightened instantly, looking almost girlish in her eagerness. "Oh yes, thank you ever so much. It was so kind of you to let me go. We had the most fascinating time. We used a planchette board, and it actually wrote the most remarkable things. There were several distinct messages. It's not quite the same as a proper séance, of course. Julia Tripp has been having wonderful results with automatic writing lately. Several communications from those who have passed over. It truly makes one feel so grateful that such contact is allowed." Miss Arundell replied with a faint smile. "You'd best not let the vicar hear you talk like that." "Oh, but I am quite convinced, dear Miss Arundell. Absolutely convinced there can be nothing wrong in it. I only wish Reverend Lonsdale would look into the subject properly. It seems so terribly narrow-minded to condemn something one hasn't even tried to understand. Both Julia and Isabel Tripp are such deeply spiritual women." "Almost too spiritual to bother with earthly matters," Emily said dryly. She had little fondness for the Tripp sisters. She found their attire absurd, their raw fruit and vegetable diets ridiculous, and their manner entirely put on. They were women without background, without roots in a word, without breeding. Still, she derived a certain amusement from their intense earnestness, and she was fundamentally kind enough not to resent the obvious pleasure their friendship gave to poor Minnie. Poor Minnie! Emily looked at her companion with a mix of fondness and pity. She had employed so many of these fluttery middle-aged women over the years, all very similar, kindly, fussy, obedient, and largely devoid of independent thought. Really, tonight? Poor Minnie seemed quite agitated. Her eyes were glittering. She drifted about the room, touching objects here and there without purpose, her expression radiant. She stammered out nervously, I do wish you had been there. I feel you aren't entirely a believer yet, but tonight there was a message for E.A. The initials came through perfectly clearly. The message had come from a gentleman who passed on many years before, a handsome military officer. Isabel had seen him quite clearly. It must have been dear General Arundell. The words were so beautiful, overflowing with affection and reassurance, promising that through patience anything could be achieved. "That doesn't sound much like father," remarked Miss Arundell. "Oh, but our departed ones transform so completely on the other side," Minnie insisted. "Everything becomes love and understanding." Then the planchette had spelled out something about a key. She believed it was the key to the Buhl cabinet. Could that be right? The key to the Buhl cabinet? Emily Arundell's tone turned keen and alert. "I suppose that was it. I wondered if it might point to important documents, something of that sort. There's a well-documented case where a spirit instructed someone to search a particular piece of furniture, and a will was actually discovered inside." "There was no will in the Buhl cabinet," Miss Arundell stated flatly. She added suddenly, "You should go to bed, Minnie. You're exhausted, so am I. We'll have the Tripps over for an evening soon." "Oh, that would be lovely. Good night, dear." "Are you certain you have everything you need?" "I do hope all these visitors haven't worn you out. I must remind Ellen to air the parlour thoroughly tomorrow and shake the curtains. All that smoking leaves such a stale odour. I must say, it's very generous of you to allow them all to smoke in the parlour. One must make certain allowances for modern habits," Emily Arundell replied. "Good night, Minnie." After the other woman departed, Emily lay back and considered whether this spiritualist fascination was truly beneficial for Minnie. Her eyes had been wide with excitement, her manner restless and overwrought. It was odd that mention of the Boule cabinet. Emily mused as she settled into bed. A grim smile touched her lips as she recalled the incident from long ago, the key that surfaced after her father's death, and the cascade of empty brandy bottles that came tumbling out when the cabinet was finally unlocked. It was these small, obscure details, things Minnie Lawson and the Tripp sisters could not possibly know, that made one pause and wonder if there might, after all, be something to this spiritualist business. She lay awake in her large four-poster bed. These days, sleep eluded her more and more, yet she dismissed Dr. Granger's gentle hint about a sleeping draught. Sleeping draughts were for the frail, for those who couldn't endure a minor ache or the dull stretch of a wakeful night. Often she would rise and drift silently through the house, picking up a book, tracing the curve of an ornament, rearranging flowers in a vase or penning a letter or two. In those midnight hours she felt the house pulse with a quiet shared vitality. These nocturnal wanderings were not unpleasant. It was as though phantoms walked beside her, the ghosts of her sisters, Arabella, Matilda, and Agnes, the ghost of her brother Thomas as he was before that woman ensnared him, even the ghost of General Charles Laverton Arundell himself, that domestic tyrant with impeccable manners who shouted and bullied his daughters, yet remained a figure of immense pride with his tales of the Indian Mutiny and his worldly experience. So what if there were days, as his daughters discreetly phrased it, when he was not quite himself? Her thoughts circled back to her niece's fiancé. I doubt he'll ever develop a taste for drink, she thought with dry amusement. Calls himself a man and drank barley water this evening. Barley water. And I had opened father's special port. Charles, at least, had done proper justice to the port. If only Charles were reliable. If only one didn't know his tendencies. Her reflections trailed off. Her mind replayed the events of the weekend, each memory tinged with a vague unease. She tried to dismiss the worrying thoughts, but it was useless. Propping herself on an elbow, she peered through the soft glow of the nightlight burning steadily in its saucer to check the time. The clock read 1 in the morning, and Emily Arundell found herself wide awake, sleep a distant notion. She rose, slipped her feet into slippers, and wrapped herself in a warm robe. The idea came to her to go downstairs and review the household accounts, which were due for payment later that morning. Moving like a ghost, she left her room and traversed the dim corridor, illuminated only by the single nightlight kept burning. Reaching the top of the staircase, her hand extended for the railing, she suddenly lost her footing. A desperate attempt to steady herself failed, and she tumbled down the steps in a terrible rush of noise and motion. Her cry and the crash of her fall shattered the quiet of the house. Doors flew open, lights blazed on. Miss Lawson was the first to appear at the head of the stairs, uttering little distressed sounds as she hurried down. They arrived one after another, Charles yawning in a splendid silk robe, Teresa enveloped in a dark silk wrap, and Bella in a navy kimono, her hair bristling with combs meant to set the wave. Emily lay in a dazed, crumpled heap at the bottom, her body a symphony of pain centered in her shoulder and ankle. People hovered over her, the foolish, fluttering Miss Lawson, Teresa with a look of sharp alarm in her dark eyes, Bella simply standing there with her mouth agape, expectant, Charles's voice sounding oddly distant, cut through the murmurs. "It's that blasted dog's ball. He must have left it here. Look, here it is." Then a sense of authority arrived, gently moving the others aside. Dr. Jacob Tanios knelt beside her, his hands competent and sure as he examined her. A wave of relief washed over Emily. Things would be handled now. "No fractures," Tanios announced in his firm, reassuring tone. "Just severe bruising and a significant shock. She's been very fortunate it isn't worse." He efficiently cleared the onlookers, lifted her with ease, and carried her back to her bedroom. After checking her pulse, he sent the still weeping and rather useless Miss Lawson to fetch brandy and prepare a hot water bottle. Shaken, confused, and in pain, Emily felt profoundly grateful to Dr. Tanios in that moment. He projected exactly the capable, confident air a doctor should, yet at the very edge of her consciousness something felt vaguely off. A disquieting note she couldn't quite grasp. She pushed the thought away. She would drink what she was given and sleep, as instructed. But wasn't someone missing? Oh, it didn't matter now. Her shoulder throbbed. She drank the brandy, heard Dr. Tanius's comfortably assured voice say, "She'll be all right now," and closed her eyes. She awoke later to a familiar sound, a soft, muffled bark. She was instantly alert. Bob, that naughty dog, he was outside the front door, offering his trademark out all night and ashamed bark, hopeful and subdued. Emily listened intently. Yes, there was Minnie going down to let him in. She heard the front door creak open, the low murmur of Minnie's futile scolding. "Oh, you naughty little thing, a very naughty Bobsy." And then the sound of the pantry door. Bob's bed was under the pantry table, and in that instant Emily realized what her subconscious had been trying to tell her since the accident. It was Bob's absence, amid all that commotion, her fall, the people running about. There should have been a crescendo of frantic barking from inside the pantry. That was the nagging worry at the back of her mind. Now it was explained Bob, let out the previous evening, had clearly and shamelessly gone off on his own little adventure. The little traitor hadn't even been home to witness the drama. He still had those occasional slips in character, of course, though his apologies afterward were always perfectly convincing. So that should have settled it, yet something else gnawed at her, a persistent unease just out of reach. Her fall, it had something to do with her fall, that was it. Charles had mentioned she'd slipped on Bob's ball, left right at the top of the stairs. The toy had been there afterward. He'd even held it up for her to see. Emily Arundell's head throbbed. Her shoulder ached fiercely. Every bruise on her body seemed to pulse in protest. Yet through the physical misery, her mind grew sharp and startlingly clear, no longer clouded by the shock of the accident. Her memory returned with perfect precision. She retraced every moment from 6 o'clock the previous evening, step by deliberate step, until she reached the instant she had arrived at the head of the staircase and begun her descent. A cold wave of disbelief and dread washed through her. Surely she must be wrong. People often imagine strange things after the fact. She concentrated, trying earnestly to recall the feeling of that round, slippery ball beneath her foot, but there was nothing. Instead, "Just nerves," Emily Arundell muttered aloud. Silly imaginings. But her practical, shrewd Victorian mind refused to accept that excuse for a moment. The Victorians weren't given to foolish optimism. They could believe the very worst with unsettling ease, and Emily Arundell did believe the worst. Miss Arundell writes a letter. It was now Friday. The relatives had departed on Wednesday as originally planned. Each had offered to stay. Each had been firmly refused. Miss Arundell insisted she preferred to be left perfectly quiet. In the 2 days since they'd gone, Emily had been disturbingly withdrawn. She often didn't hear a word Minnie Lawson said to her, staring blankly before ordering her to repeat herself. "It's the shock, poor dear," Miss Lawson remarked, adding with that gloomy relish for misfortune that brightened so many otherwise dull lives, "I shouldn't wonder if she's never quite the same again." Dr. Granger, in contrast, cheered her on robustly. He declared she'd be downstairs by week's end, that it was a downright scandal she hadn't broken a single bone, and what sort of patient was she for a hard-working doctor? If all his patients were like her, he might as well take his shingle down tomorrow. Emily replied with spirit. She and old Dr. Granger were long-time allies. He bullied, she defied. They always took a certain pleasure in the exchange. Yet after the doctor's heavy footsteps had faded, the old lady lay frowning, thinking and rethinking, answering Minnie Lawson's fussing absently, then suddenly snapping back to awareness and lashing out with a vitriolic tongue. "Poor little Bobsy," Miss Lawson twittered, leaning over Bob where he lay on a rug in the corner of the bed. "Wouldn't he be just heartbroken if he knew what he'd done to his poor mistress?" Miss Arundell cut in sharply. "Don't be absurd, Minnie. And where's your English sense of justice? Doesn't everyone in this country remain innocent until proven guilty? Oh, but we know. We know nothing at all, Emily snapped. Do stop fidgeting, Minnie, pulling at this and adjusting that. Have you no idea how to behave in a sick room? Go away and send Ellen in. Meekly, Miss Lawson crept out. Emily watched her go with a twinge of guilt. Infuriating as Minnie could be, she meant well. Then the frown settled back, deeper than before. She felt a desperate unhappiness, for a vigorous, strong-willed old woman in action in any situation was intolerable. Yet in this particular predicament, she could not decide what to do. At times she even doubted her own faculties, her own recollection of events, and there was no one, absolutely no one in whom she could confide. Half an hour later, Miss Lawson crept into the room with a soft, creaking step, balancing a cup of beef tea. She hesitated, seeing her employer lying still with closed eyes. Suddenly, Emily Arundell spoke 2 words with such sharp clarity that Miss Lawson nearly fumbled the cup. "Mary Fox," declared Miss Arundell. "A box, dear?" Miss Lawson asked, confused. "Did you say you wanted a box? You're growing deaf, Minnie." "I said nothing about a box. I said Mary Fox, the woman I met in Cheltenham last year. Her brother was one of the canons of Exeter Cathedral. Hand me that cup. You've slopped half of it into the saucer, and please stop tiptoeing when you enter. It's unbearably irritating. Now go downstairs and fetch me the London telephone directory. Shall I look up the number for you, dear? Or perhaps her address? If I wanted you to do that, I would have said so. Just do as you're told. Bring the book here and set my writing things beside the bed." Miss Lawson carried out her instructions. As she was leaving the room, having arranged everything, Emily Arundell said, quite unexpectedly, "You are a good, faithful soul, Minnie. Pay no mind to my sharp tongue. It's far worse than my bite. You've been very patient and kind to me." Miss Lawson exited with a flushed face, murmuring disjointed, grateful phrases. Propped up in bed, Miss Arundell began to write a letter. She composed it slowly and with great care, pausing often to think and underlining several phrases for emphasis. She wrote across the page in several directions, a habit from an upbringing that discouraged wasting stationery. Finally, with a sigh of satisfaction, she signed her name, sealed the letter in an envelope, and wrote a name on the front. Then she took a fresh sheet and drafted a second message. After rereading it, making corrections and adjustments, she produced a neat final copy. Satisfied she had expressed herself clearly, she placed it in another envelope, this one addressed to William Purvis, Esquire, of the firm Purvis, Charlesworth and Purvis Solicitors in Harchester. She picked up the first envelope again, addressed to M. Hercule Poirot, consulted the telephone directory for his address, and added it. A tap came at the door. Quickly, Miss Arundell slipped the letter to Hercule Poirot inside the flap of her writing case. She had no wish to stir Minnie's inevitable curiosity. Minnie could be terribly nosy. She called "Come in" and sank back against her pillows with a relieved sigh. She had now taken steps to manage the situation. Hercule Poirot receives a letter. These events, of course, were not known to me until much later, but by carefully questioning various members of the family, I believe I have reconstructed them accurately enough. Poirot and I entered the affair only when we received Miss Arundell's letter. I remember the day vividly. It was a stifling, airless morning near the end of June. Poirot had a precise ritual for dealing with his morning mail. He would pick up each envelope, examine it closely, then neatly slice it open with his paper knife. After reading the contents, he would place it in one of 4 tidy piles beyond the chocolate pot. Poirot always drank chocolate at breakfast, a frankly disgusting habit. This was done with such Machine-like regularity that the slightest break in the rhythm caught one's attention. I was seated by the window, watching the London traffic, feeling a particular thrill at being back in the city's roar after my recent return from Argentina. Turning my head, I said with a smile, "Poirot, I, your humble Watson, am going to venture a deduction." "Delighted, my friend. What is it?" I struck a theatrical pose and announced pompously, "You have received this morning one letter of special interest." "You are indeed a Sherlock Holmes. Yes, you are perfectly correct." I laughed. "You know my methods, Hastings. When you read a letter a second time, it's a sure sign of something important." "Judge for yourself," my friend replied with a smile, handing me the document. My initial interest quickly turned to dismay as I examined it. The script was a dreadful, old-fashioned scrawl, and the writer had crossed their lines over 2 full pages. "Must I really read this, Poirot?" I complained. "There is no compulsion, my friend. None at all." "Can't you just tell me what it says?" "I would prefer you to form your own opinion, but do not trouble yourself if it is too tedious." "No, I insist on knowing," I protested. Poirot remarked dryly, "That may prove difficult. In essence, the letter says precisely nothing." Taking this as typical Poirot exaggeration, I began to decipher the spidery text. "Dear M. Hercule Poirot, after much hesitation and doubt, I am emboldened to write to you in the hope that you may assist me in a matter of a strictly private nature." The phrase "strictly private" was underlined 3 times. Your name is not unknown to me. It was mentioned by a Miss Fox of Exeter, who, while not personally acquainted with you, stated that her brother-in-law's sister, whose name I regrettably cannot recall, spoke of your kindness and discretion in the highest terms. Highest terms was underlined once. I did not inquire naturally as to the nature, this word was also underlined, of the inquiry you conducted for her, but I understood from Miss Fox it was of a painful and confidential character. These last 4 words were heavily underscored. I looked up in frustration. "Poirot, does this woman ever reach her point?" "Patience," Hastings continued. "Patience? It's like watching a spider that's fallen into an inkwell stagger across the page. It reminds me of my great-aunt Gertrude's handwriting." With a sigh, I returned to the task. "In my present difficulty, it occurs to me you might undertake the necessary investigations. The matter, as you will appreciate, demands the utmost discretion, and I need hardly say how sincerely I hope and pray this is so." "Pray" was underlined twice. I may be entirely mistaken. One can sometimes attribute too much significance to facts capable of a perfectly natural explanation. "Poirot," I murmured, perplexed. "I haven't skipped a page, have I? This makes no sense. What on earth is she discussing?" He merely chuckled. "Continue, I beg of you." "The matter is such as you will readily understand." "No, I had passed that part. Ah, here it is. In these circumstances, which I am sure you will appreciate, it is quite impossible for me to consult anyone here in Market Basing." I glanced at the letterhead. Little Green House, Market Basing, Berkshire. Yet you will understand I feel uneasy. Uneasy was underlined. Lately I have reproached myself for being unduly fanciful. Fanciful was underlined 3 times, but my anxiety only grows. I may be attaching undue importance to a mere trifle. Trifle was underlined twice, but my disquiet remains. I feel my mind must be set at rest. It preys upon me, affecting my health, and my position is such that I can say nothing to anyone. Nothing to anyone was slashed with heavy lines. In your wisdom you may declare it all a mare's nest. The facts may allow for a perfectly innocent explanation. Innocent was underlined. Nevertheless, however trivial it seems, ever since the incident of the dog's ball, I have felt increasingly doubtful and alarmed. I would greatly appreciate your perspective and guidance on this situation, knowing your thoughts would certainly ease my mind considerably. Could you please inform me of your fees and what course of action you recommend? I must reiterate that no one else is aware of any of this. While I acknowledge the facts themselves seem minor, my health has been poor, and my nerves, I cannot stress this enough, are not as they once were. This sort of anxiety, I am certain, is detrimental to me, and the more I reflect upon it, the more convinced I become that my initial assessment was entirely correct and no error occurred. Naturally, I have absolutely no intention of mentioning a word of this to anyone. I look forward to receiving your counsel at your earliest convenience. Yours faithfully, Emily Arundell. I examined the letter, turning it over and studying each page intently. "Poirot?" I protested. "What on earth is she going on about?" My companion merely lifted his shoulders in a dismissive shrug. "That is precisely the question." I tapped the pages with growing irritation. "What a specimen! Why can't this Miss Arundell simply state her business? Indeed, it is the classic correspondence of an unmarried woman of a certain age." "Exactly," I agreed. "A perfect fussy old spinster. Why the cryptic mystery?" Poirot sighed deeply. "As you observe, a lamentable absence of order and method in the cognitive processes without such discipline. Hastings, quite right," I cut in quickly. "The little grey cells might as well be on holiday." "I would not go quite that far, my friend. I would. What is the purpose of such a vague epistle?" "Very little purpose." "That is true," Poirot conceded. "It's a lengthy ramble about precisely nothing," I continued, warming to my theme. "She's likely in a state over some minor drama with a pampered pet, perhaps a wheezing pug or a neurotic Pekingese." I studied my friend's face. "And yet you pored over that letter twice," I confess. "I don't follow your reasoning, Poirot." A faint smile touched Poirot's lips. "And you, Hastings, you would have consigned it directly to the waste-paper basket?" "I'm rather afraid I would have," I admitted. I frowned down at the sheets. "I suppose I'm being obtuse again, but I fail to see a single noteworthy element in this entire missive. Yet there is one point of profound interest, a point which presented itself to me immediately." "Hold on," I exclaimed. "Don't tell me. Let me see if I can spot it myself." It was perhaps a juvenile challenge. I scrutinized the letter with great care, even holding it up to the light from the window as if it were a banknote. But ultimately I shook my head in defeat. "No, it escapes me. The old dear is clearly agitated. I grant you that, but then elderly ladies often are. It could concern nothing at all, or it might, theoretically, concern something. I simply don't see how you can determine which it is. Unless it's one of your famous hunches." Poirot raised a hand in dignified reproach. "A hunch? You know my distaste for that term. You imply something seems to tell me. Jamais de la vie. I reason. I employ the little grey cells. There is one singular point about this letter which you have completely failed to observe, Hastings." All right, I said, weary of the game. "I'll buy it." "Buy it? Buy what?" "It's an expression. It means I will allow you the pleasure of enlightening me as to where I've been blind." "Not blind, Hastings, merely unobservant." "Well, out with it." What is this fascinating point? I suppose, much like the famous incident of the dog that did nothing in the night time, the point is that there is no point. Poirot ignored my attempted wit. He stated quietly and with utter certainty, "The point of interest is the date." The date? I snatched up the letter again. In the upper left corner was clearly written April 17th. "Yes," I said slowly, the oddity dawning on me. "That is peculiar. April the 17th. And today is June the 28th. It is curious, is it not? Over 2 months have passed." I shook my head, still sceptical. "It probably means nothing. A simple mistake. She intended to write June and absent-mindedly wrote April. Even if that were so, it would then be 10 or 11 days old, which is itself noteworthy. But you are mistaken. Observe the ink's colour. That letter was penned more than 10 or 11 days ago. No, April the 17th is undoubtedly the correct date. So then, why was it never posted?" I shrugged. "The explanation is simple. The old girl had second thoughts." "Then why?" Poirot asked, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Did she not tear it up? Why wait over 2 months to send it now? I had to concede that was a tougher question. Honestly, I couldn't come up with a truly convincing reply." I just shook my head and stayed silent. Poirot gave a knowing nod. "You see, that is significant. Yes, unquestionably a peculiar detail." "Are you going to reply to the letter?" I asked. "Oui, mon ami." The room was quiet, save for the sound of Poirot's pen scratching across paper. It was a stifling, still morning. Through the window drifted the scent of dust and hot asphalt. Poirot stood up from his desk, the finished letter in his hand. He opened a drawer and retrieved a small square box from which he selected a stamp. After dampening it with a sponge, he was about to place it on the envelope when he suddenly stopped, stamp held aloft, shaking his head emphatically. "None," he declared. "This is the incorrect approach." He tore the letter in two and tossed it into the wastebasket. "We must not handle this affair in such a manner. We shall go, my friend." "You mean to market Basing?" "Exactly. Why not? Is London not suffocating today? Would the country air not be most agreeable?" "Well, when you phrase it like that," I said. "Shall we take the car? I owned a second-hand Austin." "Excellent. A very fine day for a drive. One will scarcely require a heavy coat, a light overcoat, a silk scarf." "My dear man, we are not embarking on an Arctic expedition," I objected. "One must be vigilant against catching a chill," Poirot stated solemnly. "On a day like this," ignoring my protests, Poirot proceeded to put on a beige overcoat and meticulously wrap a white silk handkerchief around his neck. After carefully placing the damp stamp, face down on the blotter to dry, we departed together. We go to Litley Green House. I cannot speak for Poirot's comfort in his coat and scarf, but I felt thoroughly baked before we even left London. An open car in city traffic is hardly a refreshing spot on a sweltering summer day. Once we escaped the city, however, and picked up speed on the Great West Road, my mood improved. The drive took roughly an hour and a half, and it was nearly noon when we entered the small town of Market Basing. Once situated on a main thoroughfare, a modern bypass now left it nestled about 3 miles north of the major traffic flow, allowing it to retain an air of old-fashioned dignity and calm. Its single broad street and spacious market square seemed to whisper, "I was a place of consequence once," and to any person of sense and refinement, I remain so. Let this modern, rushing world hurry along its newfangled road. I was constructed to last from an era when substance and beauty were partners. There was a parking area in the center of the large square, though only a few cars occupied it. I parked the Austin. Poirot shed his unnecessary layers, verified that his moustaches were in their proper state of symmetrical flourish, and we were ready to proceed. For once our initial hesitant inquiry did not receive the typical response of, "Sorry, I'm a stranger here myself." It seemed probable, in fact, that there were no strangers in Market Basing. The place had that effect already. I felt Poirot and Poirot especially, were somewhat conspicuous. We seemed to protrude from the mellow backdrop of a traditional English market town, secure in its ways. Little Green House? The man, a sturdy fellow with large placid eyes, looked us over thoughtfully. "You go straight up the high street and you can't miss it. On your left there's no name on the gate, but it's the first large house past the bank," he added again. "You can't miss it." His eyes followed us as we set off. "Good heavens," I grumbled. "There is something about this town that makes me feel incredibly visible. As for you, Poirot, you look decidedly out of place. You believe it is obvious that I am a foreigner." "Yes." "The fact announces itself to the heavens," I assured him. "And yet my attire is fashioned by an English tailor," Poirot mused, a hint of playful offence in his tone, as he adjusted his already perfect sleeve. "Apparel isn't the sole measure of a man," I remarked. "One must acknowledge, Poirot, that your presence is quite distinctive. I've frequently pondered why such a pronounced individuality hasn't proven a detriment in your line of work." Poirot released a weary sigh. "That is because you cling to the absurd notion that a detective must be a fellow who dons a false beard and skulks behind posts. The false beard is antiquated theatre, and shadowing is left to the most rudimentary practitioners. A Hercule Poirot, my friend, need only recline in an armchair and engage the little grey cells, which handily explains why we are presently trudging down this unbearably warm street on this sweltering morning. A deft retort, Hastings. For once I concede you have scored a point against me. We located Little Green House without difficulty, but were met with an unpleasant surprise, a realtor's sign planted in the front garden. As we stood contemplating it, a series of enthusiastic barks drew my attention. The hedge was sparse there, offering a clear view of the animal. He was a wire-haired terrier, his coat a bit unkempt. He stood with his feet set apart, leaning slightly, barking with such evident gusto that his intentions were clearly friendly. "An excellent guard dog, am I not?" he appeared to be announcing. "Pay me no mind. This is merely my amusement, my duty as well, naturally. Must simply inform everyone a canine is on the premises. Dreadfully tedious morning. Quite a blessing to have a task. Are you coming in?" "I do hope so. It's frightfully dull here. I could use a bit of conversation." "Hello there," I said, extending a fist through the iron railings. He stretched his neck forward, sniffed with theatrical suspicion, then gave a gentle wag of his tail, offering a few short, punctuated barks. "Haven't been properly introduced, of course. Must maintain appearances. But I see you understand the customary overtures." "Good fellow," I said. "Woof," replied the terrier agreeably. "Well, Poirot," I asked, concluding this exchange, and turning to my companion. His face held a peculiar expression I couldn't entirely decipher, a kind of carefully restrained excitement. "The curious incident of the dog in the daytime," he murmured. "Well, at the very least we have confirmed the presence of a dog. Woof," noted our new acquaintance. He then sat, yawned expansively, and gazed at us with hopeful expectation. "What now?" I inquired. The dog's posture seemed to pose the identical question. "Probably to the offices of, what is the name? Messrs. Gabler and Stretcher." "That does appear to be the logical course," I agreed. We turned and began our retreat, our canine friend treating us to a few indignant barks by way of farewell. The premises of Messrs. Gabler and Stretcher were located in the market square. We entered a dim outer office where a young woman with a nasal voice and a listless demeanour attended to us. "Good morning," Poirot said courteously. She was at that moment engaged in a telephone conversation, but gestured vaguely toward a chair into which Poirot settled. I found another and brought it near. "I really couldn't say," the young woman intoned into the receiver. "No, I've no idea of the likely rates." "Pardon? Oh, main water, I believe, but naturally I couldn't be certain." "I'm terribly sorry." "No, he's not in." "No, I couldn't possibly." "Yes, of course I'll relay the message." "Yes, 8135. I'm afraid I didn't quite catch that." "Oh, 8935. 3905135. Yes, I'll have him telephone you after 6. "Oh, pardon, before 6. Thank you ever so much." She replaced the receiver, absently scribbled 5319 on her blotter, and then turned a gaze of mild, disinterested inquiry upon Poirot. Poirot commenced with business-like efficiency. "I note there is a property for sale on the town's outskirts. Little Green House, I believe it is called." "Pardon, a house available for let or purchase?" Poirot repeated slowly and clearly. "Little Green House?" "Oh, Little Green House," said the young woman, her voice vague. "Little Green House, did you say?" "That is precisely what I said, Little Green House," she repeated, marshalling what appeared to be a tremendous mental effort. "I imagine Mr. Gabler would be the one to ask about that." "Is Mr. Gabler available?" He stepped out. The young woman replied, a thin, bloodless sort of satisfaction in her voice, as if she just scored a minor victory. "Do you know when he might return?" "I really couldn't say," she answered. Poirot explained, "You see, I'm searching for a house in this area." "Oh," said the young woman, her tone utterly disinterested, "and Little Green House appears to be precisely what I require. Might you provide me with the particulars?"
"Particulars?"
She seemed taken aback. For Little Green House, with clear reluctance, she opened a drawer and pulled out a messy folder. "John," she called out. A tall, gangly young man looked up from a corner. "Yes, miss. Do we have any details for, what was it again?" "Little Green House," Poirot enunciated clearly. I pointed toward the wall. "There's a sizable sign for it right over there." She gave me a frosty look, as if 2 against 1 was poor sportsmanship, and summoned her back up. You don't know anything about Little Green House, do you, John? No miss should be in the file. I'm sorry, she said, not looking sorry in the slightest. I rather think we must have sent all the information out already. A pity. Pardon. A pity, Poirot repeated. We have a lovely bungalow at Hemel End, 2 bedrooms, 1 sitting room. She recited this with no enthusiasm, merely the dutiful air of an employee. I thank you, no. There's also a semi-detached with a small conservatory. I could give you the details for that. No, thank you. I wish to know the asking rent for Little Green House. It's not for rent, the young woman declared, abandoning her pretense of ignorance now that she could deliver a corrective point. It's for sale only. The sign states to be let or sold. I couldn't speak to that, but it's listed for sale. At this juncture, the door swung open, and a grey-haired, energetic man in his middle years bustled in. His keen, combative eye swept over us. His raised eyebrows posed a silent question to his employee. "This is Mr. Gabler," the young woman said with a flourish. Mr. Gabler opened the door to an inner office. "Step right in here, gentlemen." He ushered us inside, a broad gesture directing us into chairs before he settled behind a flat-topped desk facing us. "Now, what can I do for you?" Poirot began again patiently. "I wish to obtain a few particulars regarding Little Green House." He got no further. Mr. Gabler seized command. "Ah, Little Green House, now there's a property. An absolute steal, only just came onto the market. I can tell you, gentlemen, we don't often see a house of that caliber at such a price. Tastes are changing. People are tired of cheap construction. They want something solid, good, honest craftsmanship, a beautiful property full of character and atmosphere, Georgian through and through. That's what people want nowadays, a feeling for period houses, if you catch my meaning. Yes, indeed, Little Green House won't linger on our books. It'll be snapped up, snapped up. A member of Parliament viewed it just last Saturday, liked it so much he's returning this weekend. There's also a gentleman from the Stock Exchange quite keen. People want peace and quiet when they come to the country, to be well away from the main roads. That's all very well for some, but we attract a better class of client here, and that house has it, class. You must admit they knew how to build for gentlemen in those days. No, we won't have Little Green House listed for long. Mr. Gabler, who struck me as living up to his name rather aptly, paused for breath. Has it changed ownership frequently in recent years? Poirot inquired. On the contrary, it was in one family for over 50 years. Name of Arundell. Very respected in the town. Ladies of the old school, you know. He sprang up, opened the door, and called out, "Miss Jenkins, the particulars for Little Green House. Please, quickly now." He returned to his desk. "I need a property situated at a comfortable remove from the city," Poirot explained. "Something in the countryside, but not isolated, if you take my meaning." "Absolutely, sir. Too remote can be a problem. Staff often object for one thing. This location offers all the pastoral benefits without the drawbacks." Miss Jenkins reappeared, placing a typed sheet before her employer, who dismissed her with a brief nod. "Now let's see," said Mr. Gabler, scanning the page with expert speed. "A distinguished period home, 4 reception rooms, 8 bedrooms and dressing rooms, standard offices, spacious kitchen quarters, generous outbuildings including stables, mains water, charming established gardens, modest upkeep, the whole extending to about 3 acres with 2 summer houses. Asking price is £2,850, or a near offer. May I have an order to view?" "Of course, my dear sir." Mr. Gabler began writing with a flourish. "Your name and address, please." To my slight surprise, Poirot gave his name as Mr. Perotti. "We have 1 or 2 other listings that might suit," Mr. Gabler continued. Poirot permitted him to add 2 more properties. "And Little Green House is available to see at any time?" he inquired. "Certainly, the staff are in residence. I can telephone to confirm if you like. Will you be going directly or after lunch?" "After lunch would be preferable." "Very good. I'll call and let them know to expect you around 2 o'clock. Will that suit?" "Thank you. The owner is a Miss Lawson, I believe you said, not Miss Arundell." "Correct." Miss Lawson is the current owner. Miss Arundell, I regret to say, passed away recently. That is why the property is available. And I can tell you confidentially it won't last. Between us, if you're considering an offer, I'd advise promptness. I've mentioned 2 other gentlemen are interested, and I wouldn't be surprised to receive a firm bid from either at any moment. Each knows the other is in the running, you see. A little competition never hurts. Ha-ha. I shouldn't want you to miss out. I gather Miss Lawson is eager to sell. Mr. Gabler lowered his voice. Precisely. The place is too large for a single lady of a certain age living alone. She wishes to sell and acquire something in London. Quite understandable. That's why the price is so very reasonable. She might be receptive to an offer, then. That's the idea, sir. Make an offer to get things started. But take it from me, securing a price very close to the asking figure won't be difficult. It's a steal, frankly. To construct a similar house today would cost at least $6,000, not including the land value and the desirable frontage. Miss Arundell's death was rather sudden, wasn't it? Oh, I wouldn't say sudden. Anno Domini, my dear sir, Anno Domini. She was well past 70, and she'd been in poor health for some time. The last of her line. You're familiar with the family, perhaps? I know some people of that name with connections in this area. I imagine it must be the same family. Very likely. There were 4 sisters. One married later in life, and the other 3 lived on here. Ladies of the old school, Miss Emily was the last of them, very well respected in the community. He leaned forward, handing Poirot the viewing orders. You'll stop by again to give me your impressions? Naturally, the house may require some updating here and there. One expects that. But as I always say, what's a bathroom or 2? That's easily managed. We took our leave, and the last thing we heard was Miss Jenkins's vague voice stating, Mrs. Samuels telephones, sir. She asked that you call her back Holland 5391. As I recalled, that number matched neither the one she had originally scribbled on her pad nor the one finally settled upon over the telephone. The whole exchange left me with a peculiar sense of disorder, a stark contrast to Poirot's own meticulous nature. It was almost amusing, really, how chaos seemed to orbit certain professions like a persistent moon. I was certain Miss Jenkins was getting back at us for making her dig up the details on Little Green House. As we stepped out into the market square, I commented that Mr. Gabler certainly lived up to his name. Poirot agreed with a faint smile. He's going to be quite put out when you don't come back, I added. I believe he thinks he's already as good as sold you that place. Indeed, I fear a disappointment awaits him. Should we have lunch here before heading back to London, or find somewhere more promising along the way? My dear Hastings, I do not intend to depart Market Basing so soon. We have not achieved our purpose in coming. I gaped at him. You can't be serious, that's all finished. The old woman is dead, precisely. The tone of that single word made me study him more intently. Clearly, this rambling letter had planted some persistent idea in his head. But if she's gone, Poirot, I said, trying to be reasonable, what's the point? She can't tell you anything now. Whatever the trouble was, it's over and done with. How casually you dismiss the matter. Allow me to inform you that nothing is concluded until Hercule Poirot decides to cease his interest in it. I should have remembered from past experience that arguing with Poirot is a futile exercise. Foolishly, I pressed on. But since she has passed away, exactly. Hastings, exactly. You repeat the crucial fact with a splendidly thick-headed disregard for its implication. Do you not grasp the significance? Miss Arundell is dead. But Poirot, her death was entirely natural and ordinary. There was nothing strange or unexplained about it. We have old Gabler's word on that. We have his word that Little Green House is a bargain at £2,850. Do you accept that as Holy Writ as well? Certainly not. It seemed to me Gabler was desperate to sell the place. It likely needs updating from top to bottom. I'd wager he, or rather his client, will accept a much lower price. These big old houses right on the street must be a nightmare to unload. Very well then, said Poirot. Do not say, but Gabler says so, as though he were an inspired prophet incapable of falsehood. I was on the verge of further protest, but at that moment we crossed into the George, and with a decisive hush, Poirot silenced any further discussion. We were shown to the coffee room, a spacious chamber with tightly sealed windows and the lingering smell of old meals. An elderly waiter attended to us, a slow-moving man with laboured breathing. We seemed to be the only patrons for lunch. We were served decent mutton, accompanied by large portions of watery cabbage and some sad-looking potatoes. This was followed by rather bland stewed fruit and custard. After gorgonzola and biscuits, the waiter brought 2 cups of a questionable liquid billed as coffee. At this juncture, Poirot brought out the orders to view and asked for the waiter's assistance.
Yes, sir.
I know where most of these are. Hemel Down is 3 miles out on the Much Benham Road, just a small spot. Naylor's Farm is about a mile away. There's a sort of lane that turns off to it, not far past the King's Head. Bissett Grange? No, I've never heard of that one. Little Green House is just nearby, only a few minutes' walk. Ah, I believe I have already seen it from the street. That one seems the most promising, I think. It is in good order, yes. Oh, yes, sir. It's sound, roof, drains, all of it. Old-fashioned, of course. It's never had any modern improvements. The gardens are a picture. Miss Arundell was very devoted to her garden. It belongs, I see, to a Miss Lawson. That's correct, sir. Miss Lawson was Miss Arundell's companion, and when the old lady died, she was left everything, the house and all. Really? I suppose Miss Arundell had no family to leave it to. Well, it wasn't quite like that, sir. She had living nieces and nephews, of course, but Miss Lawson was the one constantly by her side. Naturally, she was an elderly woman, and, well, that's simply how things were. I imagine there was just the house, with little money to speak of. I've frequently observed that a mistaken assumption often draws out more information than a direct question ever could. Quite the opposite, sir, far from it. Everyone was stunned by the sum the old lady left behind. The will was published in the papers with the full amount and details. It appears she had lived well below her means for many, many years. She left something in the neighbourhood of £300,000 to £400,000. You amaze me, Poirot exclaimed. It is like a story from a book, yes? The humble companion is transformed overnight into a woman of considerable fortune. Is this Miss Lawson still young? Can she truly relish her sudden prosperity? Oh, no, sir. She is a middle-aged person, sir. The way he pronounced person was almost theatrical. It was evident that Miss Lawson, the former companion, had made no particular impression in Market Basing. It must have been a bitter disappointment for the nieces and nephews. Poirot mused. Yes, sir, I believe it came as quite a shock to them, entirely unforeseen. Feelings have run high here in town over it. Some argue it isn't proper to bypass your own flesh and blood. Then again, others say a person has every right to do as they wish with what's theirs. There are reasonable points on both sides, naturally. Miss Arundell had been a resident here for many years, I take it. Yes, sir. She and her sisters, and old General Arundell, their father, before them. Not that I recall him personally, of course, but by all accounts he was quite a character, served in the Indian Mutiny. There were several daughters. 3 that I remember, and I believe 1 married, yes, Miss Matilda, Miss Agnes, and Miss Emily. Miss Matilda passed first, then Miss Agnes, and finally Miss Emily. That was rather recent. Early May, or perhaps the very end of April. Had she been unwell for some time? On and off, on and off. She was of a delicate constitution, nearly died a year ago from a severe bout of jaundice. For a while she was as yellow as a lemon. Yes, her health had been poor for the last 5 years or so. I presume you have capable doctors here. Well, there's Dr. Granger. He's been here nearly 40 years and most folks still go to him. He can be a bit stubborn and has his peculiar ways, but he's an excellent physician, none better. He has a young partner, Dr. Donaldson, who's more of the modern sort. Some prefer him. Then, of course, there's Dr. Harding, though he isn't very active. Dr. Granger attended Miss Arundell, I assume.
Oh, yes.
He pulled her through many a bad spell. He's the sort who will bully you back to health, whether you like it or not. Poirot gave a nod. One ought to learn a bit about a place before considering settling there, he remarked. A reliable doctor is among the most important contacts to have. Very true, sir. Poirot then requested his bill, adding a generous tip. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. I do hope you'll decide to make your home here, sir. I hope so as well, Poirot replied, not entirely truthfully. We left the George and stepped into the street. Satisfied yet, Poirot? I asked. Not in the least, my friend. He turned abruptly in an unexpected direction. Where are you headed now, Poirot? To the church, my friend. It may hold some interest. Perhaps some brasses, an old monument. I shook my head with some doubt. Poirot's inspection of the church interior was brief, though an attractive example of what guidebooks term early perpendicular. It had been so thoroughly and regrettably restored during the Victorian era that little of genuine character remained. He then wandered, seemingly without purpose, through the churchyard, reading epitaphs, noting clusters of deaths within certain families, and occasionally remarking on an unusually quaint name. I was not taken aback when he finally stopped before what I had suspected was his intended destination all along. A substantial marble headstone displayed a partially worn inscription. Sacred to the memory of John Laverton Arundell, General 24-6, who fell asleep in Christ May 19, 1888, aged 69. Fight the good fight with all thy might. Also of Matilda Ann Arundell, died March 10, 1921. Ask and ye shall receive. Then there was a very recent edition, clearly freshly carved, also of Emily Harriet Laverton Arundell, died May 1st, 1936, Thy will be done. Poirot remained there, staring for a long moment. He whispered quietly, May the 1st? May the 1st. And today, June the 28th. I get her letter. You perceive the difficulty, Hastings? This discrepancy absolutely requires an explanation. I understood that it did, or rather, I understood that Poirot was utterly resolved to find one. Honestly, the man could turn a calendar date into a full-blown conspiracy. 8 interior of Little Green House. After leaving the churchyard, Poirot strode purposefully toward Little Green House. I assumed he was maintaining his guise as a potential buyer, clutching the assortment of property listings with the one for Little Green House prominently on top. He opened the gate and proceeded up the walk. The terrier from our earlier reconnaissance was not immediately visible, but frantic barking echoed from within, seeming to originate from the kitchen regions. Soon footsteps approached from the hall, and the door was opened by a kindly-looking woman in her 50s. Evidently the traditional sort of housemaid now rarely encountered. Poirot presented his paperwork. Yes, sir, the agent rang through. Would you care to step inside? All the shutters, which had been closed during our initial scouting mission, were now thrown wide to welcome prospective clients. I noted that everything was impeccably clean and well-maintained. Our guide was clearly a most diligent person. This is the morning room, sir. I looked around with approval. It was a comfortable space with tall windows overlooking the street. The furnishings were solid and old-fashioned, predominantly Victorian, though a Chippendale bookcase and a set of charming Hepplewhite chairs added character. Poirot and I adopted the standard awkward posture of people being shown a home, standing rather stiffly and offering polite murmurs like, "Very pleasant," and "A nice room indeed. The morning room, you say?" The maid led us back across the hall to the opposite room, which was considerably larger. The dining room, sir. This room was unmistakably Victorian in character, dominated by a heavy mahogany table and a massive, ornately carved sideboard of a deep purplish wood. Sturdy, leather-seated chairs surrounded the table, and family portraits gazed sternly from the walls. The terrier's barking, which had persisted from some hidden corner, suddenly grew louder and more urgent. With a final crescendo, he could be heard skidding across the hall floor, his barks essentially translating to intruder alert. Prepare to be dismembered. He skidded to a halt in the doorway, sniffing vigorously. "Oh, Bob, you wicked creature," scolded our guide. "Pay him no mind, sirs. He's all bark." Bob, having identified the visitors, underwent a complete transformation. He trotted in amiably to make our acquaintance. "Delighted to meet you," his sniffing investigation of our trousers seemed to say. "Sorry about the racket duty calls. Can't be too careful. But it's a boring job, so I'm actually quite glad for the company. You're dog people, I take it." This last inquiry seemed directed at me as I bent down to pat him. "He's a fine little chap," I remarked to the woman. "Could use a bit of a trim, though." "Yes, sir, he's usually groomed 3 times a year. Not an old dog, is he?" "Oh, no, sir, Bob's not yet 7. Still full of mischief, as you can see." She smiled fondly as the dog, his inspection complete, settled contentedly at her feet. "At times he acts just like a puppy. He'll snatch the cook's slippers and trot around proudly with them. He's really quite gentle, though you might not think it from the racket he makes now and then. The only person he ever really goes after is the mailman. Honestly, the poor man is downright terrified of him." Bob was busy inspecting the cuffs of Poirot's trousers. Having gathered whatever information he needed, he let out a long, thoughtful sniff, as if to say, acceptable, but not exactly a canine enthusiast, before trotting back to me. He tilted his head to one side and fixed me with an expectant stare. "I've never understood why dogs always seem to have it in for mailmen," our guide remarked. "It is a question of logic," Poirot declared. "A dog reasons from observation. He is intelligent. He draws conclusions based on his own experience. He quickly learns which persons may enter a house and which may not now. Then who is the individual who most insistently attempts to gain entry, rattling the door several times each day, and who is never, under any circumstance, invited inside. The mailman, from the dog's perspective, this makes him an unwelcome visitor. The master of the house always sends him away, yet he returns again and again. So the dog's duty becomes plain, to assist in driving off this persistent intruder, and to bite him if the opportunity arises, a perfectly reasonable course of action." He smiled warmly at Bob. "And a most intelligent fellow, I think." "Oh, he is, sir." "Bob's almost human, really." She opened another door. "The drawing room, sir?" The room felt like a preserved memory. A soft scent of dried petals lingered in the air. The chintz upholstery was faded, its once bright garlands of roses now soft and ghostly. Watercolor sketches and old prints hung on the walls. Delicate porcelain shepherds and shepherdesses stood on the shelves, alongside cushions embroidered in crewel work. Silver frames held sepia-toned photographs, and inlaid workboxes and tea caddies were scattered about. What captivated me most were 2 exquisitely cut tissue paper ladies displayed under glass domes, one seated at a spinning wheel, the other with a cat curled in her lap. The atmosphere was one of vanished leisure, of refinement, of a world of ladies and gentlemen. This truly was a room for withdrawing here. Women would have sat doing their needlework, and if some fortunate gentleman ever lit a cigarette, what a flurry of curtain shaking and airing out would follow. My attention was drawn back to Bob. He was sitting very still beside a delicate little table with 2 drawers, his gaze intense and hopeful. When he saw me looking, he gave a short, pleading whine, glancing from me to the table. "What does he want?" I asked. Our interest in Bob clearly pleased the maid, who was obviously devoted to him. "It's his ball, sir. It used to be kept in that drawer. That's why he sits there and begs." Her tone shifted to a high, coaxing falsetto as she spoke to Bob. "It isn't there any more, sweetheart. Bob's ball is in the kitchen now. In the kitchen, Bobsy." Bob turned his gaze impatiently toward Poirot, as if to say, "This woman doesn't understand. You seem a clever sort. Balls belong in certain places. This drawer is one of them. There has always been a ball here, therefore there should be a ball here now. That's simple canine logic, isn't it?" "It's not there now, boy," I told him. He looked at me skeptically. As we left the room, he followed slowly behind, clearly unconvinced. We were shown several cupboards, a downstairs washroom, and a small pantry area. "This is where the mistress used to arrange flowers, sir." "You were with your mistress for many years?" Poirot inquired. 22 years, sir, and you're here alone looking after the place?" "Just me and the cook, sir. Was she also with Miss Arundell for long?" 4 years, sir. The previous cook passed away." "If I were to purchase the house, would you consider staying on?" She coloured slightly. "That's very kind, sir, but I plan to retire from service. The lady of the house left me a tidy amount, you understand, and I'm on my way to join my brother. I'm only staying on as a favour to Miss Lawson until the property is sold to keep an eye on things." Poirot gave a nod. In the brief quiet, a new noise began. Thump, thump, thump. It was a steady, rhythmic sound growing louder, as if something was tumbling from above. "That's Bob, sir," she said with a smile. "He's got his ball and he's sending it bouncing down the steps. It's a little game he loves." Just as we reached the bottom stair, a black rubber ball landed with a solid thud on the final step. I picked it up and glanced upward. Bob was sprawled on the top step, his paws spread wide, his tail giving a slow, contented wag. I tossed the ball back up to him. He caught it deftly, gnawed on it with clear enjoyment for a moment, then set it between his front paws. With careful nudges of his nose, he edged it forward until, with a final push, he sent it rolling over the edge to bump its way down once more, Bob watching its descent with his tail wagging madly. "He'll keep at that for hours, sir. It's his favourite pastime. He'd do it all day if you let him. That's enough now, Bob. These gentlemen have more important things to do than play your game." A dog is a wonderful icebreaker. Our shared amusement and affection for Bob had completely dissolved the formal reserve of the capable servant. As we ascended to the bedroom level, our guide chatted freely, telling us stories of Bob's remarkable cleverness. The ball had been left at the stairs' base as we passed him. Bob shot us a look of profound disappointment and then marched down with great dignity to fetch it. Glancing back, I saw him slowly climbing again, the ball in his mouth moving with the pained gait of a very old man being forced into unnecessary exertion. While we inspected the bedrooms, Poirot skillfully began to draw her out. "There were 4 Miss Arundells living here originally. Is that correct?" "Yes, sir, but that was before my time. When I arrived, it was just Miss Agnes and Miss Emily. Miss Agnes passed not long after. She was the youngest of them all. Strange that she should go first." "I imagine she was not as hardy as her sister." "No, sir, that's the odd part. My employer, Miss Emily, she was always the frail one. Doctors were a constant part of her life. Miss Agnes was strong and healthy, yet she was the first to go, and Miss Emily, delicate from childhood, ended up outliving everyone. It's funny how things turn out, isn't it? Astonishing how frequently that proves to be the case." Poirot agreed. He then launched into what I am certain was a completely fabricated tale about a sickly uncle, which I won't bother to recount. Suffice to say, it served its purpose. Conversations about illness and mortality do more to loosen tongues than almost anything else. Poirot was now able to ask questions that would have been met with stiff suspicion just 20 minutes prior. Was Miss Arundel's final illness a prolonged and difficult one? "I wouldn't say that, sir. She'd been poorly, if you follow me, for quite a while, ever since 2 winters ago. She was terribly bad then. It was the jaundice. They go all yellow in the face, you see, and the whites of their eyes. Ah, yes, indeed." Poirot interjected with an anecdote about a cousin of his who apparently embodied the yellow peril itself. "That's exactly it, sir. She was dreadfully ill, poor soul. Couldn't keep a thing down. Between you and me, I don't think Dr. Granger believed she'd pull through. But he had a wonderful way with her, very blunt, you know. 'Have you decided to just lie back and order your headstone?' he'd say to her. And she'd fire back. 'I've still got some fight left in me, doctor,' he'd grin and say. 'That's the spirit, that's what I like to hear.' We had a nurse from the hospital, and she'd all but given up, even suggested to the doctor once that maybe we shouldn't trouble the old lady too much by insisting she eat. But the doctor snapped at her. 'Rubbish,' he said. 'Trouble her? You had to practically force her to take anything at all. Valentine's beef extract at a specific hour, Brand's essence, little spoonfuls of brandy, and then right at the end he told her something I've always remembered. "You're young," he said to her. "You don't understand the sheer grit that comes with age. It's the young ones who sometimes give up and die because they lack the interest to keep going. Show me a person who's made it past 70, and I'll show you a fighter, someone with a powerful will to live." And he was right, sir. We're always talking about how remarkable old people are, their energy and how sharp they've stayed. But as the doctor pointed out, that's precisely why they've managed to live so long and become so old in the first place. That is a profound observation, very profound indeed. And Miss Arundell was like that. Very full of life, very engaged with the world. Oh, absolutely, sir. Her body might have been frail, but her mind was as sharp as a tack, and as I mentioned, she pulled through that illness. It rather surprised the nurse, to be honest. A rather superior young woman, she was all stiff collars and cuffs, demanding constant attention and tea at all hours of the day. A remarkable recovery. Yes, it was, sir, naturally. The mistress had to be extremely careful with her diet afterward. Everything was boiled or steamed, no fat in the cooking, and eggs were completely forbidden. It became terribly monotonous for her. But the important thing is, she regained her health. Quite right, sir. Of course, she had her little spells afterward, what I'd call bilious attacks. She wasn't always as careful with her food as she should have been once she felt better. But those episodes weren't serious, not until the final one. Was it similar to her illness from 2 years prior? Yes, just the same sort of thing, sir. That dreadful jaundice again. Her skin turned an awful yellow colour with the terrible sickness and everything else. I'm afraid she brought it on herself, poor dear. She ate a number of things she shouldn't have. The very evening she was taken ill, she'd had curry for supper, and as you know, sir, curry can be very rich and a bit oily. Did her illness come on quite suddenly? It appeared to, sir, but Dr. Granger said it had been building for a while. A chill. The weather had been so unpredictable, combined with food that was too rich. Surely her companion, Miss Lawson, I believe, could have advised her against such rich dishes. Oh, I don't imagine Miss Lawson would have had much influence. Miss Arundell wasn't the sort to take instructions from anyone. Was Miss Lawson with her during the previous illness? No, she came afterward. She'd been with her about a year by then. I suppose she had other companions before that. Oh, yes, sir, quite a few. Her companions didn't seem to last as long as her servants, Poirot observed with a smile. The woman flushed slightly. Well, you see, sir, it was a different situation. Miss Arundell didn't go out much, and what with one thing and another— She paused. Poirot studied her for a moment before speaking. I understand a little of the mentality of elderly ladies. They have a craving, do they not, for novelty? They perhaps reach the end of a person. Well, now, that's very perceptive of you, sir. You've hit the nail right on the head. Whenever a new lady arrived, Miss Arundell would be terribly interested at first, all about her life story, her childhood, where she'd been, and what her opinions were on everything. Then once she knew all about her, well, she'd become, I suppose, bored is the honest word. Precisely. And between us, these ladies who take up positions as companions, they are not typically very interesting. Not very amusing, eh? No, indeed, sir. They're rather timid creatures, most of them. Downright silly now and then. Miss Arundell would soon see through them, so to speak. And then she'd make a change and try someone else. She must have been unusually fond of Miss Lawson, however. Oh, I wouldn't say so, sir. Miss Lawson was not in any way an exceptional woman. I shouldn't have thought so, sir. A perfectly ordinary person. You liked her, yes? The woman gave a slight shrug of her shoulders. There wasn't really anything to like or dislike. She was a fussy one, a proper spinster, always going on about spirits and such nonsense. Spirits? Poirot perked up. Yes, sir, spirits. Sitting in the dark around a table waiting for the dead to speak. I call it downright irreligious, as if departed souls don't have their proper place and aren't likely to wander from it. So Miss Lawson was a spiritualist. Did Miss Arundell share her beliefs? Miss Lawson would have loved that, the woman snapped, a hint of smug malice in her tone. But she didn't, did she? Poirot pressed. The mistress had far too much sense, she replied with a snort. Mind you, I won't say it didn't entertain her. I'm willing to be convinced, she'd remark. But you could see it in her eyes when she looked at Miss Lawson. My poor dear, what a fool you are to fall for all that. I understand. She didn't believe, but she found it amusing. Exactly, sir. I sometimes wondered if she didn't have a bit of quiet fun herself, you know, giving the table a nudge now and then, and the others took it all so dreadfully seriously. The others? Miss Lawson, and the two Miss Tripps. And Miss Lawson was a true believer, took every word as gospel, sir. Miss Arundell must have been quite fond of Miss Lawson then. It was the second time Poirot had ventured this observation, and he received the same guarded response. Well, I wouldn't go that far, sir. But surely, Poirot continued, if she left her everything in her will, she did, didn't she? The shift was immediate. The familiar, chatty demeanour vanished, replaced by the stiff formality of a proper servant. She drew herself up, her voice now colourless and reproachful. The manner in which the mistress disposed of her finances is hardly my concern, sir. I sensed Poirot had mishandled the moment. Having won her confidence, he was now squandering it. Wisely, he made no immediate effort to recover. After a bland comment about the number and size of the bedrooms, he moved toward the staircase. Bob had wandered off, but as I reached the top step, my foot caught on something and I nearly tumbled. Grabbing the banister, I glanced down and saw I'd stepped right on Bob's ball, left carelessly on the dark carpet. The woman was quick to apologize. I'm so sorry, sir, that's Bob's doing. He leaves that ball there, and you can't spot it against the carpet. It'll be the death of someone one day. The poor mistress took a terrible fall because of it. Could have killed her. Poirot halted abruptly on the stairs. She had an accident, you say? Yes, sir. Bob left his ball there, as he often did, and the mistress came out of her room and tripped over it. Went right down the whole flight. Might have been fatal. Was she badly injured? Less than you'd expect, Dr. Granger said she was very lucky. A cut on her head, a strained back, plenty of bruises and a nasty shock, of course. She kept to her bed for nearly a week, but it wasn't serious. How long ago was this? Just a week or two before she passed. Poirot bent down as if retrieving something he'd dropped. Pardon, my fountain pen? Ah, there it is. He straightened up. This Master Bob is rather careless, he remarked. Ah, well, he doesn't know any better, sir, the woman said, her tone softening with indulgence. He might be nearly human, but you can't expect everything. The mistress, you see, didn't sleep well at night. Often she'd get up and wander about the house, downstairs and all around. She did that frequently. Most nights. But she wouldn't tolerate Miss Lawson or anyone fussing over her. Poirot drifted back into the drawing-room. What a lovely room, he mused. I wonder, would there be enough space in this alcove for my bookcase? What is your opinion, Hastings? Thoroughly bewildered, I offered a cautious, non-committal reply. It's hard to say, really. Yes, Poirot agreed. Dimensions can be so deceptive. I accepted the small folding rule Poirot offered and carefully took the measurements he requested, noting them down on the back of an envelope as he instructed. It struck me as odd that he would choose such a haphazard method instead of his usual meticulous pocketbook. He handed the envelope back to me and asked, Are those figures correct? Perhaps you should double-check them. There were no numbers written there. Instead, the message read, Once we return upstairs, pretend to recall an urgent appointment and request to use the telephone. Ensure the housekeeper accompanies you and keep her occupied for as long as possible. Everything seems in order, I replied, slipping the envelope into my pocket. I believe both bookcases should fit without issue. Still, it is best to be certain. If it is not too much trouble, I would like to examine the main bedroom once more. I'm not entirely satisfied with my assessment of the wall space. Of course, sir. It's no trouble at all. We proceeded upstairs. Poirot was measuring a section of the wall and commenting aloud on potential arrangements for the bed, wardrobe, and writing desk when I glanced at my watch and gave a rather theatrical start. "Good heavens, is it really 3 o'clock already? Anderson will be wondering where I've gotten to. I must telephone him at once." I turned to the housekeeper. "Might I use your telephone if you have one?" "Why, certainly, sir. It's in the little room just off the hallway. I'll show you." She hurried down with me, pointed out the instrument, and then kindly assisted me in searching the telephone directory for a number. In the end, I placed a call to a Mr. Anderson in the nearby town of Harchester. Fortunately, he was not in, so I left a message saying the matter was not urgent and that I would call again later. When I rejoined the hall, Poirot had come down the stairs and was waiting. His eyes held a faint, unusual glint. I had no idea what had stirred his excitement, but I could see he was thoroughly animated. Poirot said, "That fall from the top of the stairs must have been a severe shock to your mistress. Did she seem particularly troubled afterward about Bob and his ball?" "It's funny you should mention that, sir. It preys on her mind. It did. Why, near the end, when she was delirious, she kept going on about Bob and his ball and something about a picture that was ajar." "A picture that was ajar?" Poirot repeated thoughtfully. "It didn't make any sense, sir, but she was rambling, you see. One moment, I must just take another look in the drawing-room." He drifted about the room, inspecting various ornaments. One large lidded jar seemed to capture his attention. It was not, in my opinion, a particularly fine piece of china, a bit of Victorian whimsy, with a rather crude painting of a bulldog sitting mournfully outside a front door. Beneath it was inscribed "Out all night" and no key. Poirot, whose taste I have always considered hopelessly middle class, appeared utterly enchanted. "Out all night and no key," he murmured. "How droll does that apply to our friend Bob? Does he make a habit of staying out all night?" "Only very occasionally, sir." "Oh, very seldom. He's a good dog, Bob is." "I'm sure of it. But even the best of dogs. It's true enough, sir. Once or twice he's wandered off and come home maybe at 4 in the morning. Then he plants himself on the step and barks until someone lets him in. And who usually lets him in, Miss Lawson?" "Whoever hears him, sir. Last time it was Miss Lawson. That was the night of the mistress's accident. Bob came back around 5. Miss Lawson rushed down to let him in before he could make a racket. She was afraid of waking the mistress and hadn't mentioned Bob was missing, so as not to worry her." "I see. She believed it was better not to trouble Miss Arundell with it." "That's what she said, sir. She said he's bound to turn up. He always does, but she might worry, and that would never do. So we kept quiet about it." "Did Bob like Miss Lawson?" "Well, he was a bit dismissive of her, if you catch my meaning, sir. Dogs can be that way. She was perfectly kind to him, called him a good boy and a sweet doggy, but he'd look at her with this sort of scornful expression and never paid the slightest attention when she told him to do something." Poirot gave a knowing nod. "I understand, then." Unexpectedly, he drew the letter from his pocket, the one that had arrived that morning. "Ellen," he asked, "do you recognize this?" The transformation in Ellen's face was striking. Her mouth fell open, and she stared at Poirot with an almost comical look of astonishment. "Well, I never," she exclaimed, though her remark wasn't especially coherent. Her meaning was perfectly clear. Collecting herself, she said slowly, "Are you the gentleman that letter was meant for, then?" "I am. I am Hercule Poirot." Like many people, Ellen hadn't really looked at the name on the order Poirot had shown her earlier. She nodded slowly. "That's it," she said, pronouncing it Hercules Poirot, adding an S to the first name and sounding the T at the end. "My word," she went on. "Cook is going to be shocked." Poirot responded quickly. "Perhaps it would be best if we went to the kitchen. Then we could discuss this matter together with your friend." "Well, if you don't mind, sir." Ellen sounded slightly hesitant. This sort of social situation was clearly new to her. But Poirot's straightforward manner put her at ease, and we made our way to the kitchen at once. Ellen explained everything to a pleasant, round-faced woman who was just lifting a kettle from the stove. You won't believe it, Annie. This is actually the gentleman that letter was for. You know, the one I found tucked in the blotter? You must remember I'm quite in the dark, Poirot said. Perhaps you could tell me how the letter came to be mailed so long after it was written. Well, sir, truth be told, I didn't know what to do with it. Neither of us did, isn't that right? That's right, we didn't, the cook confirmed. You see, sir, after the mistress passed, Miss Lawson was sorting through her things. A lot of items were given away or thrown out. Among them was a little blotter, papier-mâché, I think they call it. Quite pretty, with a lily of the valley on it. The mistress always used it when she wrote in bed. Miss Lawson didn't want it, so she gave it to me along with some other odds and ends that had belonged to the mistress. I put it away in a drawer and didn't take it out again until yesterday. I was going to put fresh blotting paper in it so I could use it myself. There was a kind of pocket inside, and when I slipped my hand in, what did I find but a letter in the mistress's own handwriting tucked right inside? Well, as I said, I wasn't sure what to do about it. It was definitely the mistress's writing, and I figured she'd written it, slipped it in there meaning to post it the next day, and then forgot something she did quite often, poor dear. Once it was a dividend warrant for her bank. Nobody could find it anywhere until it turned up, pushed all the way to the back of one of the desk pigeonholes. Was she untidy? Oh, no, sir, quite the opposite. She was always putting things away and tidying up. That was half the problem, really. If she'd left things out, it might have been better. But she'd tidy something away and then forget where she'd put it. That happened all the time. Things like Bob's ball, for instance. Poirot asked with a slight smile. The clever terrier had just trotted in from outside and greeted us again in a very friendly way. Yes, exactly, sir. As soon as Bob was done playing, she'd put his ball away. But that was fine, because it had its own spot in the drawer I showed you earlier. I see. But I interrupted you. Please, go on. Ellen nodded. Yes, sir, that's exactly what happened. I found it in the blotter and asked Annie what she thought I should do. It didn't feel right to burn it, and I certainly couldn't open it myself. We agreed it wasn't Miss Lawson's affair to handle, so after a bit of discussion, I just stuck a stamp on the envelope and hurried out to the postbox to mail it. Poirot glanced my way with a quiet, "There you have it." I couldn't resist a slightly smug remark. Sometimes the simplest answer is the right one, isn't it? I immediately felt a twinge of regret seeing his expression falter slightly. He turned back to Ellen. As my colleague observes, explanations can indeed be straightforward. You must understand, receiving a letter dated more than 2 months prior was rather unexpected. Of course, sir. We didn't consider that at the time. Additionally, Poirot cleared his throat, adopting a more solemn tone. I find myself in a delicate position. That letter contained a private commission Miss Arundell wished to entrust to me. Now that she has passed, I am uncertain how to proceed. Would she have wanted me to act under these circumstances? It is a difficult question. Both women listened with respectful attention. I believe I must seek counsel from her lawyer. She did have a solicitor, I assume, Ellen responded promptly. Oh yes, sir, Mr. Purvis from Harchester. He managed all her affairs. I believe so, sir. He's handled everything for her for as long as I can remember. She sent for him right after her fall, the fall on the stairs. Yes, sir. Now remind me precisely when that occurred, the cook interjected. It was the day after Bank Holiday. I remember clearly because I worked on the holiday itself, since she had all those guests, and I took my day off on Wednesday instead. Poirot produced his pocket almanac. Exactly. Easter Bank Holiday fell on the 13th this year, so the accident was on the 14th. This letter to me was written 3 days later. A pity it was never sent. Still, it may not be too late. He paused thoughtfully. I rather suspect the task she wished me to undertake was connected to one of the guests you mentioned earlier. This speculative remark, a complete guess, struck an immediate chord. A look of understanding flashed across Ellen's face. She exchanged a knowing glance with the cook. That would be Mr. Charles, the cook said. Poirot pressed gently. If you could remind me who was visiting Dr. Tanios and his wife, Miss Bella, that was along with Miss Teresa and Mr. Charles. All nieces and nephews. That's correct, sir. Dr. Tanios isn't a relative, of course. He's a foreign gentleman, Greek, I believe. He married Miss Bella, Miss Arundell's niece. Mr. Charles and Miss Teresa are brother and sister. I see, a family gathering. And when did they depart? On Wednesday morning, sir, Dr. Tanios and Miss Bella returned the following weekend because they were concerned about Miss Arundell and Mr. Charles and Miss Teresa. They came the weekend after that, the weekend before she died. Honestly, Poirot's endless curiosity was exhausting. He had his explanation. In my view, a graceful exit was overdue. He seemed to catch my unspoken thought. "Very well," he said. "This has been most helpful. I shall consult this, Mr. Purvis. Thank you both for your assistance." He bent to pat Bob. "Good dog, you were devoted to your mistress." Bob, ever hopeful for a game, trotted off and returned with a sizable lump of coal after a gentle scolding and the coal's removal. He looked to me for commiseration. His weary expression seemed to say, "Women, what can you do?" Generous with the food, but not exactly sportsman. 9. Reconstructing the dog's ball incident. "Well, Poirot," I remarked as we left Lidergreen House behind us, "I trust you are finally content." "Indeed, my friend, I am. Thank goodness for that. Every mystery unravelled. The whole business of the scheming companion and the wealthy old woman completely debunked. The late arriving letter and even that notorious dog's ball affair shown for what they truly were. Everything neatly resolved and settled according to the facts." Poirot cleared his throat softly. "I would hesitate to call it neatly resolved, Hastings. You just did a moment ago." No. I said my personal curiosity was satisfied. I now understand the truth behind the dog's ball incident. And it was perfectly straightforward. Not quite as straightforward as you believe." He gave several thoughtful nods. "You see, I'm aware of one small detail that has escaped your notice." "And what might that be?" I asked, my tone sceptical. "I know that a nail has been driven into the skirting board at the very top of the staircase." I stared at him. His expression was entirely serious. "Well," I said after a moment, "why shouldn't there be one? The pertinent question, Hastings, is why should there be? How should I know some domestic reason, probably? Does it really matter? It matters a great deal. I can conceive of no ordinary household purpose for a nail to be placed precisely there at the top of the stairs. It had even been carefully varnished over to blend in. What are you suggesting, Poirot? Do you know the reason?" "I can picture it quite clearly. If one wished to stretch a piece of strong thread or wire across the top of the stairs, about a foot from the ground, one could tie it to the balusters on one side. But on the inner wall side you would require something like a nail to secure the thread." "Poirot," I exclaimed, "what on earth are you implying, my dear friend? I am reconstructing the incident of the dog's ball. Would you care to hear my theory?" "By all means, go ahead." "Very well. Someone had observed Bob's habit of leaving his ball at the top of the stairs. A perilous thing to allow. It could easily cause a nasty fall." Poirot paused, then continued in a slightly altered tone. "Tell me, Hastings, if you wished to kill someone, how would you proceed?" Well, honestly, I don't know. Fabricate an alibi or something similar, I suppose. A process, I assure you, that is both difficult and fraught with risk. But then, you're not the cold-blooded, calculating type of murderer. Does it not occur to you that the simplest way to remove someone from your path is to take advantage of an accident? Accidents occur constantly, and sometimes, Hastings, they can be gently encouraged to happen. He paused briefly before continuing. "I believe the dog's ball left so conveniently at the top of the stairs presented our murderer with an idea. Miss Arundell was in the habit of wandering about at night. Her eyesight was poor. It was entirely plausible she might trip over the ball and tumble down those stairs. But a prudent murderer does not leave things to chance. A thread stretched across the stair-top would be far more reliable. It would send her pitching forward." Then, when the household rushed out, the cause of the accident would be plain for all to see. Bob's ball. "How dreadful!" I cried. Poirot said gravely, "Yes, it was dreadful. It was also a failure. Miss Arundell was only slightly injured, though she might easily have broken her neck. Most disappointing for our unknown adversary. But Miss Arundell possessed a sharp mind. Everyone insisted she had slipped on the ball, and there the ball was as proof. Yet she herself, recalling the event, felt the accident had happened differently. She had not slipped on the ball at all, and she remembered something else. The sound of Bob barking to be let in at 5 o'clock the following morning. I must confess, this is somewhat speculative, but I believe my reasoning is sound. Miss Arundell herself placed Bob's ball back in its drawer the previous evening. Following that, the dog went out and did not come home. Therefore, it could not have been Bob who left that ball on the staircase later. "That's pure conjecture, Poirot," I argued. He disagreed. "Not entirely, my friend. Consider the significant phrases Miss Arundell uttered in her delirium. Something concerning Bob's ball and a picture ajar. Do you grasp the implication?" "Not at all. It is curious. I know your language well enough to understand one does not describe a picture as ajar. A door is ajar. A picture is awry, or merely crooked, as you say. So I understood immediately that Ellen misinterpreted the words she overheard. It was not ajar, but a jar, or the jar that was intended. Now, in the drawing-room there is a rather distinctive china jar. Upon it I had previously noted a painted image of a dog. With the memory of those feverish ramblings in mind, I went to examine it more closely. I discovered it depicts a dog who has been out all night. Do you see the direction of the ill woman's thoughts? Bob was like the dog in the picture on the jar, out all night. So it was not he who could have placed the ball on the stairs, I exclaimed, feeling a grudging admiration. "You're a cunning devil, Poirot! How you conceive these things astounds me. I do not conceive them. They are present clear for anyone to observe." "So then you comprehend the situation?" Miss Arundell, confined to her bed after her fall, grows suspicious. That suspicion may have been fanciful and irrational, but it was real. Since the incident of the dog's ball, I have been increasingly uneasy. And so she writes to me, and by an unfortunate stroke of bad luck, her letter does not reach me until more than 2 months have passed. Tell me, does her account not align perfectly with these facts? Yes, I conceded, it does. Poirot continued. There is another point worthy of note. Miss Lawson was extremely anxious that the fact of Bob being out all night should never reach Miss Arundell's ears. You think that she? I think the fact should be recorded very carefully indeed. I turned the matter over in my mind for a minute. Well, I said finally with a sigh, it's all very intriguing as a mental exercise, that is, and I take my hat off to you. It's been a masterful piece of reconstruction. It's almost a shame, really, that the old lady has passed away. A shame. Yes, she wrote to me that someone had attempted to murder her. That is the essence of it, after all, and a very short time afterward she was dead. Yes, I said, a hint of mischief in my tone. And it's a grand disappointment to you that she died a natural death, isn't it? Come now, admit it. Honestly, the man's dedication to finding a crime where none existed was both impressive and a little ridiculous. Poirot merely shrugged his shoulders. Or perhaps you think she was poisoned, I added, more pointedly. Poirot shook his head somewhat dejectedly. It certainly appears, he admitted, as though Miss Arundell died from natural causes, and therefore, I concluded, we return to London with our tails between our legs. Pardon, my friend? But we do not return to London. What do you mean, Poirot? I cried. If you show the dog the rabbit, my friend, does he return to his kennel? No, he goes into the rabbit hole. What are you talking about? The dog hunts rabbits. Hercule Poirot hunts murderers. We have here a murderer whose crime may have failed, yes, but a murderer nonetheless. And I, my friend, am going into the Borough after this person, him or her, as the case may be. He turned sharply in at a gate. Where are you going now, Poirot? "Into the Borough, my friend. This is the house of Dr. Granger, who attended Miss Arundell during her final illness." Dr. Granger was a man in his 60s. His face was thin and bony, with a pronounced chin, thick eyebrows, and a pair of very shrewd eyes. He looked keenly from me to Poirot. "Well, what can I do for you?" he asked abruptly. Without hesitation, Poirot launched into speech with his most theatrical flair. "I must apologize for this interruption, Dr. Granger. I should confess immediately that I am not here as a patient." Dr. Granger replied with a dry tone. "That's a relief. You certainly appear to be in excellent health." "The reason for my visit," Poirot continued, "is that I am currently writing a biography of the late General Arundell, who I understand resided in Market Basing for a number of years before his passing." The doctor seemed somewhat taken aback. "Yes, General Arundell lived here until he died at Little Green House, just up the road past the bank. You may have seen it?" Poirot gave a nod. "But you must realize that was well before my time. I established my practice here in 1919. You were acquainted with his daughter, however, the late Miss Emily Arundell. I knew Emily Arundell quite well. You understand, it was a considerable disappointment to learn that Miss Arundell passed away so recently." "Late April," the doctor confirmed. "Exactly. I had hoped, you see, that she might provide personal anecdotes and recollections about her father, naturally, but I'm not certain how I can assist you." Poirot inquired, "Were there no other surviving children of General Arundell?" "None. All have passed away. How many were there in total? 5, 4 daughters and 1 son. And what of the following generation?" "Charles Arundell and his sister Teresa. You could attempt to contact them. I doubt, however, that it would prove very fruitful. The younger set rarely shows much interest in their grandfathers. There is also a Mrs. Tanios, though I suspect you'd find little assistance there either. They might possess family papers, letters, or documents. They might. I wouldn't count on it. I understand a great deal of material was cleared out and burned after Miss Emily's death." Poirot emitted a soft groan of dismay. Dr. Granger studied him curiously. "What's this keen interest in old Arundell? I never heard he was a particularly significant figure." "My dear sir," Poirot's eyes sparkled with scholarly fervour, "is it not said that history often overlooks its most remarkable men? Recently, certain documents have surfaced that cast an entirely new light on the entire subject of the Indian Mutiny. There exists a hidden narrative, and within that narrative John Arundell played a substantial role. The entire affair is utterly captivating, and let me tell you, it holds particular relevance today. India and English policy concerning it is the most pressing question of our moment." "I see," said the doctor, a hint of amusement in his voice. "I have heard that old General Arundell was rather fond of holding forth on the mutiny. Frankly, he was considered a tremendous bore on the subject." "Who mentioned that to you?" "A Miss Peabody. You might pay her a visit, incidentally. She's our oldest resident, knew the Arundells intimately, and local gossip is her primary entertainment. She's worth meeting for her own sake, a real character." "Thank you. That is a splendid suggestion. Perhaps you could also furnish me with the address of the grandson, young Mr. Charles Arundell." "Charles? Yes, I can direct you to him. But he's an irreverent sort. Family history means nothing to that one. He is a young man. He's what an old fossil like me calls young," said the doctor with a twinkle, early 30s. "The kind of young man born to be a perpetual worry and responsibility to his relations, all personal charm and little else. He's been shuffled about the globe and has made a success of nothing. His aunt was presumably fond of him," Poirot ventured. "It is often the case. Well, I couldn't say Emily Arundell was nobody's fool. To my knowledge, he never managed to extract any money from her. She was a bit of a tartar, that old lady. I liked her, respected her too. A soldier through and through. Was her death unexpected? In a manner of speaking, mind you, her health had been poor for several years. But she had recovered from some very close calls. There was some talk, I apologize for repeating hearsay." Poirot spread his hands apologetically, that she had fallen out with her family. It wasn't precisely a quarrel, Dr. Granger said slowly. There was no public disagreement, as far as I'm aware. I apologize if I'm overstepping. Not at all. The details are fairly common knowledge by now. I understand she left her estate to someone outside the family. That's correct. She left everything to that timid, nervous companion of hers. A very strange decision. I never could make sense of it. It seemed entirely out of character for her. Well, Poirot mused one can picture how such a situation might unfold. An elderly lady in frail health becomes heavily reliant on the person who attends to her daily needs. A clever individual with a strong personality could easily establish a powerful influence under those circumstances. The word influence seemed to provoke Dr. Granger like a challenge. He snorted in derision. Influence? Nonsense! Emily Arundell treated Minnie Lawson worse than a stray animal. Typical of that generation. Besides, women who work as companions are generally simpletons. If they had any real intelligence, they'd be making a proper living elsewhere. Emily Arundell had no patience for fools. She usually ran through one miserable soul per year. Influence? Absolutely not. Poirot quickly retreated from that sensitive topic. Perhaps, he suggested, there might be old family correspondence or papers in this Miss Lawson's possession. It's possible, Granger conceded. There's usually a heap of old junk tucked away in a spinster's home. I doubt Miss Lawson has sorted through half of it. Poirot stood. Thank you, Dr. Granger. You've been very helpful. Don't mention it, said the doctor. Sorry I couldn't be more useful. Your best bet is Miss Peabody. She lives at Morton Manor, about a mile from here. Poirot leaned in to smell a large vase of roses on the table. Exquisite, he murmured. I suppose so, Granger grumbled. Can't smell them myself. Lost my sense of smell after a bout of flu 4 years ago. Quite an admission for a doctor, isn't it? Physician, heal thyself. It's a damned nuisance. I can't even enjoy a good cigar like I used to. Most unfortunate, yes? By the way, could you provide me with young Arundell's current address? I can get it for you. He led us into the hall and called out, Donaldson, my partner, he explained. He should have it. He's practically engaged to Charles's sister, Teresa. He called again, and a young man emerged from a back room. He was of average height with an unremarkable appearance, his manner precise and dry, a complete contrast to the boisterous Dr. Granger. After Granger explained what he needed, Dr. Donaldson's pale, slightly prominent blue eyes swept over us. Appraising. He spoke in a clipped tone. I don't have Charles's exact whereabouts, he said, but I can give you Miss Teresa Arundell's address. She should be able to direct you to her brother. Poirot assured him that would be perfectly sufficient. The doctor wrote an address on a page from his notebook, tore it out and handed it over. After expressing thanks and saying farewell to both men, we left. As we walked out the door, I was distinctly aware of Dr. Donaldson standing in the hall, watching us depart with a look of distinct skepticism on his face. Visit to Miss Peabody. Is it truly necessary to construct such elaborate falsehoods, Poirot? I asked as we walked away. Poirot gave a slight shrug. If one is going to tell a lie, and I have observed, by the way, that your own nature is quite opposed to deception. Myself, I am not troubled by it in the least, so I've noticed I interjected. As I was saying, if one must lie, it should at least be an artistic lie, a romantic lie, a convincing lie. Do you consider that story convincing? Do you think Dr. Donaldson was convinced? That young man possesses a naturally skeptical mind, Poirot admitted thoughtfully. He looked decidedly suspicious to me. I don't see why he should be. People write biographies of other people every day. It is, as you say, commonly done. That's the first time I've heard you refer to yourself as an imbecile, I said with a grin. I can play a part as convincingly as the next person. Poirot replied with a chill in his voice. I regret you find my little invention poorly conceived. Personally, I was rather satisfied with it. I shifted the topic. What's our next step? That is straightforward. We shall take your automobile and call upon Morton Manor. Morton Manor was revealed to be a solid, unattractive Victorian house. An elderly butler greeted us with uncertainty and soon returned to inquire if we had a scheduled meeting. "Kindly inform Miss Peabody we are here on behalf of Dr. Granger," stated Poirot. Following a brief wait, the door opened and a short, stout woman shuffled into the room. Her thin, white hair was precisely divided down the centre. She wore a black velvet gown, its pile worn away in several spots, and a truly exquisite piece of fine-point lace was secured at her throat with a large cameo pin. She crossed the room, squinting at us near-sightedly. Her opening remark took us somewhat aback. "Selling something?" "Nothing at all, madame," answered Poirot. "Certain? Absolutely? No vacuum cleaners? No? No silk stockings? None? No Persian rugs? Not a one." "Oh, very well," said Miss Peabody, lowering herself into a chair. "I suppose it's acceptable. You may as well sit down." We complied. "You'll pardon my asking," Miss Peabody added, a hint of apology in her tone. "One must be cautious. You wouldn't believe the sorts who turn up. Servants are useless at spotting them. Can't really blame them either. Proper voices, proper attire, proper names. How are they to know? A Commander Ridgway, a Mr. Scott Edgerton, a Captain Darcy Fitzherbert. Some are quite handsome fellows, but before you know it, they're thrusting some contraption for making face cream right under your nose," Poirot said with great sincerity. "I give you my word, madame, we possess nothing of that nature whatsoever." "Well, you ought to know," Miss Peabody replied. Poirot launched into his prepared tale. Miss Peabody listened without interruption, blinking a few times from her small eyes. When he finished, she said, "Writing a book, are you?" "Yes. In English, naturally. In English. But you're a foreigner." "Correct. Come now, you're a foreigner, aren't you?" "That is accurate." She turned her gaze to me. "You're his assistant, I take it?" Yes," I said hesitantly. "Can you write proper English?" "I should hope so." Where were you educated? Eton? Then you can't." I allowed this broad indictment of a venerable institution to pass without protest as Miss Peabody redirected her attention to Poirot, writing a biography of General Arundell then. "Indeed? You were acquainted with him, I believe?" "Yes, I knew John Arundell. He was a drinker." A momentary silence fell. Then Miss Peabody continued thoughtfully. "The Indian Mutiny, is it? Strikes me as rather like beating a dead horse. But that's your affair. You understand, madam, there are fashions in these matters. Currently, India is quite the mode. There's something in that. Things do come back around. Look at sleeve styles. We preserved a respectful, quiet Lego mutton sleeves were always hideous," declared Miss Peabody. "But I always looked rather well in bishops." She fixed a sharp eye on Poirot. "Now then, what is it you wish to know?" Poirot gestured expansively. "Anything at all, family history, local chatter, domestic life. Can't tell you a thing about India," said Miss Peabody. "Truth is, I never paid much mind, rather tedious, all those old soldiers and their war stories. He was a rather dull man, but I dare say that didn't hinder him as a general. I've always heard brains didn't get you very far in the army. Pay your respects to the colonel's wife and listen obediently to your superiors, and you'll advance. That's what my father used to say." After allowing a respectful pause following this pronouncement, Poirot said, "You were intimately familiar with the Arundell family, were you not?" "Knew them all," stated Miss Peabody. "Matilda, she was the eldest. A girl with a spotty complexion, used to teach Sunday school, was rather sweet on one of the curates. Then there was Emily. She had an excellent seat on a horse. She was the only person who could manage her father during his difficult spells. They'd haul away wagon loads of bottles from that house. You know, they'd bury them under cover of darkness. Now let me think. Who came after that? Was it Arabella or Thomas?" "I believe it was Thomas. I always felt a bit sorry for Thomas. One man living with 4 women, it can make a fellow seem rather foolish. He was a bit fussy and old womanish himself. Thomas was no one ever imagined he would marry. It came as quite a surprise when he did. She let out a deep, hearty chuckle, the kind that seemed to belong to another era. Miss Peabody was clearly relishing the memory. We, her listeners, were nearly an afterthought as she drifted back through the years. Then there was Arabella, a plain girl, a face like an unbaked biscuit. She married well enough, though, even if she was the least attractive of the lot, a Cambridge professor. Quite an elderly gentleman, had to be at least 60. He delivered a series of lectures here in town on the marvels of modern chemistry, I believe. I attended them, he mumbled, I recall, had a beard, could hardly make out a word. Arabella would linger afterward to ask questions. She wasn't a spring chicken herself, getting close to 40. Well, they've both passed on now. It was a contented marriage, by all accounts. There's an advantage to wedding a plain woman. You know what you're getting from the start, and she's less likely to be frivolous. Then came Agnes, the youngest, the pretty one. We considered her rather lively, almost daring. It's odd, you'd think if any of them were to marry, it would have been Agnes, but she never did. She died not long after the war. Poirot murmured. You mentioned that Mr. Thomas's marriage was rather unexpected. Again that rich, throaty chuckle escaped Miss Peabody. Unexpected? I should say so. It was the scandal of the season. You'd never have predicted it of him, such a quiet, timid, home-loving man, utterly devoted to his sisters. She paused for a moment. Do you recall a rather sensational case from the late 90s? A Mrs. Varley? She was accused of poisoning her husband with arsenic. A handsome woman. That trial caused an enormous stir. She was acquitted. Well, Thomas Arundell completely lost his head over it. He bought all the papers, followed every detail, and cut out photographs of Mrs. Varley. And would you believe it, once the trial ended, off he went to London and proposed to her. Thomas, quiet! Stay at home, Thomas. You simply never can tell with men, can you? They're always liable to do something completely out of character. And what happened? Oh, she accepted him all right. It must have been a terrible shock to his sisters. I should think so. They refused to receive her. I can't say I blame them, all things considered. Thomas was deeply offended. He moved away to the Channel Islands and no one heard from him anymore. I've no idea if that wife of his really did poison her first husband. She didn't poison Thomas. He outlived her by 3 years. They had 2 children, a boy and a girl. A good-looking pair took after their mother. I suppose they visited their aunt here quite often. Not until after their parents died. They were away at school and nearly grown by then. They used to come for holidays. Emily was alone in the world by that time, and they, along with Bella Biggs, were her only remaining family. Biggs? Arabella's daughter? A dull girl several years older than Teresa. She made a fool of herself, though, married some foreign fellow who was over at the university. A Greek doctor. A dreadful-looking man, I must say, though I admit he had rather a charming manner. Well, I don't suppose poor Bella had many prospects. She spent her time assisting her father or holding wool for her mother. This fellow seemed exotic. It appealed to her. Has it been a happy marriage? Miss Peabody replied sharply. I wouldn't venture to say for certain about any marriage. They seem content enough. They have 2 rather sallow-looking children. They live in Smyrna. But they are in England at present, are they not? Yes, they arrived in March. I rather suspect they'll be returning soon. Was Miss Emily Arundell fond of her niece? Fond of Bella? Oh yes, she's a dull woman, completely wrapped up in her children and domestic matters. Did she approve of the husband? Miss Peabody gave another knowing chuckle. She didn't care for him much, but I suspect she found the scoundrel rather amusing. The man has a sharp mind, you understand. In my opinion, he was guiding her along quite skillfully. He certainly has an instinct for sniffing out $1. Poirot gave a polite cough. Am I correct in understanding that Miss Arundell passed away a wealthy woman? He inquired softly. Miss Peabody shifted in her seat, settling in for a good story. Oh yes, and that's what caused all the commotion. No one had any idea she was sitting on such a fortune. Here's how it happened. The old general, her father, left a tidy sum, split evenly between his son and his daughters. Some of that capital was reinvested over the years, and practically every investment turned a handsome profit. There were some original shares in a company called Mortald, for instance. Naturally, Thomas and Arabella took their portions when they married and moved on. The other three sisters stayed right here in this house, and they barely spent a tenth of their combined income. The rest just piled up and was reinvested again. When Matilda died, she left everything to Emily and Agnes. Then, when Agnes passed, she left her share to Emily. And Emily, she kept on living as frugally as ever. The result? She died an exceedingly rich woman, and that Lawson creature gets every last cent of it. Miss Peabody delivered this final line with a flourish of vindication. Did that outcome surprise you, Miss Peabody? To be perfectly honest, it astonished me. Emily had always stated quite plainly that her money was to be divided upon her death among her nieces and her nephew. In fact, that's exactly what her original will stipulated. Some small bequests to the household staff, and then the remainder split between Teresa, Charles, and Bella. My word, you should have seen the uproar when, after she was gone, they discovered she'd made a new will, leaving everything to that timid Miss Lawson. Was this new will created just prior to her death? Miss Peabody shot him a knowing look. You're thinking about undue influence, aren't you? No, I'm afraid that line of thinking won't get you anywhere, and I hardly think poor Lawson had either the cunning or the courage to attempt anything of the sort. If you want the truth, she seemed just as shocked as everyone else, or at least she claimed to be. Poirot smiled faintly at her qualification. The will was signed roughly 10 days before she died. Miss Peabody continued. The solicitor swears it's perfectly valid. Well, it may be on paper. You imply, Poirot leaned forward, intrigued. Shenanigans, stated Miss Peabody bluntly. That's what I say. Something isn't right. What precisely is your theory? I haven't got one. How should I know where the trickery is? I'm not her attorney. But there's something peculiar about the whole affair, you mark my words, Poirot said slowly. Has there been any talk of challenging the will? I believe Teresa has sought legal counsel. A lot of good that will do her. What's a lawyer's opinion worth? 9 times out of 10? Don't bother. I once had 5 lawyers advise me against filing a lawsuit. What did I do? Ignored the lot of them. Won my case, too. They put me on the witness stand, and some slick young whippersnapper from the city tried to trip me up. He didn't manage it. You can't possibly identify these furs with certainty, Miss Peabody, he said. There's no furrier's label. That may be so, I told him, but there's a stitch on the lining, and if anyone can do a stitch like that nowadays, I'll eat my hat. He collapsed completely. Miss Peabody chuckled with deep satisfaction. I imagine, Poirot ventured carefully, that feelings are running rather high between Miss Lawson and the late Miss Arundell's family. What do you expect, human nature? There's always strife after a death. A person is scarcely cold before the supposed mourners are at each other's throats. Poirot sighed in agreement. A sad truth. That's just the way people are, said Miss Peabody with a philosophical air. Poirot shifted topics. Is it accurate that Miss Arundell had an interest in spiritualism? Miss Peabody's keen eyes studied him intently. If you're imagining, she said, that the ghost of John Arundell came back and commanded Emily to leave her money to Minnie Lawson, and that Emily meekly obeyed, I can tell you you're dead wrong. Emily was never that sort of fool. If you want my opinion, she considered spiritualism a slight step up from playing solitaire or cribbage. Have you met the Tripp sisters? No. If you had, you'd understand exactly the brand of foolishness it was. Annoying women, forever delivering messages supposedly from one relative or another, and always utterly ridiculous ones. They buy into it completely. So did Minnie Lawson. Well, I suppose one way to kill an evening is as good as the next. Poirot shifted his approach. You are acquainted with young Charles Arundell, I assume. What is your impression of him? He's a scoundrel, a charming one, mind you, constantly broke, forever in debt, always turning up like a bad penny from some corner of the globe. He certainly knows how to sweet-talk women." She gave a dry chuckle. "I've encountered too many of his sort to be fooled. A strange son for Thomas to have produced, I must say. Thomas was the very picture of a staid, proper gentleman, a model of respectability. Ah, well, there's bad blood in there somewhere. Don't get me wrong, I find the rascal likeable, but he's the type who would cheerfully bump off his own grandmother for a few dollars. No conscience whatsoever. It's odd how some people seem to be born without one, and his sister." "Theresa?" Miss Peabody shook her head slowly. "I can't quite make her out. She's an unusual sort. Not your everyday girl. She's engaged to that rather bland doctor here in town. You've probably seen him. Dr. Donaldson, that's the one. They say he's quite skilled in his field, but in other respects he's a bit of a dull stick, not the sort of fellow I'd fancy if I were a young woman. Then again, Theresa ought to know her own mind. She's had her share of adventures, I'd wager." Dr. Donaldson was not Miss Arundell's regular physician. He would see her when old Dr. Granger was away on vacation, but not during her final illness. "I don't believe so, no." Poirot smiled. "I gather, Miss Peabody, that you don't hold a very high opinion of him as a doctor." "I never said that." "Actually, you're mistaken. He's sharp enough and clever in his own way, but it's not a way I particularly care for. Let me give you an example. In my day, if a child ate too many green apples and got sick, the doctor called it a bilious attack, went home and sent over a few pills from his office. These days, you're told the child has pronounced acidosis. Its diet must be strictly managed, and you get essentially the same medicine, only now it's in neat little white tablets produced by some big pharmaceutical company and costs 3 times as much. Donaldson is of that school, and mind you, most young mothers prefer it. It sounds more impressive, not that a young man like him will be stuck here tending to measles and stomach aches for long. He's got his sights set on London. He's ambitious. He intends to specialize in a particular area. Serum therapeutics, I believe it's called. The idea is you get one of those nasty hypodermic needles stuck into you even when you're perfectly healthy, just on the off chance you might catch something. I've never been a fan of all these messy injections myself. Is Dr. Donaldson focusing his research on any specific illness? Couldn't tell you. All I know is a general practice isn't grand enough for him. He wants to establish himself in London. But to do that he needs money, and he's as poor as a church mouse, whatever that's supposed to mean, Poirot murmured. It is a pity that genuine talent is so often hindered by a lack of funds, and yet there are those who don't spend even a quarter of their income. Emily Arundell was one of those, said Miss Peabody. The size of her estate came as quite a shock to some when the will was read. The amount, not necessarily how she left it. Do you think it was a surprise to her own family members? Now you're asking, said Miss Peabody, her eyes crinkling with enjoyment. I wouldn't say yes, and I wouldn't say no. One of them had a pretty good idea. Which one, Master Charles? He'd done a bit of calculating on his own. He's no fool, that Charles, but something of a rogue, perhaps. Well, at least he isn't some bland, spineless stick, Miss Peabody replied with a hint of venom. She hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Do you plan to contact him? That was indeed my thought, Poirot continued with grave formality. I consider it plausible that he may possess some ancestral documents pertaining to his grandfather. More likely he's used them for kindling. That young man hasn't an ounce of respect for his elders. One must explore every possibility, Poirot declared with weighty conviction. So it would appear, Miss Peabody remarked, her tone dry. A brief, sharp gleam in her blue eyes seemed to unsettle Poirot noticeably. He stood to leave. I should not impose further upon your time, madam. I'm exceedingly grateful for the information you have shared. I've told you what I can, said Miss Peabody. We seem to have wandered quite far from the Indian mutiny, haven't we? She shook hands with us both. Her farewell comment was, Do send me a copy when the book is published. I shall be most curious. As we departed, the last sound we heard was her low, amused chuckle, a call upon the Mrs. Tripp. And now, Poirot said as we settled back into the car. "What is our next course of action?" Having learned from prior experience, I did not suggest returning to town if Poirot was amusing himself in his peculiar way. Why should I protest? I proposed stopping for tea. "Tea, Hastings, what a notion! Observe the hour." "I have observed it. I have looked at my watch. It is 5:30. Tea is entirely appropriate." Poirot sighed. Always with the English and their afternoon tea. "No, my friend, not for us. I recently perused a book of etiquette which stated that one must not pay an afternoon call after 6 o'clock. To do so is a serious social blunder. We therefore have only half an hour to achieve our objective. How sociable you are today, Poirot, and upon whom are we calling now?" "The Mrs. Tripp. Are you compiling a work on spiritualism, or is this still related to the life of General Arundell?" "It is simpler than that, my friend. But first we must ascertain where these ladies reside." Directions were given readily enough, though they were somewhat confusing, involving a series of narrow country lanes. The dwelling of the Mrs. Tripp proved to be a quaint cottage, so excessively old-world and picturesque it seemed, on the verge of collapse. A girl of about 14 answered the door and pressed herself with difficulty against the wall to let us pass. Inside, the space was dense with dark oak beams. A large open fireplace dominated one wall, and the windows were so small it was hard to see clearly. The furniture was of a pseudo-rustic style, the sort of manufactured old-world charm marketed to cottage owners. Wooden bowls overflowed with fruit, and the walls were covered with photographs. Most of them, I noted, featured the same two individuals in various poses, typically clasping bouquets to their chests or holding broad-brimmed picture hats. The girl who had let us in murmured something and vanished, though her voice carried clearly from the floor above. "There are 2 gentlemen to see you, miss." A flutter of feminine voices ensued, followed by considerable creaking and rustling. Presently a lady descended the staircase and approached us with gracious ceremony. She was closer to 50 than 40, her hair parted in the middle in a Madonna style, her brown eyes slightly prominent. She wore a sprigged muslin dress that gave an odd impression of theatrical costume. Poirot advanced and launched into conversation with his most elaborate courtesy. "I must apologize for this intrusion, mademoiselle, but I find myself in a slight predicament. I came here hoping to find a certain lady, only to learn she has left Market Basing. I was informed that you would undoubtedly have her address." "Indeed? Who might that be?" "Miss Lawson." "Oh, Minnie Lawson, but of course we are the dearest of friends. Please do sit down, Mr. Perotti." "And my friend Captain Hastings." Miss Tripp acknowledged the introductions and began to flutter about. "Sit here, won't you?" "No, please, I always prefer a straight-backed chair myself, truly." "Now, are you quite comfortable there?" "Oh, Minnie Lawson, my dear? And here is my sister." There was more rustling and creaking before a second lady joined us, dressed in a green gingham frock that would have suited a girl of 16. "My sister Isabel, Mr. R. Parrot, and Captain Hawkins. Isabel, dear, these gentlemen are friends of Minnie Lawson's." Miss Isabel Tripp was less full-figured than her sister. She could fairly be described as rather thin and angular. Her very fair hair was piled into a great many rather untidy curls. She affected a girlish manner and was easily identified as the subject of most of the floral poses in the photographs. She now clasped her hands together with youthful excitement. "How perfectly lovely, dear Minnie. Have you seen her recently?" "Not for several years," Poirot explained. "We have rather lost contact. I have been abroad." That is precisely why I was so astonished and pleased to learn of the good fortune which had come to my old friend. "Yes, indeed. And so thoroughly deserved. Minnie is such a rare spirit, so genuine, so sincere." "Julia," Isabel exclaimed. "Yes, dear. How extraordinary. P, do you recall the planchette was most insistent on the letter P last evening? A visitor from across the sea and the initial P?" "So it was," Julia agreed. Both ladies gazed at Poirot with rapt and delighted wonder. "It is never wrong," Miss Julia said softly. "Are you at all interested in the occult, Mr. Parrot?" I have limited personal experience, mademoiselle, but like anyone who has journeyed extensively in the Orient, I am compelled to acknowledge there is much one does not comprehend, phenomena which cannot be explained by ordinary means. So profoundly true. Julia murmured profoundly. The East, whispered Isabel, the very cradle of mysticism and the unseen. As far as I was aware, Poirot's travels in the East consisted of one trip to Syria that extended into Iraq, lasting perhaps a few weeks. Listening to him now, one would swear he had spent a lifetime in remote jungles and bustling bazaars, in deep conversation with fakirs, dervishes, and wise men. From what I could gather, the Misses Tripp were vegetarians, theosophists, British Israelites, Christian Scientists, spiritualists, and keen amateur photographers. One sometimes feels, Julia said with a sigh, that market basing is an impossible place to live. There is no beauty here, no soul. One must have soul, don't you agree, Captain Hawkins? Absolutely, I said, slightly flustered. Oh, absolutely. Where there is no vision, the people perish. Isabel quoted with another sigh. I have often tried to discuss meaningful topics with our vicar, but I find him distressingly narrow. Don't you feel, mister? Parrot that any rigid creed is inevitably limiting, and everything is really so simple, her sister added. As we understand so well, everything is ultimately joy and love. Just so, said Poirot. What a pity it seems that misunderstandings and disputes should ever arise, particularly over something as mundane as money. Money is so terribly sordid, sighed Julia. I gather the late Miss Arundell was among your interested circle? Poirot inquired. The two sisters exchanged a glance. I wonder, said Isabel. We were never entirely certain. Julia breathed. One moment she seemed convinced, and the next she would say something so irreverent. Ah, but you remember that final manifestation, Julia said. That was truly most significant. She turned to Poirot. It was the very night dear Miss Arundell was taken ill. My sister and I went round after dinner, and we had a sitting, just the four of us. And, you know, we all three saw most distinctly a kind of halo forming around Miss Arundell's head. Indeed. Yes, it was a sort of luminous mist. She looked at her sister. Is that not how you would describe it, Isabel? Yes, precisely that. A luminous haze gradually enveloping Miss Arundell's head, a faint glowing aureole. It was a sign, we recognize it now, a sign she was about to cross over to the other side. Most remarkable, said Poirot in a suitably awed tone. The room was quite dark, wasn't it? Oh, absolutely. We find the atmosphere is much more conducive in darkness. It was a rather warm evening, so we hadn't even lit the fireplace. A most fascinating spirit came through to us, Isabel explained. Her name was Fatima. She told us she had crossed over during the era of the Crusades. The message she delivered was truly beautiful. She spoke to you directly. Not with a voice, no, she communicated through raps. Love, hope, life. Such lovely words. And Miss Arundell became unwell during this gathering. It was shortly after we had brought in some sandwiches and a bit of port, and dear Miss Arundell declined, saying she wasn't feeling quite right. That was the start of her decline. Thankfully, her suffering was not prolonged. She passed away 4 days later, Isabel added. And we've already received communications from her, Julia said eagerly. She tells us she is perfectly content, that everything is beautiful, and she hopes for love and harmony among all her dear family. Poirot gave a slight cough that, I gather, is not precisely the current situation. The family has behaved abominably toward poor Minnie, Isabel stated, her cheeks flushing with anger. Minnie is the least worldly person imaginable, Julia chimed in. There have been the most unkind rumors that she somehow plotted for this money, when in fact it came as the greatest shock to her. She could scarcely believe her own ears when the solicitor read the will. Isabel continued. She told us so herself, Julia, she said to me. My dear, you could have knocked me down with a feather. A few small legacies to the staff. and then Little Greenhouse and the entire residue of the estate to Wilhelmina Lawson. She was utterly dumbfounded. When she found her voice, she asked what the amount might be, thinking perhaps a few thousand, and Mr. Purvis, after much clearing of his throat and talk of confusing terms like gross and net estate, said it would be approximately £375,000. Poor Minnie nearly fainted on the spot, she told us. She had no inkling. The other sister repeated. The possibility never entered her mind. That is what she assured you. Oh, yes, she said it repeatedly, which makes the behavior of the Arundell family all the more disgraceful, giving her the cold shoulder, treating her with such suspicion. This is a free country, after all, a notion the English seem to cherish, though it is often mistaken, Poirot murmured. One should be able to leave one's money precisely as one wishes. I believe Miss Arundell acted very sensibly. Clearly she distrusted her own relatives, and I dare say she had her reasons. Oh? Poirot leaned forward, his interest plainly piqued. Is that so? This attentive encouragement prompted Isabel to continue. Yes, indeed, her nephew, Mr. Charles Arundell, is thoroughly unsavoury. It's common knowledge. I believe he's even wanted by police abroad. A most undesirable character, as for his sister, while I haven't spoken to her directly. She is a very peculiar-looking girl, ultra-modern, of course, and wearing so much makeup. Honestly, the sight of her lipstick was quite sickening. It looked like a gash of blood. One rather suspects she takes drugs. Her manner was so erratic at times. She's supposedly engaged to that pleasant Dr. Donaldson, but I rather think even he appeared disgusted on occasion. She has a certain appeal, I suppose, but I do hope he comes to his senses and marries some nice, wholesome English girl who enjoys the countryside and outdoor activities. And the other relations? Well, there you have another problem, also quite undesirable. Not that I have anything against Mrs. Tanios personally. She seems pleasant enough, but she is rather simple and completely dominated by her husband. He is, I believe, actually Turkish, rather dreadful for an English girl to marry a Turk, don't you think? It does suggest a certain lack of refinement. Of course, Mrs. Tanios. Tanios is a devoted mother, despite her children being rather plain, poor little ones. So overall you believe Miss Lawson was a more deserving beneficiary of Miss Arundell's wealth? Julia replied calmly. Minnie Lawson is a genuinely good person and completely unworldly. It isn't as if she ever fixated on money. She was never greedy. Yet she hasn't considered refusing the inheritance. Isabel hesitated slightly. Oh, well, one wouldn't really do that. Poirot smiled. No, perhaps not. You understand, Mr. Parrot, Julia added. She sees it as a responsibility, a solemn duty, and she's fully prepared to assist Mrs. Tanios or the children, Isabel continued. She just doesn't want him controlling any of it. She even mentioned she might arrange an allowance for Teresa, which I find quite generous, given how dismissively that girl has always treated her. Truly, Mr. Parrot, Minnie is the kindest soul. But then you already know her, of course. Yes, said Poirot, I know her. Yet I still do not have her address. Oh, of course, how silly of me. Should I jot it down for you? I can take it myself. Poirot brought out his ever-present notebook. 17 Clanroyden Mansions, W2. Not too far from Whiteley's. You'll give her our regards, won't you? We haven't had word from her recently. Poirot stood, and I did the same. I must thank you both sincerely, he stated, for a delightful conversation and for your kindness in providing my friend's address. I'm surprised they didn't give it to you at the house, Isabel exclaimed. It must be that Ellen's servants can be so petty and envious. They were often quite rude to Minnie. Julia extended her hand with grand elegance. We've enjoyed your visit, she said graciously. She glanced inquiringly at her sister. Perhaps you would. Isabel flushed a little. Would you care to stay and join us for supper? It's very simple, some shredded raw vegetables, brown bread with butter and fruit. It sounds delightful, Poirot said quickly. But unfortunately, my friend and I must return to London, with more handshakes and messages for Miss Lawson. We finally made our exit. Poirot discusses the case. "Thank goodness, Poirot," I said earnestly. "You saved us from those raw carrots. What dreadful women! For us a fine steak with fried potatoes and a good bottle of wine. What do you suppose we would have drunk there, I wonder?" "Water, most likely," I replied with a shudder. "Or some non-alcoholic cider." "That's exactly the sort of place. I'd wager there's no proper bath and only an outdoor toilet in the garden." "It's curious how some women embrace an uncomfortable existence," Poirot mused. "It isn't always about poverty, though they excel at making do with very little." "What instructions for the driver now?" I asked, as I navigated the final curve of the winding lanes and we reached the road to Market Basing. "Which local figure do we visit next? Or do we head back to the George and question that wheezy waiter again?" "You'll be pleased to hear, Hastings, that we are done with Market Basing." "Excellent for the time being. I shall return?" "Still pursuing your bungled murderer?" "Precisely." "Did you gather anything from that parade of nonsense we just sat through?" Poirot answered, "Precisely. Several points warranted attention. The various players in our little drama are becoming clearer. In some respects it resembles an old-fashioned melodrama, doesn't it? The once overlooked companion, now elevated to wealth, assumes the role of the generous patroness. I should think such condescension would be deeply irritating to those who view themselves as the rightful heirs." "Exactly, Hastings. Yes, that is quite accurate." We drove quietly for a few minutes. Having passed through Market Basing, we were back on the main highway. I found myself humming the quiet melody of "Little Man, You've Had a Busy Day." After a moment, I glanced over at my companion. "Did you have a good time, Poirot?" I finally asked. Poirot responded with a distinct chill in his tone. "I am uncertain what you imply by a good time, Hastings." "Well," I said, leaning back, "it strikes me you've been indulging in a busman's holiday. You believe I am not taking this seriously?" "Oh, you're serious. All right. But this whole affair feels academic. You're pursuing it for your own intellectual amusement." "What I mean is it lacks a sense of urgency. On the contrary, it is profoundly urgent. I'm saying this poorly. If we were actively helping the old lady or shielding her from another attempt, well, that would carry some genuine excitement. But as things stand, she's gone. So why trouble ourselves over it now? My friend, by that logic, one would never investigate any murder." No, that's not the same at all. In a proper case, you have a body. Oh, blast it all, do not upset yourself. I understand perfectly. You draw a line between a violent death and a peaceful passing. For instance, if Miss Arundell had died from a sudden, shocking act rather than a lingering illness, you would not be so dismissive of my attempts to uncover the truth. Obviously, I wouldn't. And yet someone did try to murder her. Yes, but they failed. That changes everything. Does it not intrigue you even slightly to discover who wished her dead? I suppose it does in a way. We are dealing with a very limited circle, Poirot mused. That piece of string, the string you've imagined based on a nail in the baseboard I cut in, that nail could have been there for ages. No, the varnish around it was fresh. Even so, I can think of plenty of other explanations. Name one. I fell silent, unable to conjure a convincing alternative on the spot. Seizing the pause, Poirot continued his analysis. A limited circle indeed. That string could only have been placed after everyone retired for the night. Therefore, we must consider only the people within the house. The guilt rests among 7 individuals: Dr. Tanios, Mrs. Tanios, Teresa Arundell, Charles Arundell, Miss Lawson, Ellen, and the cook. You can't seriously include the servants. They received bequests, my dear Hastings, and there could have been other motives, a personal grudge, a heated argument, theft. One cannot be sure. It seems highly improbable to me. Improbable, I concur. But one must account for all possibilities. In that case, you must consider 8 people, not 7. How so? I felt a flicker of triumph. You must include Miss Arundell herself. How do you know she didn't stretch that string across the stairs to trip up someone else in the household? Poirot gave a dismissive shrug. That is nonsense, my friend. If Miss Arundell set a trap, she would take great care not to be its victim. Remember, it was she who tumbled down the staircase. I sat back, deflated. Poirot went on, his voice thoughtful. The sequence is clear enough, the fall, the letter to me, the lawyer's visit, yet one point remains cloudy. Did Miss Arundell hesitate to mail the letter, holding it back deliberately, or did she, once it was written, simply assume it had been sent? We can't possibly know that, I said. No. We can only speculate, personally. I believe she assumed it had been posted. She must have been puzzled by the lack of a reply. My own thoughts had wandered down a different path. Do you think all that spiritualist nonsense played any real part? I asked. I mean, despite Miss Peabody laughing at the idea, could a command have been given during one of those séances, instructing her to change her will and leave everything to Miss Lawson? Poirot shook his head, his expression doubtful. The whole business felt like a puzzle missing several key pieces, and his usual certainty seemed for once slightly out of reach. That doesn't quite align with the overall picture I've built of Miss Arundell's character. The Tripp sisters mentioned that Miss Lawson appeared utterly shocked when the will's contents were revealed. I remarked after some consideration. That is indeed what she told them? Poirot agreed. But you don't accept that statement, my friend. You are well acquainted with my sceptical disposition. I accept nothing anyone says unless it can be verified or supported by evidence. Quite right, old chap, I said, with fondness, a wonderfully pleasant and trusting personality. He claims, she insists, they report pas. What substance does that hold? None whatsoever. It could be the absolute truth, it could be a convenient lie. I myself deal exclusively with facts. And what are these facts? Miss Arundell had a fall, that no one disputes. The fall was not an accident, it was engineered. The proof for that being because Hercule Poirot declares it so. Not in the slightest. There is the proof of the nail. The proof found in Miss Arundell's letter to me. The proof that the dog was outside that night. The proof in Miss Arundell's own remarks about the jar, the painting, and Bob's ball. These are all concrete facts, and the next fact, if you please. The next fact addresses our customary question, who gains from Miss Arundell's death? The answer, Miss Lawson, the villainous companion. On the other hand, the others believed they would gain, and at the moment of the incident they would have been the beneficiaries. Precisely, Hastings. That is why they all remain equally under suspicion. There is also the minor fact that Miss Lawson made a concerted effort to prevent Miss Arundell from discovering Bob had been out all night. You consider that suspicious? Not at all. I merely note it. It could have been natural concern for the elderly lady's peace of mind. That is by far the most probable explanation. I glanced sideways at Poirot. He can be so infernally evasive. Miss Peabody suggested there was some funny business concerning the will, I said. What do you imagine she meant by that? It was, I believe, her way of voicing various vague and unformed suspicions. Undue influence, it appears, can be ruled out, I said thoughtfully. And it certainly seems Emily Arundell was far too level-headed to believe in any such nonsense as spiritualism. What leads you to declare spiritualism is nonsense, Hastings? I gaped at him in surprise, my dear Poirot, those dreadful women. He smiled. I entirely share your assessment of the Mrs. Tripp. But the mere fact that the Mrs. Tripp have embraced with fervour Christian Science, vegetarianism, theosophy and spiritualism does not truly constitute a condemning indictment of those subjects, because a foolish woman will recount a great deal of drivel about a counterfeit scarab purchased from a disreputable dealer that does not inevitably bring discredit upon the general field of Egyptology. Are you saying you believe in spiritualism, Poirot? I maintain an open mind on the subject. I have never personally investigated any of its manifestations, but one must accept that many men of science and intellect have pronounced themselves satisfied that phenomena exist which cannot be explained by, shall we say, the gullibility of a Miss Tripp? Then you believe in this tale of a luminous halo surrounding Miss Arundell's head? Poirot waved a hand dismissively. I was speaking in general terms, chastising your attitude of wholly unreasoning doubt. I will say that having formed a particular opinion of Miss Tripp and her sister, I would scrutinize with extreme care any so-called fact they presented for my attention. Foolish women, my friend, are foolish women, whether they are discoursing on spiritualism, politics, the relations between the sexes, or the doctrines of the Buddhist faith. Yet you listened to what they had to say with great attention. That has been my task today, to listen, to hear what everyone has to tell me about these 7 individuals, and chiefly, of course, the 5 people primarily involved. We are already beginning to understand certain facets of their characters. Consider Miss Lawson from the Tripp sisters. We gathered she was a devoted, unselfish soul, unworldly, and possessing a truly beautiful character. Miss Peabody painted a different picture, describing her as credulous, rather simple, and lacking the nerve or intellect for anything criminal. Dr. Granger saw her as downtrodden, her position precarious, calling her a poor, frightened, fluttering hen, if I recall his exact phrase. Our waiter remarked that Miss Lawson was a person, and from Ellen we learned the dog, Bob, outright despised her. Everyone, you see, viewed her from a slightly different angle. The same holds true for the others. While no one had a high opinion of Charles Arundel's morals, their manner of speaking about him varied. Dr. Granger referred to him, somewhat indulgently, as an irreverent young devil. Miss Peabody claimed he'd murder his grandmother for 2p, yet she clearly preferred a rascal to a dull stick. The Tripp sisters went further, hinting he hadn't just the capacity for criminal action, but had already committed one or several. These varied perspectives are all quite useful and intriguing. They naturally lead to the next step, which is to see for ourselves, my friend. 13. Theresa Arundell. The next morning we proceeded to the address Dr. Donaldson had provided. I floated the idea of a visit to the lawyer, Mr. Purvis, but Poirot dismissed it firmly. No, my friend, what possible reason could we give for seeking information? What story could we tell? You're usually quite inventive with reasons, Poirot. Wouldn't any plausible story suffice? On the contrary, any plausible story, as you put it, would not suffice. Not with a lawyer. We would be, "How is it?" said, shown the door with great haste. "Very well," I conceded. "Let's not risk that indignity." Thus we set off for Theresa Arundel's flat. It was located in a modern Chelsea block overlooking the river. The interior was expensively furnished in a contemporary style, all gleaming chrome and thick rugs adorned with bold geometric patterns. After a brief wait, a young woman entered and regarded us with a cool, inquiring look. Theresa Arundell appeared to be about 28 or 29. She was tall and strikingly slender, resembling an exaggerated sketch in stark black and white. Her hair was jet black, her face heavily made up to a deathly pallor. Her eyebrows, plucked into a freakishly thin arch, lent her an air of mocking irony. Her lips provided the only slash of colour, a brilliant scarlet gash in the white canvas of her face. Somehow, despite a manner of almost weary indifference, she radiated an impression of being at least twice as alive as most people. There was a restrained, coiled energy about her, like a poised whiplash, with an air of cool assessment. Her gaze travelled from me to Poirot, tired of subterfuge on this occasion. Poirot had sent in his actual card. She held it now between her fingers, idly twirling it back and forth. "I suppose," she said, her voice flat, "you're Poirot?" Poirot offered his most polished bow. "At your service, mademoiselle. You permit me to intrude upon a few moments of your valuable time?" With a faint, mocking imitation of his own manner, she replied, "Enchanted, M. Poirot. Do sit down." Poirot sat, somewhat gingerly, on a low, square, easy chair. I took an upright chair of chromium and webbing. Theresa settled negligently on a low stool by the fireplace. She offered us cigarettes, which we declined, then lit one for herself. "You are perhaps familiar with my name, mademoiselle?" She gave a slow nod. "The little friend of Scotland Yard, isn't that right?" Poirot, I sensed, did not entirely relish this description. He said with some dignity, I concern myself with problems of crime, mademoiselle. How utterly thrilling, Theresa Arundell replied in a tone dripping with boredom. And to think I've mislaid my autograph book. The matter which brings me here is this, Poirot continued, undeterred. Yesterday I received a letter from your aunt. Her eyes, very long, almond-shaped, opened a fraction wider. She exhaled a cloud of smoke from my aunt M. Poirot, she asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. That is correct, mademoiselle. She gave a light, dismissive laugh. I hate to ruin your fun, but you're mistaken. There is no such person. All my aunts have thankfully passed on. The last one died about 2 months ago. Miss Emily Arundell? Yes, Miss Emily Arundell. People don't generally get letters from the deceased, do they, Monsieur Poirot, on occasion? I do, mademoiselle. How grim. Her tone shifted subtly, becoming more attentive and guarded. And what, pray tell, did my late aunt have to say? That, mademoiselle, is a matter I cannot fully disclose at this moment. It was, shall we say, a sensitive subject. A brief silence followed, broken only by the sound of Theresa Arundell taking a drag from her cigarette. It all sounds wonderfully mysterious. But what does any of this have to do with me? I was hoping, mademoiselle, that you might be willing to answer a few questions. Questions regarding what? Matters pertaining to your family. Her eyes widened slightly. That sounds terribly formal. Give me an example. Of course, could you provide me with your brother Charles's current address? Her expression became more guarded, the earlier energy retreating behind a cool facade. I'm afraid I cannot. We aren't in regular contact. I believe he may have left the country. I understand. Poirot allowed another moment of quiet. Was that all? Not at all. I have others, for instance. Are you content with the manner in which your aunt's estate was distributed? And how long have you been engaged to Dr. Donaldson? You do bounce around, don't you? Bien, since we're being so continental. My answer to both questions is that they are none of your concern. It is not your affair, Monsieur Hercule Poirot. Poirot observed her carefully for a moment before rising, showing no sign of disappointment. So that is how it is. Well, perhaps it is not unexpected. Allow me to compliment you on your French pronunciation, mademoiselle, and to wish you a good day. Come, Hastings. We had nearly reached the door when her voice, sharp as a crack, stopped us. Come back. Poirot turned slowly and resumed his seat, looking at her expectantly. Let's stop this charade, she said, her earlier flippancy gone. It's just possible you could be of use to me. I'm delighted. In what way? Exhaling a slow stream of smoke. She spoke with cool precision. Tell me how to break that will, surely a legal professional. Yes, a lawyer, perhaps, if I knew the right one. But the only lawyers I know are respectable men. Their advice is that the will is legally sound and contesting it would be a pointless expense. But you do not accept their judgment. I believe there is always a way to do things if you're willing to be flexible and prepared to pay. I'm prepared to pay, and you assume I'm prepared to be flexible for a price. I've found that to be true of most people. I don't see why you should be an exception. Everyone protests their honesty at first, of course. It's part of the performance, just so. But supposing I were amenable, what do you imagine I could do? I don't know. But you're a clever man. That's your reputation. You could devise a scheme, such as— Theresa Arundell gave a slight shrug. That's your business. Steal the will and replace it with a forgery. Persuade Miss Lawson, perhaps through intimidation, to admit she coerced Aunt Emily. Produce a newer will supposedly made on Emily's deathbed. Use your imagination. Your own imagination is quite breathtaking, mademoiselle. Well, what is your answer? I've been frank. If it's a righteous refusal, the door is there. It is not a refusal yet, said Poirot. Theresa Arundell laughed. She glanced at me. Your friend looks appalled. Should we send him out for a walk around the block? Poirot turned to me with a touch of irritation. Hastings, I must ask you to restrain your admirable, if somewhat rigid, sense of propriety. Please forgive my associate, mademoiselle. As you have observed, he is a man of principle, but his loyalty to me is without question. However, let me be perfectly clear on one matter. Poirot fixed her with an intense stare. Any actions we undertake will remain entirely within legal boundaries. A slight arch of her brow was her only response. The law, Poirot mused aloud, possesses a certain flexibility. I understand, she replied with a faint smile. Very well, we can accept that as a given. Shall we discuss your potential compensation, assuming there is anything of value to be found? That point, too, can be mutually understood. I ask only for a modest finder's fee, a small reward for services rendered. Agreed, said Teresa. Poirot leaned forward, his voice dropping. Now you must listen carefully. In the vast majority of my cases, 99 out of 100, let us say I operate squarely on the side of justice. The 100th case, however, is a different creature. For one thing, it tends to be far more profitable. But such endeavors require the utmost discretion, you comprehend? My professional standing must remain untarnished. I must exercise great care. Emily Arundell gave a nod of understanding. And I require all the facts. I must know the complete truth. Once one possesses the truth, you see, it becomes a simpler matter to decide which alterations to the narrative are necessary. A perfectly logical position, Poirot conceded. Good. Now, on what exact date was this most recent will prepared? The 21st of April, and the will that preceded it. My Aunt Emily executed a will 5 years prior, and its terms were, after small legacies to her maid Ellen and a former cook, the entirety of her estate was to be divided equally among the children of her brother Thomas and the children of her sister Arabella. Was this inheritance placed in a trust? No. It was an outright bequest to each of us. Now, please think carefully. Were you all aware of these provisions? Oh, yes. Charles and I knew Bella knew as well. Aunt Emily was quite open about it. In fact, if any of us ever asked for money, she would typically say, "You'll have everything I own when I'm gone. Be satisfied with that." Would she have refused a loan in a genuine crisis, an illness or a dire emergency? No, Teresa said after a moment's thought. I don't believe she would have. But she considered that we all had sufficient means to live on. That was her opinion, yes. A thread of bitterness wove through her words. But you, Poirot pressed, did not share that opinion. Teresa was silent for a long moment, her gaze turning inward as if recalling a specific sharp memory of lack, a coveted piece of jewelry seen in a shop window, forever out of reach. Then she spoke. My father left each of us £30,000. Safely invested, the interest provides about £1,200 a year after the government takes its share. What remains is a tidy, modest income. One can manage on it, but Her voice transformed, her posture shifting, her head lifting with a defiant energy that filled the room. But I demand more from life than mere management. I want the finest things, the best food, clothes with artistry and line, not just serviceable garments following the latest trend. I want to experience living, to feel the warm Mediterranean sun on my skin, to sit at a gaming table with thrilling stacks of money before me, to host parties that are wild, ridiculous, and gloriously extravagant. I want everything this world has to offer, and I do not want it at some vague future date. I want it now. Her voice was thrilling, warm, and utterly intoxicating. Poirot studied her with profound attention. And I suspect, mademoiselle, that you have been having it now. Yes, Hercule, I have been having it. And what remains of the original 30,000? She let out a sudden sharp laugh. £221, 14 shillings and 7 pence. That is the precise balance. So you see, my little detective, your payment depends entirely on your success. No results mean no fee. In that case, Poirot stated in a thoroughly businesslike tone, results are guaranteed. You are a remarkable little man, Hercule. I am pleased we have come to an arrangement, Poirot continued methodically. There are a few essential details I must know. Do you take drugs? Never? Alcohol? Quite regularly? But not from any particular affection for it. My social circle drinks, and I drink with them. I could stop tomorrow without a second thought. That is most satisfactory to hear. She laughed again, the sound bright and unapologetic. I won't spoil the surprise after a few drinks, Hercule. Poirot continued his line of questioning. Romantic entanglements. There have been quite a few in my past, and currently. There's only Rex now. That would be Dr. Donaldson, correct. He strikes me as rather removed from the sort of life you've described. Oh, he absolutely is. And yet you have feelings for him. I find myself wondering why. Who can explain these things? Why did Juliet become infatuated with Romeo? Well, with all respect to the bard, one might note he was essentially the first young man she'd ever laid eyes on. Teresa replied thoughtfully. Rex was certainly not the first man in my life, not by any stretch. Her voice softened as she added, but I believe, I sense, he will be the final one. And he lacks financial means, mademoiselle? She agreed with a nod. He also requires money, does he not? Urgently, though not for the reasons I did. He has no interest in luxury or beautiful things or thrill-seeking. He'd wear the same jacket until it fell apart, happily eat a cold chop for lunch every day, and wash in a cracked basin. Any money he had would vanish into test tubes, lab equipment, and research. His ambition is tied entirely to his profession. It means more to him than, she paused, than I do. He was aware you stood to inherit after Miss Arundell's passing. I told him, oh, but only after we were engaged. So if you're implying he's marrying me for money, that's not the case. The engagement remains in place. Naturally it does. Poirot offered no response. His silence appeared to unsettle her. Naturally it does, she repeated, her tone edged. Then she asked, have you spoken with him? I met him yesterday over in Market Basing. Why? What did you discuss? Nothing of consequence. I merely requested your brother's address. Charles. Her voice turned sharp once more. What do you want with Charles?
Charles? Who's asking for Charles?
A new voice entered the room, charming, masculine, and light-hearted. A young man with a tanned complexion and a pleasant smile strolled in. I heard my name out in the hall, but I didn't linger to listen. They were very strict about eavesdropping at Borstal. All right, Teresa, what's going on? Out with it. 14. Charles Arundell. I must admit, from the instant I saw him, I felt an instinctive fondness for Charles Arundell. There was something so effortlessly charming and light-hearted about his manner. His eyes held a friendly, amused sparkle, and his smile was among the most disarming I've ever seen. He crossed the room and perched on the arm of one of the heavy upholstered chairs. "What's the situation, old thing?" he inquired. "Teresa introduced us. This is Hercule Poirot, Charles. He is willing to well handle some delicate business for us, for a modest fee." "I must object," Poirot interjected. "Not delicate business, let us say a minor, harmless subterfuge to ensure the testator's original wishes are honoured. That is a more fitting description. Describe it however you like," Charles said amiably. "What made Teresa think of you, I wonder?" "She did not." Poirot stated quickly. "I arrived here on my own initiative? Offering your assistance?" "Not precisely. I was inquiring after you. Your sister informed me you had left the country." "Teresa," Charles remarked with an affectionate smile she did not return, "is an exceedingly cautious sister. She rarely errs. In fact, she's suspicious as can be." She looked troubled and pensive. "Hold on," said Charles. "Haven't we got this backwards? Isn't M. Poirot renowned for apprehending criminals? Surely not for assisting them." "We are not criminals," Teresa said sharply. "But we're perfectly willing to be," Charles added cheerfully. "I'd considered a bit of forgery myself. That's rather in my wheelhouse. I was sent down from Oxford due to a minor misunderstanding over a cheque. That was child's play, really. Just a matter of adding a zero. Then there was another little incident with Aunt Emily and the local bank. Foolish of me, of course. I should have remembered the old lady was sharp as a tack. Still, all these episodes have been small time involving fivers and tenors, that sort of thing. A deathbed will would certainly be a gamble. I'd need to secure the services of that prim and proper Ellen suborn her, I suppose is the legal term, and convince her to act as a witness. It would be a tricky business, I imagine. I could even marry the woman, then she wouldn't be able to testify against me later. He offered Poirot a charming, conspiratorial smile. I'm half convinced you've got a hidden microphone in here, and the police are listening to every word. Your situation is of professional interest to me, Poirot replied, a note of mild censure in his tone. Naturally, I could not participate in anything unlawful, but the pathways to a solution are often more numerous than one might first assume. He let the sentence hang meaningfully in the air. Charles Arundell gave an elegant shrug. No doubt there is an equally broad selection of intricate paths that remain strictly within the law, he said agreeably. You would be the expert on that. Who witnessed the will? The one dated April 21st. Purvis brought his clerk from the office. The second witness was the gardener, so it was signed in Mr. Purvis's actual presence. It was, and Mr. Purvis, I gather, is a man of unimpeachable character. The firm of Purvis, Charlesworth, and yet another Purvis is about as respectable and faultless as the Federal Reserve, Charles declared. He didn't care for the will's contents, Teresa interjected in his impeccably proper manner. I believe he even attempted to dissuade Aunt Emily from drafting it. Charles's tone sharpened. Did he tell you that himself, Teresa? Yes. I paid him another visit yesterday. It's a waste of money, darling. You should know that by now. It only adds to the legal fees. Teresa merely shrugged. Poirot continued, I require you to provide me with as much detail as possible about the final weeks of Miss Arundell's life. To start, I understand that you, your brother, and also Dr. Tanios and his wife were all staying at the house for the Easter holiday. That is correct. Did anything of significance occur during that weekend? I don't believe so. Nothing, I was under the impression. Charles cut in. You are remarkably self-absorbed, Teresa. Nothing significant happened. To you? You were wrapped up in your romantic little daydreams, he turned back to Poirot. Allow me to inform you, Monsieur Poirot, that Teresa has become rather taken with a certain blue-eyed local doctor in Market Basing. Consequently, her sense of perspective is somewhat impaired. As a matter of fact, my esteemed aunt took a nasty tumble down the staircase and nearly killed herself. A shame she didn't. It would have spared us all this tedious bother. She fell down the stairs. Yes, tripped over the dog's ball. The clever little beast left it right at the top, and she went head over heels over it in the middle of the night. When did this happen? Let me think, it was a Tuesday, the night before we were due to depart. Was your aunt seriously hurt? Sadly, she did not land on her head. If she had, we might have been able to argue for some sort of mental incapacity later. No, she escaped with barely a scratch. Poirot said dryly, How very inconvenient for you. Oh, I take your meaning. Yes, as you say, most inconvenient. These elderly women are remarkably resilient. You all left on the Wednesday morning? Correct. That was Wednesday, the 15th. When did you next visit your aunt? Well, it wasn't the immediate weekend after. It was the one following that. That would be, let me calculate, the 25th, I believe? Yes, I think that was the date. And your aunt passed away when? The Friday after that, after falling ill on the Monday night? Yes. That was the Monday you departed. It was? You did not return during her illness. Not until the Friday. We had no idea her condition was so grave. Did you arrive in time to see her before she died? No, she had already passed by the time we got there. Poirot shifted his gaze to Teresa Arundell. You accompanied your brother on both of these visits. I did. And during that second weekend, was there any discussion of a new will having been made? Nothing was said, Teresa stated firmly. Charles, however, had spoken at the same moment, his voice carrying a breezy, though slightly strained casualness. Oh, but there was, he said. It was mentioned, Charles, Teresa exclaimed, a flash of surprise and warning in her eyes. Charles appeared distinctly uneasy, avoiding his sister's gaze as he spoke. You must recall, old girl. I mentioned it. Aunt Emily laid it out like a formal decree. She sat there stern as a magistrate and delivered a whole speech. She declared she had no faith in most of the family, meaning Teresa and myself. Bella, she admitted, was blameless, but she deeply mistrusted that husband of hers. By British was always Aunt Emily's creed. She insisted that if Bella came into money, Tanios would inevitably get his hands on it. You can't trust a Greek on that score, she claimed. She's safer as she is, she concluded. Then she announced that neither I nor Teresa were responsible enough to handle wealth, that we'd only fritter it away on foolishness. So, she finished. She had drawn up a new will leaving everything to Miss Lawson. The woman is a simpleton, Aunt Emily stated, but she is loyal. I believe she is genuinely devoted to me. She can't help her limited mind. I thought it only fair to tell you, Charles, so you understand borrowing against your expectations from me is quite impossible. A rather brutal blow, that. It was exactly what I'd been attempting. Why on earth didn't you tell me, Charles? Teresa demanded, her voice sharp. Poirot inquired, and what was your response, Mr. Arundell? Me? Charles replied with forced lightness. Oh, I simply laugh. Making a scene never helps. It's entirely your decision, Aunt Emily, I told her. A bit disappointing, naturally, but it's your money to do with as you please. And how did your aunt receive that? Surprisingly well, actually, she said. Well, I must say you're a good sport, Charles. So I cheekily asked, since I've no expectations now, how about a tenner on the spot? She called me an impudent rascal, but actually handed over a £5 note. You masked your true feelings admirably. Well, to be honest, I didn't take it all that seriously. You did not?
No.
I thought it was more of a dramatic gesture on the old dear's part. She wanted to give us all a scare. I had a strong hunch that after a few weeks or maybe months, she'd rip that will to pieces. Family meant a great deal to Aunt Emily. In fact, I'm convinced that's precisely what she would have done if she hadn't passed away so abruptly. Ah, said Poirot, that is a most interesting notion. He fell silent for a moment before continuing. Is it possible someone, Miss Lawson for instance, could have overheard your discussion? Easily. We weren't exactly whispering. As it happens, the Lawson creature was loitering right outside the door when I left, doing a bit of eavesdropping in my opinion. Poirot turned a thoughtful look toward Teresa. And you were unaware of all this? Before she could answer, Charles interjected urgently. Teresa, old thing, I'm certain I told you, or at least hinted at it. An odd, tense pause followed. Charles was staring fixedly at his sister, his gaze intense with an anxiety that seemed disproportionate to the topic. Teresa said slowly, If you had told me, I don't believe I could have possibly forgotten, do you, M. Poirot? Her dark eyes shifted to him. Poirot responded deliberately. No, I do not think you could have forgotten, Miss Arundell. He then turned sharply back to Charles. Let me be perfectly clear on one point. Did Miss Arundell inform you she intended to change her will, or did she state specifically that she had already done so? Charles answered promptly, Oh, she was absolutely specific. In fact, she showed me the will itself. Poirot leaned forward, his eyes widening. This is of the utmost importance. You are stating that Miss Arundell actually presented the will for you to see? Charles gave a slight, almost boyish squirm, disarmed by Poirot's intensity. Yes, he said. She showed it to me. You can swear to that definitively? Of course I can. Charles looked at Poirot, a flicker of nervousness in his expression. I don't see what's so important about that. Teresa moved abruptly, standing up and moving to the fireplace. She lit another cigarette, quickly. And what about you, miss? Poirot spun around to face her. Did your aunt say anything meaningful to you that weekend? Not that I recall. She was pleasant enough, at least as pleasant as she ever was. Gave me the usual lecture about my lifestyle. But she always did that. She did seem a little more on edge than normal. Poirot smiled slightly. I imagine, miss, you were more preoccupied with your fiancé, Teresa responded sharply. He wasn't there. He was away at a medical conference. So the last time you saw him was at Easter. That was your most recent visit before that weekend? Yes, he came to dinner the night before we left. Forgive me, but you hadn't argued with him by then. Of course not. I only wondered since he was absent during your second visit. Charles interrupted. Well, you see, that second trip was rather spontaneous. We decided to go on a whim. Truly. Oh, let's just be honest, Teresa said with a sigh. Bella and her husband had been down the previous weekend, fussing over Aunt Emily after her little accident. We thought they might get an advantage, we thought. Charles added with a grin. We should also show some concern for Aunt Emily's health. Though the old lady was far too sharp to fall for that dutiful niece and nephew act. She knew exactly what it was worth. Aunt Emily was nobody's fool. Teresa let out a short laugh. It's a charming story, isn't it? All of us practically drooling over her money. Was that true for your cousin and her husband as well? Oh, absolutely. Bella's always short on cash. It's almost sad how she tries to copy my clothes for a fraction of the cost. I believe Tanios made some poor investments with her money. They struggle to make ends meet. They have 2 children and want to give them a proper education here in England. Could you provide their address? Poirot asked. They're at the Durham Hotel in Bloomsbury. What is your cousin like, Bella? She's rather dull, right, Charles? Absolutely dreary, reminds me of an earwig. She's a very devoted mother, though. So are earwigs, from what I hear, and her husband. Tanios? He looks a bit unusual, but he's actually quite decent. Clever, amusing, a good sport overall. Do you agree, miss? Well, I admit I like him better than Bella. He's apparently a very skilled doctor still. I wouldn't put too much faith in him. Teresa, Charles said, putting an arm around her, doesn't really trust anyone. Anyone who trusted you, darling, would need their head examined. Teresa replied affectionately. The siblings separated and turned their attention back to Poirot. He gave a slight bow and moved toward the door. I am, as you say, on the case. It is challenging, but the young lady is correct. There is always a way. One more thing, Miss Lawson. Is she the type who might become flustered under tough questioning in court? Charles and Teresa exchanged a look. I'd say, Charles remarked, that a determined lawyer could probably make her swear that black was white. That, said Poirot, could prove very useful. He slipped out of the room and I followed. In the hallway he picked up his hat, went to the front door, opened it, and slammed it shut loudly. Then he tiptoed back to the sitting-room door and, without a hint of shame, pressed his ear to the gap. Whatever school Poirot attended, it clearly had no rules against eavesdropping. I was appalled but helpless, making frantic gestures he completely ignored. Then, clearly, in Teresa Arundel's low, intense voice came 2 words, "You fool!" Footsteps sounded in the hallway, and Poirot quickly grabbed my arm, opened the front door silently, and pulled us both outside, closing it softly behind us. Must we resort to eavesdropping? Compose yourself, my friend. The listening was done by me alone. You did not press your ear to the door. On the contrary, you remained at attention, as rigid as a sentry. Yet I heard everything clearly, naturally. The young lady was barely speaking above a whisper, because she believed we had already departed. Precisely. A minor deception on our part. I disapprove of such methods. Your ethical stance is commendable, however. Let us not retread old ground. We have had this discussion before. You are about to declare it unsportsmanlike. My counter is that murder is not a sport. But murder isn't the issue here. Do not be so certain. The intention, perhaps. Still, there is a vast difference between planning a murder and actually committing one. In moral terms, they are identical. But my point is this. Are you entirely convinced we are dealing only with an attempt? Could the deed itself already be done? I gaped at him. Miss Arundell died from entirely natural causes. I ask you once more, are you sure? Everyone believes so. Everyone, A convenient consensus. The doctor confirmed it. I insisted Dr. Granger. He would know. Yes, he should know. Poirot's tone was sceptical. Yet remember, Hastings, how often a body is disinterred, and each time a death certificate was signed in perfect faith by the attending physician. Granted, but in this instance Miss Arundell suffered from a chronic condition. It was a long-expected end. So it would appear, yes. His voice remained unconvinced. I studied him closely. Poirot, I began, let me ask you directly. Are you certain professional enthusiasm isn't clouding your judgment? You desire a murder, therefore you manufacture one. A frown darkened his features. He nodded slowly. Your observation is astute. Hastings, you have identified a potential weakness. Murder is my vocation. I am like a distinguished surgeon who specializes in a particular rare procedure. When a patient arrives, he views them solely through the lens of his expertise. Could this person possibly be suffering from this specific ailment? I operate similarly. I constantly ask myself, could this possibly be murder? And you see, my friend, the possibility nearly always exists. I see very little possibility here, I countered. She was an elderly woman in declining health. Her passing seems perfectly ordinary to me. And does it also seem ordinary that Teresa Arundell would call her brother a fool with such venom? What does that matter? It matters a great deal. Now, give me your opinion. What did you make of Charles Arundell's claim that his aunt showed him her new will? I regarded Poirot cautiously. What is your interpretation? I asked, weary of always answering his questions. I find it profoundly interesting, a crucial piece of the puzzle. Miss Teresa Arundell's reaction was equally telling. Their heated exchange was illuminating, very illuminating indeed. I see, I said, attempting to sound wise. It presents two clear paths for investigation. They seem a thoroughly dishonest pair, I remarked, capable of anything. The woman is strikingly beautiful. As for Charles, he's a charming rogue, without a doubt. Poirot was already signalling for a cab. One pulled to the curb and he gave the driver an address in Bayswater. So Miss Lawson is next, I noted as we settled in, and after her the Tannius family. Exactly. Hastings, what persona will you adopt this time? I inquired as the taxi stopped. The biographer of General Arundell, a potential buyer for Little Green House or something more intricate. I shall present myself simply as Hercule Poirot. How utterly predictable, I teased. Poirot merely shot me a look, paid the fare, and led the way to the second-floor apartment. A smartly dressed maid answered the door and ushered us into a room that presented a comical contrast to the one we had just departed. Teresa Arundell's apartment had been stark to the point of barrenness. Miss Lawson's, however, was so densely packed with furniture and assorted knickknacks that navigating it felt like a perilous endeavour, where one wrong move might topple a precarious stack of books or a delicate porcelain figurine. The door swung open and a somewhat portly, middle-aged woman entered. Miss Lawson matched the image I had formed almost perfectly. She wore an earnest, slightly vacant expression. Her greying hair was in a state of charming disarray, and her pince-nez sat crookedly on the bridge of her nose. Her manner of speaking was fitful, punctuated by little gasps for air. "Good morning. Oh, I don't believe we've—" "Miss Wilhelmina Lawson?" "Yes, that's correct. That is me. My name is Poirot, Hercule Poirot. I was examining Little Green House just yesterday." "Oh, really?" Miss Lawson's jaw went a bit slack, and she made a few futile pats at her unruly hair. "Please do sit," she continued, flustered. "Here, this chair. Oh dear, I'm so sorry about that side table. It's a bit of a squeeze in here, I'm afraid. Such a challenge. These modern flats, they're just a touch too compact. But the location is marvellous. I do adore being right in the heart of things, don't you agree?" With another gasp, she settled onto an austere Victorian chair, and her spectacles still askew, leaned forward with breathless anticipation, her eyes fixed hopefully on Poirot. "I visited Little Green House under the pretence of a potential buyer," Poirot continued. "However, I wish to state immediately, and this is in the utmost confidence." "Oh, absolutely," Miss Lawson breathed, her face alight with thrilled excitement. "The very utmost confidence," Poirot affirmed. "My visit had an alternate purpose. You may or may not know that, not long before her passing, Miss Arundell wrote to me." He paused deliberately before adding, "I am, you understand, a rather well-known private investigator." A rapid parade of emotions marched across Miss Lawson's flushed features. I watched, curious to see which one Poirot would deem significant. There was alarm, a spark of intrigue, plain surprise, and then confusion. "Oh," she said. After a moment she repeated, "Oh." Then, quite out of the blue, she posed a question. Was it about the money? Even Poirot was momentarily caught off guard. He replied cautiously, "You are referring to the money that was—" "Yes, precisely, the money that disappeared from the drawer." Poirot said, his voice low, "And even Miss Arundell did not inform you she had written to me concerning that money?" "Goodness, no. I hadn't the slightest notion. Well, I must say, I am thoroughly astonished. You believed she would have kept it to herself?" "I certainly assumed so. You see, she had formed a rather strong suspicion." She halted abruptly. Poirot interjected smoothly. "She had a rather strong suspicion of who was responsible. That is what you were about to say, is it not?" Miss Lawson gave a vigorous nod and rushed on breathlessly. "And I never imagined she would have wanted— Well, I mean, she expressed, that is, she gave the impression." Once more Poirot deftly sliced through the incoherence. "It was a private family affair." "Exactly. But I," said Poirot with a slight flourish, "I specialize in the delicate fabric of family affairs. You understand, I'm the soul of discretion." Miss Lawson nodded so emphatically her pince-nez trembled. "Oh, naturally that changes everything. It isn't at all like involving the police. No, indeed, I bear no resemblance to the police. That would have been entirely unsuitable." "Oh, completely. Dear Miss Arundell was immensely proud. Of course, there had been previous difficulties with Charles, but everything was always handled quietly. I believe on one occasion he was practically shipped off to Australia." "Precisely," said Poirot. "Now, the facts of the matter were these, were they not? Miss Arundell kept a sum of cash in a drawer." He paused, allowing her to pick up the thread. Miss Lawson was quick to oblige. "Yes, withdrawn from the bank, for the household wages, you know, and the account books, and the exact amount that went missing. £4 notes. Wait, no, I must be accurate. £3 notes and two 10-shilling notes. One has to be precise, I know, terribly precise in these situations." Miss Lawson gazed at him with intense, goggling eyes, and in her earnestness managed to knock her pince-nez into an even more precarious position. "You have a very sharp mind for business, I see." Miss Lawson gave a small, self-deprecating laugh and straightened her posture slightly. "Miss Arundell believed, and I suppose she had her reasons, that her nephew Charles was the one who took the money," Poirot continued. "Indeed, she agreed, even though there was no real proof pointing to a specific person." "Oh, but it simply had to be Charles. Mrs. Tanios would never do a thing like that. And her husband was practically a visitor. He wouldn't have known where anything was kept, neither of them. And I can't imagine Teresa Arundell stooping to it. She always has ample funds and dresses so beautifully." Poirot offered an alternative. Perhaps it was one of the household staff. The suggestion visibly shocked Miss Lawson. "Oh, goodness, no. Neither Ellen nor Annie would ever dream of it. They are both very respectable women and completely trustworthy. I am certain of it." After a deliberate pause, Poirot leaned forward. "I wonder if you might provide some insight. I feel confident you can, for if anyone was in Miss Arundell's confidence, it was you." Miss Lawson murmured in flustered protest. "Well, I really don't know about that, though she was clearly pleased by the implication." "I believe you can assist me." "Oh, I'll certainly try to do anything I can. What I am about to ask," Poirot said, lowering his voice, "is to be kept in the strictest confidence." A keen, almost owlish look came over Miss Lawson's face. Those words, "in confidence," acted like a magic key. "Can you tell me what prompted Miss Arundell to change her will?" "Her will?" Oh, her will. She seemed momentarily caught off guard. Poirot watched her intently. It is correct, is it not, that she made a new will not long before she passed, naming you as the sole beneficiary of her entire estate? Yes, but I had no idea, none whatsoever. Miss Lawson's protest was shrill. It was the most tremendous surprise, a marvellous surprise, naturally, so very kind of dear Miss Arundell, and she never breathed a word of it to me. Not a single hint. I was so utterly overwhelmed when Mr. Purvis read it aloud. I scarcely knew what to do with myself, whether to laugh or to cry. I assure you, M. Poirot, the shock of it all, the sheer shock, the generosity, the incredible generosity. Of course, I had privately hoped for perhaps a small token, a tiny little keepsake, though I had no real claim to anything, not having been with her all that many years. But this, it was like something from a storybook. Even now I can hardly believe it. And sometimes her voice dropped, becoming more troubled as she fumbled with her pince-nez. Sometimes I don't feel entirely at ease about it. I mean, well, family is family after all. It doesn't seem entirely proper, does it, for her to leave everything away from her own kin? Not the whole of it. And it was such a vast sum. Nobody had any notion. It makes one rather uncomfortable, especially with people saying things, and I've never been a grasping person. I wouldn't have dreamed of trying to influence her. Not that I could have, to be perfectly honest. I was always a little bit in awe of her. She could be so sharp, so quick to correct you, downright blunt on occasion. Don't be a perfect fool, she'd snap. It could be quite hurtful, you know. I have my feelings, and then to discover that, all along she must have been truly fond of me. Well, it's profoundly touching. Only, of course, there has been so much unpleasantness since, and in some ways one can't help but feel, well, it does seem rather severe on the others, doesn't it? You are suggesting you would rather give up the inheritance? Poirot inquired. For just a fleeting instant, a different expression seemed to flicker in Miss Lawson's pale blue eyes, a glint of shrewd intelligence that replaced the usual amiable vagueness. It was there and gone, leaving the familiar flustered woman in its place. She gave a soft, nervous laugh. Well, naturally, you have to consider the opposite perspective as well. I believe every issue has two sides. My feeling is that Miss Arundell truly wished for me to have that inheritance. To refuse it would be to disregard her intentions, and that wouldn't be proper either, would it? It presents a moral dilemma. Poirot agreed, his expression thoughtful. I have pondered it extensively. Bella Tanios is such a kind person, and her children are so sweet. I am convinced Miss Arundell would not have wanted her to suffer. You see, I believe dear Miss Arundell entrusted me with the judgment to act wisely. She was reluctant to leave funds directly to Bella because she feared that husband of hers would seize control of every penny. Which husband, Dr. Tanios? The poor woman is completely dominated by him, Mr. Poirot. She obeys his every command. I wouldn't be surprised if he ordered her to commit a crime and she complied. She's plainly frightened of the man. I've witnessed that look of sheer terror on her face more than once. Now, that is not a proper way to live, is it? You cannot argue it is. Poirot offered no argument. Instead, he asked, "What is your impression of Dr. Tanios?" "Oh," Miss Lawson hesitated. "He can be very agreeable." She fell silent, uncertain. "But you are not convinced by his agreeableness?" "Well, no, I am not." "To be perfectly frank," Miss Lawson continued with growing doubt, "I'm not sure I trust any man very far. One hears such appalling stories. The suffering their wives endure is truly shocking. Dr. Tanios puts on a charming act, of course, all delightful manners and apparent devotion. But I have a deep mistrust of foreigners. They can be so cunning. And I am absolutely certain, dear Miss Arundell did not want her fortune falling into his grasp. You feel no sympathy for Teresa and Charles Arundell being disinherited?" Poirot gently prodded. A flush rose on Miss Lawson's cheeks. "Teresa has more money than is good for her already," she said sharply. "She wastes a fortune on dresses alone, and her lingerie. It's simply scandalous when one considers all the respectable, well-raised young women who must support themselves." Poirot finished the thought softly. "You believe a taste of self-reliance might benefit her?" Miss Lawson looked at him with grave conviction. It could be the making of her hardship has a way of imparting necessary lessons. Poirot nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on her. "And Charles deserves nothing," Miss Lawson stated flatly. "If Miss Arundell removed him from her will, she had excellent reason, especially after his vile threats." "Threats?" Poirot's eyebrows lifted. "Yes, threats. What did he say, and when did this occur? Let me recall, it was during Easter?" "Yes, on Easter Sunday itself, which made it all the more disgraceful." "What were his exact words?" "He demanded money from her, and she refused. Then he told her she was being unwise. He said if she maintained that position, he would. It was a crude American expression. Oh, yes, he said he would bump her off. He threatened to bump her off." "Precisely. And how did Miss Arundell respond?" "She said, 'You may find, Charles, that I am perfectly capable of looking after myself.'" "Were you present for this exchange?" "Not precisely in the room," Miss Lawson said after a brief pause. Of course, Poirot said hastily. "And what was Charles's reply?" "He said, 'Don't be too sure of that.'" Poirot spoke slowly. "Did Miss Arundell treat this threat as a serious matter?" "It's hard to say. She never mentioned it to me afterward, but then she wouldn't necessarily confide in me about such a thing." Poirot's voice grew quieter. "You were aware, however, that Miss Arundell was in the process of drafting a new will?" "No, I was not. I've told you, its contents were a complete shock. I never imagined—" Poirot interrupted gently. "You may not have known the details, but you knew the fact that a will was being prepared. Well, I had my suspicions. I mean, her summoning the lawyer while she was confined to her bed was rather telling." "Exactly. That was after her fall, wasn't it?" "Yes, Bob. The dog had left his ball at the top of the staircase. She tripped over it and took a nasty tumble. A serious accident." "Oh, absolutely. The doctor said she could have easily broken an arm or a leg. She might even have been killed." "Yes, indeed." Her reply sounded perfectly natural and sincere. Poirot smiled slightly. "I believe I met Master Bob at Little Green House." "Oh, I'm sure you did. He's such a sweet little dog." Nothing irritates me more than hearing a spirited terrier described as a sweet little dog. No wonder Bob showed Miss Lawson no respect and ignored her commands. "And he's quite clever?" Poirot continued. "Oh, very. How terribly guilty he would feel if he knew he had almost caused his mistress's death." Miss Lawson didn't answer directly. She only sighed and shook her head. Poirot pressed on. "Do you believe that fall might have prompted Miss Arundell to change her will?" We were treading on delicate ground, I thought. But Miss Lawson took the question in stride. "You know," she said, "I rather think you may be right. It gave her a real fright, I'm certain of that. Elderly people don't like to dwell on their own mortality, but an accident like that forces one to consider it. Or perhaps she had a kind of premonition that her time was near." Poirot asked casually. "She was in reasonably good health, though?" "Oh, yes, quite well indeed." "Then her illness must have come on very suddenly. It was a tremendous shock. We had guests over that evening." Miss Lawson hesitated. "Your friends, the Misses Tripp. I have had the pleasure of meeting them. They are most charming." Miss Lawson's face brightened. "Aren't they just such refined women with such broad interests? And so deeply spiritual? Did they mention our sittings?" "I expect you're a skeptic. But I wish I could convey the profound joy of making contact with those who have passed beyond." "I can well imagine," Poirot said gently. "And was Miss Arundell also a believer?" Miss Lawson's expression clouded. She was open to being convinced, she said uncertainly. But I don't think she always approached it with the right attitude. She was doubtful and skeptical, and once or twice her mindset seemed to attract a most undesirable type of spirit. We received some very disrespectful messages, all due, I'm sure, to Miss Arundell's own disbelief." "I should think that very likely," Poirot agreed. "But on that final evening," Miss Lawson went on, "perhaps Isabel and Julia told you. There were clear signs of phenomena, the beginnings of a materialization, in fact. Ectoplasm. You're familiar with ectoplasm? Yes, I know something of its nature. It emerges from the medium's mouth like a glowing ribbon and gradually takes shape. Now I am convinced, Mr. Poirot, that without realizing it, Miss Arundell was herself a medium. That evening I distinctly saw a luminous ribbon coming from dear Miss Arundell's lips. Then a sort of hazy light seemed to envelop her head. Most remarkable. And then, unfortunately, Miss Arundell was taken ill quite suddenly, and we had to end the séance. When did you call for the doctor? First thing the next morning. Did he consider it serious? Well, he arranged for a nurse to come by that evening. But I believe he remained hopeful she would recover. And, forgive me, were the relatives notified. Miss Lawson coloured slightly. They were informed as soon as it was necessary, that is, once Dr. Granger said her condition was critical. What was believed to have caused the attack? Something she ate? No, not specifically. Dr. Granger felt she hadn't been as careful with her diet as she should have been. In fact, earlier that week she had insisted on a rather rich pudding against his advice, a small act of defiance that may have played its part. I believe he considered the chill in the air likely triggered the attack. The conditions had been quite unpredictable. Theresa and Charles Arundell were visiting that weekend, weren't they? Miss Lawson tightened her lips. They were. The visit didn't go well, Poirot observed, studying her face. It did not, she added with a sharp edge. Miss Arundell knew exactly why they'd come. And why was that? Poirot inquired, watching her closely. Money, Miss Lawson snapped. And they left empty-handed. Really, said Poirot. And I've a feeling Dr. Tanios was after the same thing, she continued. Dr. Tanios. He wasn't there that same weekend, was he? Oh, but he was. He arrived on Sunday. He only stayed for about an hour. It appears everyone had an eye on poor Miss Arundell's fortune, Poirot ventured. I know it's rather unpleasant to consider, isn't it? Most unpleasant, Poirot agreed. It must have been a severe blow to Charles and Theresa that weekend when they discovered Miss Arundell had formally cut them out of her will. Miss Lawson gaped at him. Poirot asked, Isn't that correct? Did she not explicitly tell them so? I couldn't possibly say. I heard nothing about it. There was no commotion as far as I'm aware. Both Charles and his sister seemed to depart in perfectly good spirits. I see. Perhaps my information was incorrect. Miss Arundell kept her will at the house, I believe. Miss Lawson fumbled, her pince-nez slipping from her nose. She bent to retrieve them. I really wouldn't know. No. I believe it was held by Mr. Purvis. And he was the executor. Mr. Purvis was, yes. After her passing, did he come to the house to examine her documents?
He did.
Yes. Poirot studied her intently before posing a sudden, personal question. Do you like Mr. Purvis? Miss Lawson became flustered. Like Mr. Purvis? Well, that's rather hard to say, isn't it? I'm certain he's a very capable man, a capable solicitor, I mean. But his manner is somewhat abrupt. It isn't always pleasant to be addressed as though, well, I can't quite explain. He was perfectly polite, and yet somehow almost rude, if you understand. A trying position for you, Poirot said sympathetically. A brief, unexpected memory of Purvis brusquely sorting through Emily's beloved porcelain collection flashed in her mind, hardening her tone. Yes, it was exceedingly trying. Miss Lawson sighed and shook her head. Poirot stood. Thank you very much, Miss Lawson, for all your assistance and patience. Miss Lawson also rose, sounding slightly agitated. I'm sure there's nothing to thank me for, nothing at all. Just glad if I could be of help, if there's anything else I can possibly do. Poirot turned back from the doorway. He lowered his voice. I think, Miss Lawson, you should be aware of something. Charles and Theresa Arundell are attempting to contest this will. A vivid flush spread across Miss Lawson's cheeks. They can't possibly succeed, she said sharply. My solicitor has assured me of that. Ah, said Poirot, you have consulted a solicitor then, naturally. Why ever shouldn't I? No reason at all, a very prudent course of action. Good day to you. Once we stepped from Clanroydon Mansions onto the street. Poirot took a deep breath. "Hastings, my friend, that woman is either precisely what she appears to be, or she is a remarkably skilled actress. She clearly believes Miss Arundell's death was entirely natural. You can see that, I said." Poirot offered no reply. There are moments when he finds it convenient to be deaf. He hailed a cab. The Durham Hotel in Bloomsbury. He instructed the driver. 16 MRS Tanios. "A gentleman to see you, madam?" The woman seated at one of the writing tables in the hotel's writing room turned her head and then stood approaching us with an air of uncertainty. Mrs. Tanios could have been any age past 30. She was a tall, slender woman with dark hair, rather prominent light eyes that reminded one of pale gooseberries, and an anxious expression. A stylish hat was perched on her head at an awkward angle, and she wore a somewhat dreary-looking cotton dress. "I don't believe," she began vaguely. Poirot bowed. "I had just returned from a visit with your cousin, Teresa Arundell." "Oh, from Teresa? Is everything all right? Might we speak privately for a moment?" Mrs. Tanios glanced around somewhat uncertainly. Poirot indicated a leather sofa situated in a quiet corner. As we moved toward it, a young, sharp voice called out, "Mother, where are you going? I'll be right over there. Finish your letter, sweetheart." The child, a slender, serious girl of about 7, returned to what was clearly a difficult task. Her tongue was visible between her lips as she concentrated on forming the words. The corner of the room was empty. Mrs. Tanios took a seat and we joined her. She looked at Poirot with a questioning expression. He began, "This concerns the passing of your aunt, Miss Emily Arundell. Did I imagine it, or was there a sudden flicker of apprehension in her pale, wide-set eyes?" "Yes, Miss Arundell," Poirot continued, "changed her will very shortly before she died. The new document left everything to Miss Wilhelmina Lawson. My question, Mrs. Tanios, is whether you would be willing to join your cousins, Teresa and Charles Arundell, in an effort to challenge it." "Oh!" Mrs. Tanios took a sharp breath. "But is that even possible? My husband spoke with a solicitor, and the advice was strongly against attempting anything of the sort." "Solicitors are a cautious breed, madame. Their counsel is typically to avoid legal battles at all costs, often sound advice. Yet there are moments when a calculated risk is warranted. I'm not a lawyer, so my perspective differs. Miss Teresa Arundell is prepared to proceed. What is your position?" Well, I truly don't know." She nervously twisted her fingers together. "I would have to discuss it with my husband. Naturally, any definite step requires his consultation. But what is your personal feeling on the matter?" "Really, I'm not certain." Mrs. Tanios appeared more troubled than before. "It depends so much on what my husband thinks." "But you yourself, madame, what is your opinion?" Mrs. Tanios frowned, then spoke slowly. "I don't believe I care for the idea. It feels rather unseemly, doesn't it?" "Does it? Yes. After all, if Aunt Emily decided to leave her money outside the family, I suppose we must accept it. So you do not feel personally wronged?" "Oh, but I do." A swift flush coloured her cheeks. "I think it was profoundly unfair, and so completely unexpected. It wasn't like Aunt Emily at all. It feels like a slight against the children." "You believe it was out of character for Miss Emily Arundell?" "I think it was absolutely extraordinary." "Then is it not possible she was not acting entirely of her own volition? Could someone have exerted an undue influence?" Mrs. Tanios frowned again, then replied almost reluctantly, "The trouble is I simply cannot picture Aunt Emily being swayed by anyone. She was far too resolute." Poirot nodded in agreement. "Yes, your observation is correct, and Miss Lawson is hardly what one would call a forceful personality. No, she's a gentle soul, perhaps a bit simple, but genuinely kind." "That's partly why I feel—" "Yes, madame," Poirot prompted as she hesitated. Mrs. Tanios resumed fidgeting with her fingers. "Well, that trying to overturn the will would be rather petty. I'm convinced it wasn't any scheme of Miss Lawson's. I'm sure she is utterly incapable of that sort of manoeuvring. Again, I concur." And that is why legal action seems both undignified and vindictive. Besides, it would be terribly expensive, wouldn't it? It would involve considerable expense, yes, and likely futile as well. But you really must speak to my husband. He has a much better mind for these practical matters. Poirot waited a moment before posing his next question. What reason, in your view, prompted the creation of that will? A quick colour rose in Mrs. Tanios's face. A faint flush coloured Mrs. Tanios's cheeks as she whispered, "I really don't know." "Madame, I have mentioned I am not a lawyer, yet you haven't inquired about my actual profession." She studied him with a questioning look. "I am a private investigator. Not long before her passing, Miss Emily Arundell sent me a letter." Mrs. Tanios leaned forward, her hands clasping tightly. "A letter?" she asked sharply. "Concerning my husband?" Poirot observed her for a long moment before replying deliberately. "I regret that I am not permitted to answer that. Then it was about my husband." Her voice grew strained. "What did it say, I assure you, Mr. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." "Hercule Poirot, I assure you, Mr. Poirot, anything in that letter against my husband is completely false. I also know exactly who prompted it. This is another reason I want no part of whatever scheme Teresa and Charles are pursuing. Teresa has always resented my husband. She has spread rumours. I know she has. Aunt Emily was already biased against him for not being English, so she might have believed Teresa's poisonous stories. But they are not true, Mr. Poirot. You have my word on that. Mother, I finished my letter." Mrs. Tanios turned swiftly. With a warm smile, she took the paper from her little girl. "That's lovely, sweetheart. Absolutely lovely. And what a wonderful drawing of Mickey Mouse. What should I do now? How about picking out a nice picture postcard? Here's some money. Go ask the man in the lobby to show you some, and you can send it to Salim." The child skipped away. I recalled Charles Arundel's description. Mrs. Tanios was clearly a devoted mother and wife, yet there was something undeniably anxious about her, like a creature perpetually on edge. "Is she your only child, madame?" "No, I have a young son as well. He's out with his father just now." "They didn't always come with you to Little Green House during your visits?" "Oh, they did sometimes, but my aunt was quite elderly and children could be overwhelming for her. Still, she was very generous, always sending lovely Christmas gifts for them. To clarify, when did you last see Miss Emily Arundell?" "I believe it was roughly 10 days before she died. You and your husband and both your cousins were all there together that weekend, correct?" "Oh, no, that was the prior weekend, the Easter holiday. And you and your husband returned the weekend after Easter, yes." "Was Miss Arundell in good health and spirits then?" "Yes, she seemed her usual self. She wasn't confined to bed. She had taken a fall and was resting, but she came downstairs while we were visiting." "Did she mention anything to you about making a new will?" "No, nothing at all." "And her attitude toward you was entirely unchanged?" A slightly longer hesitation preceded Mrs. Tanios's reply. "Yes. In that instant I was certain, Poirot, and I shared the same thought. Mrs. Tanios was not telling the truth." Poirot waited a beat, then clarified. "I should explain. When I asked if Miss Arundel's manner toward you was unchanged, I was not using the plural you. I meant toward you personally." Mrs. Tanios answered quickly, her manner suddenly fluid. "Oh, I understand. Aunt Emily was very kind to me. She gave me a small pearl and diamond brooch, and she sent 10 shillings to each of the children." The words now flowed freely without restraint. "And concerning your husband, was there no alteration in her manner toward him?" The tension returned. Mrs. Tanios avoided Poirot's gaze as she responded, "No, of course not. Why would there be? But since you imply your cousin Teresa Arundell may have tried to influence your aunt's opinion." "She did, I'm certain of it." Mrs. Tanios leaned in eagerly. "You're absolutely right. There was a change. Aunt Emily became distinctly colder toward him. Her behaviour was very strange indeed. She was quite indignant about it." Poirot's expression shifted slightly. "That is certainly an unusual thing to do," he remarked, keeping his tone deliberately neutral. "I found it incredibly rude. Dr. Tanios's wife said with heat. As you noted, older women can be suspicious of those from other countries. Poirot offered. They often believe only English physicians are worth consulting. A narrow worldview explains much. Yes, I suppose that's true, Mrs. Tanios conceded, seeming somewhat appeased. When do you plan to return to Smyrna? In a few weeks. My husband? Oh, here he is now, with Edward 17 Dr. Tanios. My initial glimpse of Dr. Tanios came as a genuine surprise. In my imagination, I had painted him as a distinctly ominous figure, a shadowy foreigner with a dark beard and a menacing look. The reality was a cheerful, round-faced man with warm brown hair and eyes. His beard was neat and trim, giving him more the air of a painter than a villain. He spoke flawless English, his voice as pleasant and good-natured as his appearance. "Here we are," he said, smiling at his wife. Edward was utterly enchanted by his first subway ride. He's only ever known buses until today. Edward resembled his father, though both he and his little sister had a distinctly sallow complexion, which explained Miss Peabody's earlier description of them. Her husband's arrival seemed to make Mrs. Tanios anxious. She introduced Poirot to him with a slight stammer, completely overlooking me. Dr. Tanios seized on the name. "Poirot? Monsieur Hercule Poirot. I know that name very well indeed. What brings you to us, M. Poirot?" "It concerns a lady who recently passed away. Miss Emily Arundell," Poirot replied. "My wife's aunt? What about her?" Poirot chose his words carefully. "Certain questions have emerged following her death." Mrs. Tanios interrupted abruptly. "It's about the will, Jacob. M. Poirot has been speaking with Teresa and Charles. Some of the tension left Dr. Tanios's posture. He sank into a chair. "Ah, the will, a deeply unfair document. But then, I suppose it's not my affair." Poirot gave a summarized and not entirely accurate account of his meetings with the Arundell siblings and cautiously suggested there might be grounds to contest the will. "You interest me greatly, M. Poirot. I share your view. Something could be done. I even consulted a solicitor on the matter, but his advice was discouraging, so he shrugged. Lawyers, as I told your wife, are a cautious breed. They dislike risks, but I'm different, and you?" Dr. Tanios laughed, a rich, hearty sound. "Oh, I'd take a risk. Certainly, I often have, haven't I, Bella?" He smiled across at her, and she returned a smile that seemed rather automatic. He turned back to Poirot. "I am no solicitor," he said, "but in my view it is perfectly obvious that will was drafted when the old lady was not in her right mind. That Lawson woman is both shrewd and devious." Mrs. Tanios shifted uncomfortably. Poirot glanced at her. "You do not agree, madam," she said rather faintly. "She has always been quite decent to me. I wouldn't call her clever." "She was decent to you," said Dr. Tanios good-humouredly, "because she saw you as no threat, my dear Bella. You are too trusting." His wife flushed at this. "With me, it was another story," he continued. "She did not care for me, and she made no secret of it. Let me give you an example. During our stay, the old lady took a bad fall on the stairs. I was determined to return the next weekend to check on her. Miss Lawson tried her hardest to stop us. She didn't manage it, but her irritation was plain. The motive was obvious. She wanted exclusive access to the elderly lady. Poirot shifted his attention to the wife. "Do you share that view, madame?" Her husband spoke before she could. "Bella is far too generous," he said. "She would never attribute ill intentions to anyone, but I remain convinced I was correct. Let me offer another point, M. Poirot. The source of her influence over Miss Arundell was spiritualism. That's the method. I'm certain of it. You believe that?" "Absolutely, my dear sir. I've witnessed plenty of it. It takes hold of people. You'd be astonished, particularly someone of Miss Arundell's advanced age. I'd wager that's where the idea originated. Some apparition, perhaps her deceased father, instructed her to change her will and leave everything to Miss Lawson. She was unwell, impressionable." A slight, almost imperceptible shift came from Mrs. Tanios. Poirot turned to her. You find that plausible, yes? Go on, Bella, Dr. Tanios urged. Share your thoughts? He gave her an encouraging nod. Her swift glance back at him held a peculiar quality. After a pause, she said, I really don't know much about such matters. I expect you're correct, Jacob. I'm sure I am. Wouldn't you agree, Poirot? Poirot inclined his head. It is possible, yes. Then he asked, You were in market basing, I believe, the weekend prior to Miss Arundell's passing. We visited at Easter and again the following weekend. That's right. No, I refer to the weekend after that, the 26th. You were there on the Sunday, I think. Oh, Jacob, were you? Mrs. Tanios stared at him, her eyes wide. He responded quickly. Yes, don't you recall? I made a brief trip down that afternoon. I mentioned it to you. Both Poirot and I watched her. She nervously adjusted her hat, pushing it back. You must remember, Bella, her husband pressed on. Your memory is truly dreadful sometimes, of course, she conceded with a thin, apologetic smile. It's quite right. My memory is terrible, and it was nearly 2 months ago now. Miss Teresa Arundell and Mr. Charles Arundell were also present that weekend. I understand, said Poirot. They might have been, Tanios replied casually. I didn't encounter them? So your visit was quite short? Oh, yes, only half an hour or so. Poirot's probing stare seemed to unsettle him slightly. Might as well come clean, he said with a forced chuckle. I was hoping to secure a loan, but I was unsuccessful. I'm afraid my wife's aunt never really warmed to me. A pity, because I rather liked her. She was a game old bird. May I ask you a direct question, Dr. Tanios? Was there a flicker of unease in Tanios's eyes? By all means, Mem Poirot, what is your assessment of Charles and Teresa Arundell? The doctor appeared somewhat relieved. Charles and Teresa? He looked at his wife with an affectionate smile. Bella, my dear, you don't mind if I'm candid about your relatives. She shook her head, her smile faint. Then, in my opinion, they are both thoroughly corrupt. Oddly enough, I prefer Charles. He's a scoundrel, but a charming one. He lacks any moral compass, but he can't help his nature. Some people are simply born that way, and Teresa... He hesitated. It's harder to say. She is an extraordinarily captivating woman, but I would judge her to be completely ruthless. She'd coldly eliminate anyone who stood in her way if it served her purpose. At least, that's my impression. You may have heard that her mother was once tried for murder and acquitted. Poirot noted. Exactly, and acquitted, Tanios said swiftly. But even so, it makes one wonder occasionally. You have met the young man she is engaged to? Donaldson? Yes, he came for supper one evening. What is your opinion of him? A sharp man. I suspect he'll go far if given the opportunity. Specialization requires funds. You mean he is intellectually gifted in his field? That is what I mean. Yes. A first-rate mind, he smiled, a touch cynically. Not exactly the life of the party socially, however. He was a bit precise and formal in his manner, making him and Teresa a rather amusing pair, the classic attraction of opposites. She was a social butterfly while he preferred his own company. The children were eagerly pressing their mother. Can't we go to lunch now? I'm starving. We're going to be late. Poirot checked his watch and exclaimed apologetically, 1,000 pardons, I have kept you from your meal. With a glance toward her husband, Mrs. Tanios offered hesitantly, Perhaps we could invite you to join. But Poirot cut in politely, You are most kind, madame, but I am already late for a prior luncheon engagement. We exchanged handshakes with Dr. and Mrs. Tanios and the children before stepping into the hall. Poirot needed to make a telephone call, so I lingered near the porter's desk. As I waited, I noticed Mrs. Tanios emerge from the dining room, her eyes scanning the lobby with a tense, almost hunted expression. Spotting me, she hurried over. Your friend, Poirot, has he left? No, he's just in the telephone booth. Oh, did you need to speak with him? She gave a quick nod, her nervousness palpable. Just then Poirot exited the booth and, seeing us together, approached at once. "Poirot," she began in a rushed, hushed tone, "there is something I must tell you, something important." "Yes, madame." "You see, it's about—" She broke off abruptly as Dr. Tanios and the two children appeared from the writing room. He walked over, his manner perfectly pleasant. "Having a final word with M. Poirot, Bella?" "Yes. Well, that's really all, M. Poirot," she said, her tone suddenly bright and artificial. "I only wanted you to tell Teresa that we support whatever she decides. The family ought to stand together, after all." With a cheerful nod, she took her husband's arm, and they moved toward the dining room. I turned to Poirot, gripping his shoulder. That wasn't what she meant to say. He shook his head slowly, his eyes following them. "She changed her mind? But why?" "I wish I knew," he murmured. "She'll tell us another time," I suggested hopefully. "Perhaps, or perhaps she will not dare to." We lunched at a small restaurant nearby. I was impatient to hear his thoughts on the Arundell family now that we had met them all. Well, Poirot, with a look of mild reproof, he gave the menu his full attention. Only after ordering did he lean back, break his bread roll neatly, and reply with a hint of mockery. "Well, Hastings, what's your impression of them?" He answered slowly. "They are a fascinating group, truly. This case is like a box of surprises each time I mention receiving a letter from Miss Arundell. Something new emerges from Miss Lawson. We learn of missing money. Mrs. Tanios immediately assumes it concerns her husband. But why would Miss Arundell write to me about Dr. Tanios? That woman is hiding something, I said. Indeed, she knows more than she says. But what Miss Peabody claims Charles would murder his grandmother for pocket change. Miss Lawson insists Mrs. Tanios would kill if her husband asked. Dr. Tanios declares Charles and Teresa are rotten to the core, hints their mother was capable of murder, and casually remarks that Teresa could kill in cold blood. What a charming opinion they all hold of one another. Dr. Tanios suggests undue influence, yet his wife, before he arrived, seemed ready to accept the will. Only later does she shift. You see, Hastings, it is a pot that boils and seethes. Every so often a telling fact rises to the surface. Something is down there in the depths, I am certain of it. I swear on my honor as Hercule Poirot, I swear it. His intensity struck me, despite my usual reservations. After a moment I replied, "You may be right, but it all feels so indefinite, so shadowy. Yet you do agree something is amiss." "Yes," I said, hesitating. "I suppose I do." Poirot leaned forward, his gaze locking with mine. "You have shifted. No longer. Are you merely humoring me with detached amusement? Something else has persuaded you? It is not my reasoning alone. Something separate has made an impression? Tell me, what was it that made you view this seriously?" I considered slowly. "I think it was Mrs. Tanios. She looked afraid of me. No, not of you. It was something else. At first she spoke with such quiet sense, a natural irritation about the will, perhaps, but otherwise resigned, almost indifferent. It seemed the manner of a well-mannered, passive woman. Then came that abrupt shift, how eagerly she adopted her husband's position, the way she hurried into the hall after us, that almost secretive manner." Poirot gave an encouraging nod. "There was another small detail you might have missed. I notice everything. I refer to her reaction when we mentioned her husband visiting Little Greenhouse that final Sunday. I would swear she knew nothing of it. It appeared a complete shock, and yet she recovered so swiftly, agreeing he had told her and she had forgotten it. Unsettled me, Poirot." "You are correct, Hastings. That was significant. It left me with a distinct sense of fear." Poirot nodded slowly. "You felt it as well?" I asked. "Yes, that sensation was unmistakably present." He paused before continuing. "And yet you liked Dr. Tanios, did you not? You found him agreeable, good-natured, charming, attractive even past your English distrust of certain foreign backgrounds, a thoroughly pleasant man." "I did," I conceded. In the quiet that followed, I studied Poirot. Finally, I said, "What is on your mind, Poirot?" "I am considering various individuals from the past, the handsome Norman Gale, the blunt Evelyn Howard, the amiable Dr. Shepherd, the steady Knighton." For a second, I failed to grasp this reference to figures from old cases. What about them? They were all delightful personalities. Good heavens, Poirot, you can't mean that Tanios. No, do not leap ahead. I merely observe that personal reactions to people are unreliable guides. One must rely not on feelings, but on facts. I said. Facts haven't exactly been plentiful. Please don't go over it all again. I will be brief, my friend. To start, we undoubtedly have an attempted murder. You accept that? Yes, I said after a moment. I do. Until now, I had been somewhat doubtful of Poirot's reconstruction of that Easter Tuesday night, thinking it perhaps overly imaginative. Yet I had to admit his deductions held a clear logic. Very well now, attempted murder implies a murderer, one of those present that evening intended to kill, if not in deed, then in purpose. Granted, then that is our foundation. A murderer. We make inquiries, we stir the waters, and what emerges? Several pointed accusations, dropped almost casually within conversation. You believe they weren't casual? Impossible to say yet. Miss Lawson's innocent mention of Charles threatening his aunt may have been entirely artless, or it may not. Dr. Tanios's comments about Teresa Arundell might be entirely without ill will, simply a medical professional's honest assessment. Miss Peabody, meanwhile, is likely sincere in her view of Charles Arundell's tendencies, though it remains, after all, just one person's perspective. And so it continues. There's an expression, isn't there, about a skeleton in the closet? Well, that is precisely what I perceive here. We have not a skeleton but a killer among us. What I wish to understand, I pressed, is what you personally believe, Poirot. Hastings, I do not allow myself to believe in the casual sense you imply. At present, I am merely turning over certain observations, such as, I ponder the matter of motive. What possible reasons exist for Miss Arundell's death? The most apparent one, naturally, is financial benefit. Who stood to gain if she had passed away on that Easter Tuesday? Practically everyone involved except for Miss Lawson. Exactly. Well, that at least clears one person immediately. Indeed, Poirot mused. It would appear so. Yet the intriguing point is this. The individual who would have gained nothing from a death at that earlier date gains everything from a death occurring a fortnight later. What are you suggesting, Poirot? I asked, somewhat confused. Cause and effect, my friend, cause and effect. I regarded him uncertainly. He continued, Let us proceed with logic. What transpired precisely after the accident? I detest Poirot in this frame of mind. Whatever one says is almost certainly incorrect. I advanced with great care. Miss Arundell was confined to her bed. Precisely, with ample time for reflection. What followed? She wrote to you. Poirot gave a nod. Yes, she wrote, and the letter was never mailed. A profound pity. That. Do you suspect something deliberate in the letter not being posted? Poirot frowned. There, Hastings. I must confess I am uncertain. I incline to think, considering all factors, I am nearly convinced that the letter was genuinely misplaced. I believe, though I cannot be certain, that its existence was unknown to anyone else. Continue. What happened next? I thought back. The solicitor's visit, I offered. Yes. She summoned her lawyer and he arrived in due course. And she drafted a new will, I went on. Precisely. A new and most unexpected will. Now, in light of that document, we must examine very carefully a statement made to us by the maid Ellen. You recall she said that Miss Lawson was especially anxious that news of Bob being out all night should not reach Miss Arundell? But, oh, I see. No, I don't. Or perhaps I'm starting to glimpse what you're hinting at. I doubt it, said Poirot, but if you are, you realize I trust the paramount importance of that remark. He fixed me with an intense stare. Of course, I said hastily, and then, Poirot continued, several other events unfold. Charles and Teresa visit for the weekend, and Miss Arundell shows the new will to Charles, or so he claims. You don't accept his word. I accept only statements that are verified. Miss Arundell does not show it to Teresa, because she assumed Charles would tell her, but he does not. Why not? According to Charles himself, he did tell her. Teresa stated quite emphatically that he did not, a very interesting and revealing little contradiction, and after we left she called him a fool. I'm becoming muddled, Poirot, I said with a sigh. Let's return to the order of events. Dr. Tanius comes down on Sunday, likely without his wife's knowledge. I would say certainly without her knowledge. Let us say probably. To proceed, Charles and Teresa depart on Monday. Miss Arundell is in good health and spirits. She enjoys a hearty dinner and later sits in the dark with the Tripps and Miss Lawson for their usual gathering. Toward the end of that evening, she is taken violently ill. She went to bed and passed away 4 days later, leaving all her money to Miss Lawson. Captain Hastings declared it a natural death. But Hercule Poirot claims she was poisoned at dinner, without a shred of proof. I have proof, Hastings. Consider our talk with the Tripp sisters, and one remark from Miss Lawson's chatter stood out. You mean the curry she had? Curry could hide the taste of poison. Is that it? Poirot replied thoughtfully. The curry may indeed be relevant still, I argued. If your theory is correct, and it flies in the face of the medical findings, only Miss Lawson or one of the maids could have done it. Perhaps, or the Tripp women. That's absurd. They all seem utterly harmless. Poirot gave a slight shrug. Remember, Hastings, foolishness can walk hand in hand with cunning, and do not overlook the first attempt on her life. That was not the work of a mastermind. It was a crude, simple plan, inspired by Bob and his habit of leaving that ball on the stairs. Putting a thread across the steps was a basic idea. A child might have conceived it. I frowned. Are you saying? I am saying what we are hunting for is one thing alone, the desire to kill, nothing more. But the poison would need to be sophisticated to leave no trace, I countered. Something not easily obtained. Oh, come now, Poirot. I can't accept this. It's pure speculation. You are mistaken, my friend. After our conversations this morning, I now have something concrete to pursue. Faint but unmistakable signs. The trouble is, I am afraid. Afraid of what? He said gravely, of rousing the sleeping dogs. Is that not one of your sayings, to let sleeping dogs lie? That is what our killer does now, rests peacefully in the sun. But we know, you and I, how often a murderer, once disturbed, strikes again, a second or even a third time. You fear that might happen. He nodded. Yes, if there is a murderer among them. And I believe there is, Hastings. I believe there is 19, a visit to Miss Purvis. Poirot settled the bill. What next? I asked. We are doing what you proposed earlier. We are going to Harchester to see Mr. Purvis. That is why I telephoned from the Durham Hotel. You called Purvis. No, Teresa Arundell. I asked her for a letter of introduction. To have any chance with him, we must come from the family. She promised to send it to my flat. It should be there now. We found not only the letter, but Charles Arundell, who had delivered it himself. Comfortable place you have here, Poirot, he remarked, glancing around the sitting room. My eye caught a desk drawer not quite closed, a slip of paper keeping it ajar. Poirot would never shut a drawer so carelessly. I looked at Charles. He had been alone here waiting for us. No doubt he had spent the time snooping through Poirot's papers. The audacity of the young rogue. I felt a surge of irritation. Charles was in high spirits. Here you are, he said, handing over the letter. All correct, and I hope you have better luck with old Purvis than we did. He was not encouraging. I take it. Positively gloomy in his view. The Lawson woman has clearly made off with the goods. Have you and your sister ever thought of appealing to her sympathies? Charles grinned. I gave it some thought, absolutely. But there didn't appear to be any progress. My persuasive efforts were useless. the sorrowful image of the cast-out prodigal, and one not nearly as wayward as he was portrayed, or so I tried to imply, did nothing to sway the woman. Honestly, she genuinely seems to have a distaste for me. I can't fathom why. He chuckled. Most elderly ladies are quite taken with me without much effort. They believe I've never been truly appreciated and that life hasn't given me a fair shot. A convenient perspective. Oh, it's proven very convenient in the past. But as I said, with Miss Lawson, no luck. I suspect she might have a general aversion to men. She likely chained herself to fences and waved a suffragette banner back in the pre-war era. Ah, well, Poirot remarked, shaking his head, if straightforward approaches don't succeed, we must resort to criminal activity, Charles said brightly. Aha, said Poirot. Now, on the subject of crime, young man, is it accurate that you made a threat against your aunt? That you stated you would do her in, or something to that effect? Charles settled into a chair, stretched his legs out, and fixed a steady gaze on Poirot. Now, who passed that along to you? Never mind, is it true? Well, there's a kernel of truth in it. Come now, let me hear the account. The genuine one, please. Oh, you shall have it. There was nothing theatrical about it. I'd been trying to secure a loan, if you catch my meaning. I understand. Well, that didn't proceed as intended. Aunt Emily made it clear that any attempts to part her from her finances would be utterly futile. I didn't lose my cool, but I spoke plainly to her. Listen, Aunt Emily, I said. You're conducting matters in a manner that will ultimately lead to you being done in, she asked, rather haughtily what I meant. Precisely that, I replied. Your friends and family are all gathered around like hungry birds, every one of them broke, whatever that expression truly means, all hoping. And what do? Cling tightly to the cash and refuse to share. That's how people end up murdered. Believe me, if something happens to you, you'll have no one to blame but yourself. She peered at me then, over the rim of her spectacles in that distinctive way of hers, gave me a rather unpleasant look. Oh, she said dryly, so that's your assessment, is it? It is, I said. My advice is to be a bit more generous. Thank you, Charles, she said, for your well-intentioned counsel, but I believe you'll find I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself. Suit yourself, Aunt Emily, I replied. I was smiling broadly, and I suspect she wasn't as stern as she pretended to be. Don't claim I didn't warn you. I'll bear it in mind, she said. He paused. That was the entirety of it. And so, Poirot said, you satisfied yourself with a handful of banknotes you discovered in a drawer. Charles stared at him, then laughed heartily. I salute you, he said. You are quite the detective. How did you uncover that? It is true, then? Oh, it's true enough. I was desperately short of funds, needed money from somewhere, came across a tidy stack of notes in a drawer and borrowed a few. I was very restrained, didn't think my minor withdrawal would be noticed. Even if it was, they'd probably suspect the household staff, Poirot said dryly. It would be most serious for the servants if such a notion were entertained. Charles shrugged. Every man for himself, he murmured. And the devil take the hindmost, said Poirot. That is your philosophy, is it? Charles studied him curiously. I wasn't aware the old lady had ever noticed it. How did you learn about it? And about the doing in discussion, Miss Lawson informed me. The sly old cat. He looked, I thought, slightly unsettled. She doesn't care for me, and she doesn't care for Teresa, he said after a moment. You don't suppose she's holding something else back? What could she possibly have? Oh, I'm not sure. It's just that she strikes me as a spiteful old thing. He paused. She despises Teresa, he added. Did you realize, Mr. Arundell, that Dr. Tanios visited your aunt on the Sunday before she passed away on the same Sunday we were there? That's right, you didn't see him. No, we were out walking that afternoon. He must have come while we were gone. It's odd Aunt Emily never mentioned it. Who told you? Miss Lawson. Lawson again? She certainly knows everything. He paused, then added, You know, Tanios is a good sort. I like him, always cheerful, always smiling. He has a pleasant manner, certainly, Poirot agreed. Charles stood up. If I were him, I'd have been rid of dreary Bella years ago. Doesn't she seem exactly the type fate picks to be a victim? I wouldn't be shocked to hear pieces of her turned up in a suitcase somewhere like Margate. That is not a kind picture you paint of the good doctor, Poirot said sternly. No, Charles reflected, and I don't actually think Tanios would harm anyone. He's too decent for that. What about you? Would you commit murder if the reward were great enough? Charles laughed, a genuine, hearty sound, considering a little blackmail, Poirot. Not a chance. I can promise you I didn't put. He stopped abruptly, then finished strychnine in Aunt Emily's soup. With a casual wave, he left. Were you trying to alarm him, Poirot? I asked afterward. If so, I don't believe it worked. He showed no sign of guilt at all. No? None. He was completely composed. Interesting, that hesitation he made, Poirot mused. Hesitation? Yes. Just before the word strychnine, almost as if he had been about to say something different and changed his mind. I shrugged. He was probably just thinking of a suitably deadly-sounding poison. Perhaps, but let us be on our way. I think we shall spend the night at the George in Market Basing. Within 10 minutes, we were driving through London, headed once more for the countryside. We reached Harchester around 4 o'clock and went directly to the offices of Purvis, Charlesworth and Purvis. Mr. Purvis was a solidly built man with white hair and a rosy complexion, rather like a country squire. His manner was polite but guarded. He read the letter we presented and studied us over his desk, a sharp, appraising look. I know you by reputation, of course, M. Poirot, he said courteously. Miss Arundell and her brother have engaged you. I understand, though precisely how you intend to assist them is unclear to me. Shall we say, Mr. Purvis, a more thorough examination of all the facts? The lawyer replied dryly. Miss Arundell and her brother already have my opinion on the legal situation. The facts are plain and not open to misinterpretation. Quite, Poirot said quickly. But you would not object, I trust, to repeating them so I may form a clear picture. The lawyer inclined his head. As you wish, Poirot began. Miss Arundell wrote to you with instructions on April 17th, I believe. Mr. Purvis glanced at the papers before him.
Yes, that is correct.
Can you tell me what she said? She asked me to draw up a new will. There were to be legacies for 2 servants and several charities. The entire remainder of her estate was to go to Wilhelmina Lawson outright. Forgive me, Mr. Purvis, but were you surprised? I will admit, yes, I was surprised. Had Miss Arundell made a will before? Yes, one dated 5 years earlier. That earlier will left the bulk of her property after a few small bequests to her nephew and nieces. The estate was to be divided equally between the children of her brother Thomas and the daughter of her sister Arabella Biggs. What became of that document? Poirot inquired. At Miss Arundell's specific instruction, I carried it with me when I called upon her at Little Green House on the 21st of April, Mr. Purvis replied. I would be most grateful, Mr. Purvis, for a detailed account of all that transpired during that visit. The solicitor paused briefly, gathering his thoughts before speaking with measured precision. I arrived at the house at 3 in the afternoon, accompanied by one of my junior clerks. Miss Arundell received us in the drawing-room. How did she appear to you? She seemed to me in reasonably good health, despite relying on a walking stick, a consequence I understood of a recent accident. Her general constitution appeared sound, though her manner struck me as somewhat agitated and overly animated. Was Miss Lawson present? She was in attendance upon our arrival, but withdrew almost immediately. And then Miss Arundell inquired if I had fulfilled her request and brought the New Testament for her signature. I confirmed that I had. I must add, he said, his tone growing slightly more formal, but I felt compelled within the bounds of professional propriety to express my reservations. I pointed out that this new disposition might be viewed as profoundly inequitable to her family, who were, after all, her own kin, and her response. She asked me whether the money was or was not hers to dispose of as she saw fit. I conceded that it was, of course, entirely her right. "Very well, then," she stated. I ventured to remind her that her acquaintance with Miss Lawson was of relatively short duration, and I questioned whether she was entirely certain this disinheritance of her family was justified. Her reply was unequivocal. "My dear sir, I know perfectly well what I am doing. You mentioned her manner was excited. I would characterize it as such, yes, but let me be clear, Monsieur Poirot, she was in full command of her mental faculties. By every legal definition, she was entirely competent to manage her affairs. While my personal sympathies lie with the Arundell family, I would be duty-bound to affirm that competency in any court." "That is perfectly clear. Please continue." Miss Arundell reviewed her existing will. She then asked for the new instrument I had prepared. I should note that I would have preferred to submit a draft for her approval first, but she had been most insistent that the document be presented ready for execution, given its straightforward provisions. This posed no difficulty. She read it through, gave a firm nod, and declared her intention to sign it immediately. Feeling a final professional obligation, I voiced one last objection. She listened with a patience that felt almost theatrical, then stated her decision was irrevocable. I summoned my clerk, and he, along with the gardener, acted as witnesses to her signature. The domestic staff were ineligible, being named as beneficiaries. After the signing, did she entrust the will to you for safekeeping? No, she placed it in a drawer of her writing desk, which she then locked. And the original will? Did she destroy it? No, she secured it in the same drawer, following her death. Where was the new will discovered? In that very drawer. As her executor, I possessed her keys and conducted a review of all her papers and legal documents. Were both wills found there? Yes, precisely as she had left them. Did you attempt to discern her motive for this rather startling action? I did. She offered no satisfactory explanation, merely repeating her assurance that she knew what she was doing. You were nonetheless taken aback by the proceeding. Profoundly so. Miss Arundell had always, in my experience, demonstrated a pronounced sense of familial duty. Poirot was silent for a moment. "I presume you had no discussion with Miss Lawson on the matter?" "Certainly not," Mr. Purvis replied, his expression registering mild offence at the suggestion. "Such an action would have been highly irregular. Did Miss Arundell give any indication that Miss Lawson was aware a will was being drafted in her favour?" "Quite the opposite. I inquired whether Miss Lawson was aware of the proceedings, to which Miss Arundell sharply replied that she was not. I considered it prudent, I explained, that Miss Lawson remain uninformed of the event. I attempted to convey this subtly, and Miss Arundell appeared to share my view entirely." "Why did you emphasize that particular point, Mr. Purvis?" The elderly gentleman met my gaze with solemn dignity. "In my experience, such matters are best left unspoken. Furthermore, it could have paved the way for future disillusionment." "Ah," Poirot exhaled slowly. "Am I to understand you believed it likely Miss Arundell would reconsider her decision in the near future?" The attorney gave a slow confirming nod. "Precisely. I surmised there had been a severe disagreement with her relatives. It seemed probable that upon reflection she would regret her impulsive action. In that event, what would she have done? She would have instructed me to draft a New Testament. Could she not have taken the simpler route of merely destroying the recent will, thereby allowing the prior one to stand? That is a point of some legal ambiguity. You must understand all previous wills had been formally revoked by the testator. Yet Miss Arundell likely lacked the legal expertise to grasp that nuance. She may have believed destroying the later document would reinstate the earlier one. That is entirely possible, and had she died without a valid will, her estate would have passed to her family. Correct? One half to Mrs. Tanios, the remaining half divided between Charles and Teresa Arundell. However, the fact remains she did not reconsider. She passed away with her decision unaltered. But that, Poirot declared, is precisely where my involvement begins. The lawyer looked at him questioningly. Poirot leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Consider this scenario," he proposed. Suppose Miss Arundell on her deathbed wished to nullify that will. Suppose she believed she had destroyed it, but in reality she only destroyed the first document. Mr. Purvis shook his head. No, both wills were found intact. Then suppose she destroyed a fabricated copy, under the impression it was the genuine article. She was gravely ill, remember. Deception would have been simple. You would require substantial evidence to support such a claim, the lawyer retorted sharply. Oh, undoubtedly, without question, Poirot conceded. Might I ask, Mr. Purvis pressed, if there is any reason to believe something of that nature occurred? Poirot withdrew slightly. I should prefer not to commit myself at this preliminary stage, naturally. Quite naturally, Mr. Purvis agreed, falling back on a familiar professional phrase. Then he added, lowering his voice, though I may say in strictest confidence there are indeed some perplexing aspects to this affair. Truly? You don't say. Mr. Purvis rubbed his hands together, a flicker of grim anticipation in his manner. What I sought from you, and what I have obtained, Poirot continued, is your professional opinion that Miss Arundell would in time have changed her mind and softened toward her family. That is merely my personal assessment, you understand, the lawyer clarified. My dear sir, I comprehend perfectly. You do not, I believe, represent Miss Lawson. I advised Miss Lawson to seek independent legal counsel, Mr. Purvis stated, his tone becoming impersonal and guarded. Poirot shook his hand, thanking him for his time and the insights he had provided. Second visit to Little Green House. During our 10-mile drive from Harchester to Market Basing, we analysed the situation. Do you have any foundation at all, Poirot, for that suggestion you floated? You refer to the notion that Miss Arundell may have believed the will was destroyed? No, my friend. Frankly, no. But it was necessary, you must see, to propose some alternative. Mr. Purvis is an astute man. Had I not offered that hint, he would have wondered what my true purpose in this matter could be. Do you know what you remind me of, Poirot? I said. No, my friend. A juggler keeping a dozen brightly coloured balls in the air at once. The truth was, he seemed to be conjuring possibilities from thin air, yet I had to admit his performance was strangely compelling. They were all in the air at the same time. So the different coloured balls represent the various lies I tell. Is that it? That's essentially the idea, and one day you believe the whole act will come crashing down. You can't juggle forever, I observed. True enough. There will come a grand finale when I catch each ball, take my bow and exit the stage, to thunderous applause from the crowd. Poirot gave me a rather wary look. That is possible, yes. We didn't gain much from Mr. Purvis, I remarked, steering us away from that delicate topic. No, except it broadly supported our theories, and it supported Miss Lawson's claim that she knew nothing about the will until after the old lady died. I do not see that it confirmed any such thing. Purvis advised Miss Arundell not to tell her, and Miss Arundell said she had no intention of doing so. Yes, that is all very neat and tidy. But there are keyholes, my friend, and keys that open locked drawers. Do you honestly believe Miss Lawson would eavesdrop and snoop around? I asked, somewhat taken aback. Poirot smiled. Miss Lawson, she is not bound by the old school code, my dear Hastings. We already know she overheard one conversation she was not meant to hear. I refer to the discussion between Charles and his aunt about dispatching miserly relatives. I had to concede that point. So you see, Hastings, she could easily have heard part of the exchange between Mr. Purvis and Miss Arundell. He does have a strong, carrying voice. As for prying, Poirot continued, more people indulge in it than you might imagine. Timid, nervous souls like Miss Lawson often cultivate a few quietly dishonourable habits that provide them great comfort and amusement. Really, Poirot? I objected. He nodded several times. But it is so, it is indeed. We checked into the George and secured 2 rooms afterwards. We took a leisurely walk toward Little Green House. When we rang the bell, Bob was instantly on alert. Charging across the hall, barking fiercely, he hurled himself at the front door. I'll have your insides for dinner, he seemed to growl. I'll pull you apart. Try getting past me. Just wait till I sink my teeth into you." A calming voice rose above the noise. "Now then, boy. Easy now. There's a good dog. Come in here, Bob." Collar firmly grasped, was reluctantly shut inside the morning room. "Always ruining a fellow's fun," he might have grumbled. "First decent chance I've had to give someone a proper scare in ages. My teeth were just itching for a trouser leg. You'd better watch yourselves without me on guard." With the door closed on him, Ellen slid back the bolts and opened the front door. "Oh, it's you, sir," she said, her face lighting up with keen excitement. "Do come in, sir, please." We stepped into the hall. From under the door to our left came vigorous snuffling noises, mixed with low growls. Bob was working hard to identify us. "You can let him out," I suggested. "I will, sir. He's perfectly harmless, really, but he makes such a racket and charges at people that it frightens them. He is an excellent watchdog, though." She opened the morning room door, and Bob shot out like a cannonball. "Who is it? Where are they?" "Ah, there you are now, don't I remember?" Sniff, sniff, sniff. A long, investigative snort. "Of course we've met before." "Hello there, old fellow," I said. "How are you doing?" Bob gave a half-hearted wag of his tail. "Well enough, thank you. Let me just check." He resumed his inspection. "Been near a spaniel lately, I catch the scent. Silly breeds, in my opinion. What's this, a cat? Now that's intriguing. Wish we had her here. We'd have a fine old chase." The man gave a short, dismissive sniff. A decent bull terrier, I suppose." He had accurately guessed I'd recently visited some friends with dogs. Shifting his focus to Poirot, he took a deep breath of the chemical air, then turned and walked off with an air of wounded dignity. "Bob," I called after him. He glanced back over his shoulder. "It's fine. I know what I'm doing. I'll be back in a moment. The house is all closed up. I do hope you'll forgive." Ellen bustled into the morning room and started working on the shutter latches. "Splendid, this is splendid," Poirot declared, following her inside and taking a seat, just as I moved to join them. Bob materialized from some unseen part of the house, a tennis ball clamped in his jaws. He bolted up the staircase and flopped down on the top step, the ball secured between his front paws. His tail gave a slow, deliberate wag. "Well?" His posture seemed to say, "Are we playing or not?" My detective curiosity was momentarily forgotten. We played a lively game for several minutes before a pang of guilt sent me hurrying back to the morning room. Poirot and Ellen were deeply engrossed in a discussion about ailments and remedies. "Just some little white pills, sir, that's all she ever took. 2 or 3 after meals on Dr. Granger's orders. Oh, she was very diligent about it. They were tiny things. And then there was that stuff Miss Lawson swore by, capsules. They were Dr. Loughbarrow's liver capsules. You see them advertised on billboards everywhere." "She took those as well?" "Oh, yes. Miss Lawson got her started on them, and she felt they helped her. Was Dr. Granger aware?" "He didn't object, sir. 'You take them if you believe they help,' he'd tell her, and she'd reply, 'You can laugh, but they do help me. Far better than any of your concoctions.' Dr. Granger would just chuckle and say that faith was worth more than all the medicines ever made." "She didn't take anything else?" "No, Miss Bella's husband, that foreign doctor, he went and bought her a bottle of something once. She thanked him ever so politely, but I know for a fact she poured it right down the sink, and I believe she was right to do it. You never know what you're getting with those foreign remedies." Mrs. Tanios saw her dispose of it. "I take it?" "Yes, and I'm afraid it rather upset the poor lady. I felt sorry for her, as the doctor no doubt meant it kindly." "No doubt, no doubt. I presume any remaining medicines were discarded after Miss Arundell passed." Ellen looked slightly puzzled by the question. "Oh, yes, sir. The nurse disposed of some, and Miss Lawson cleared out the entire old stock from the bathroom medicine cabinet. And the Dr. Loughbarrow's capsules, where were those kept?" "Those were in the corner cupboard in the dining room, sir, to have them handy for after meals, just as the directions said." "Could you provide the name and address of the nurse who attended Miss Arundell?" Ellen supplied it without hesitation. Poirot continued his gentle inquisition about the final illness. Ellen recounted the details with grim relish, the nausea, the pain, the yellowing skin, the final fevered ramblings. Whether Poirot found any value in this clinical catalogue was unclear. He listened with infinite patience, occasionally inserting a precise little query, often about how much time Miss Lawson spent at the bedside. He also displayed an unusual fascination with the invalid's diet, comparing it at length to the meals given to a wholly fictional, ailing relative of his own. Seeing they were perfectly content, I slipped out into the hall again. Bob was asleep on the landing, the ball tucked under his chin like a prized possession. I gave a low whistle. He sprang up, instantly alert. This time, however, perhaps nursing a slight grudge over our earlier interruption, he made an elaborate performance of finally releasing the ball, snatching it back at the last second several times with a look that plainly said, "Frustrated? Perhaps I'll let you have it, eventually." When I returned to the morning room, Poirot was discussing Dr. Tanios's unexpected Sunday visit, the one that had occurred just before the old lady's death. A sudden heavy rain had begun to patter against the windows that afternoon. I recalled a detail not in the original telling, casting the whole memory in a more sombre, almost portentous light. "Yes, sir." Mr. Charles and Miss Teresa had gone for a walk. Dr. Tanios wasn't expected as far as I knew. The mistress was resting upstairs and seemed quite startled when I announced who had arrived. "Dr. Tanios?" she asked. "Is his wife with him?" I told her he had come alone. She then said to let him know she would be down shortly. "Was his visit a long one?" "Not more than an hour, sir. He didn't look very happy when he left." "Can you tell me the reason for his call?" "I really couldn't say, sir." "Did you happen to overhear any of their conversation?" Ellen's cheeks flushed. "No, I did not, sir. I've never been the sort to listen at doors, unlike some people who really should know better." "Oh, you misunderstand me," Poirot said quickly, his tone apologetic. "I merely thought you might have brought in tea while he was here, and naturally you would have heard some of their discussion." Ellen softened. "I'm sorry, sir. I took your meaning wrong. No, Dr. Tanios did not stay for tea." Poirot looked up, his eyes twinkling slightly. "And if I wish to learn what brought him here, well, perhaps Miss Lawson would be the one to ask. Is that the case?" "Well, if she doesn't know, sir, then nobody does," Ellen replied with a slight sniff. "Let me think," Poirot murmured, frowning as if trying to recall. "Miss Lawson's bedroom. Was it beside Miss Arundell's?" "No, sir. Her room is right at the top of the staircase. I can show you if you like," Poirot accepted. As he climbed the stairs, he kept close to the wall. Near the top, he gave a soft exclamation and bent to his trouser leg. "Ah, I seem to have caught a thread. Yes, there is a nail here in the skirting board." "That's right, sir. It must have worked itself loose. I've snagged my dress on it a time or two. Has it been that way for a while, I'm afraid, sir? I first noticed it after the mistress's accident when she was confined to bed. I tried to pull it free, but it wouldn't budge. It looks as though there was a thread looped around it once." "Yes, sir. I remember a little loop of thread. I never could figure out what it was for." There was no suspicion in Ellen's voice to her. It was just another odd, unexplained thing one finds in an old house. Poirot stepped into the room at the top of the stairs. It was a modest space with 2 windows directly ahead. A dressing table stood in one corner, and between the windows was a wardrobe with a tall mirror. The bed was placed to the right, just behind the door facing the windows. Against the left wall sat a large mahogany chest of drawers and a marble-topped washstand. Poirot studied the room thoughtfully before stepping back onto the landing. He moved down the hallway, passing 2 other bedrooms before reaching the spacious chamber that had belonged to Emily Arundell. "The nurse used the small room just next door," Ellen explained. Poirot nodded slowly. As they went back downstairs, he asked if he might stroll through the garden. "Of course, sir. It's looking especially lovely right now." "Is the gardener still employed here, Angus?" "Oh, yes, Angus is still with us. Miss Lawson wants everything kept tidy, thinking it will help the house sell." "A wise policy," Poirot agreed, Letting a place fall into neglect is never advantageous. The garden was serene and vibrant. Wide borders overflowed with lupins, delphiniums, and brilliant scarlet poppies. Peony buds were just beginning to swell. As they wandered, they came upon a potting shed where a sturdy, weathered old man was busy at work. He greeted them respectfully, and Poirot struck up a conversation. Mentioning that we had seen Mr. Charles earlier that day seemed to warm the old gardener, and he grew quite talkative. Always a character, that one. I remember him sneaking out here once with half a gooseberry pie while the cook turned the kitchen upside down looking for it. He'd return with such a perfectly innocent expression that, by golly, they'd always blame the cat, though I've yet to meet a cat with a taste for gooseberry pie. That Mr. Charles, he's a real character, he is. Wasn't he here back in April? That's right. Came down for 2 weekends. It was just before the mistress passed. Did you spend much time with him? Quite a bit, yes. Not much for a young man to do around here, truth be told. He'd often wander up to the George for a drink. Then he'd mosey around the garden, asking me all sorts of questions. About the flowers. Flowers, yes, and the weeds too. The old man gave a low chuckle, weeds. Poirot's tone shifted, becoming thoughtful and probing. He glanced along the cluttered shelves, his eyes settling on a particular tin. Perhaps he was curious about how you managed them. He certainly was. I imagine this is what you use. Poirot turned the tin slowly, reading the label. That's the one. Angus confirmed, very effective stuff. Is it dangerous? Not if you handle it properly. It's arsenic, of course. Mr. Charles and I had a bit of a joke about that, he said. If he ever got a wife he couldn't stand, he'd come to me for a pinch of that to settle his problem. I told him, maybe she'll be the one looking to settle you first. Oh, that got a real laugh out of him. It was a good one, that was. We laughed politely. Poirot pried open the lid. It's nearly empty, he observed quietly. The gardener peered inside. More's gone than I realized. Didn't think I'd used that much. I'll need to order another tin soon, indeed, Poirot said with a smile. I'm afraid there's hardly enough left for you to spare me any for my own wife. We all shared another chuckle at the remark. You're not married yourself, I take it, sir? No, I am not. It's always the ones who aren't who can joke about it, those who know the real trouble. I gather your own wife. Poirot left the question hanging delicately. She's alive and well, very much so. Angus seemed somewhat glum at the fact. After complimenting him on his splendid garden, we took our leave. The tin of weed killer had planted a new and troubling idea in my mind. Here was the first tangible, suspicious detail I had come across. Charles's pointed interest in it, the gardener's clear surprise at finding the container nearly empty. It all seemed to point in one unsettling direction. Poirot, as usual whenever I grew animated, remained frustratingly non-committal. Even if some quantity has been removed, we have no proof yet that Charles was the one to take it, Hastings. But he questioned the gardener so intently about it. Not a very clever strategy if he intended to help himself to some, is it? He continued, What is the first poison that springs to your mind if you are asked to name one quickly? Arsenic, I suppose. Precisely, you recall then. That very noticeable hesitation before Charles said strychnine during our conversation today. You mean he was about to say arsenic in the soup and stopped himself? Ah, I exclaimed. And why did he stop himself? Exactly. Why? I may tell you, Hastings, it was to find the answer to that particular why which prompted my search of the garden for a likely source of such a substance. And you found it. And I found it. I shook my head. It's beginning to look rather grim for young Charles. You spoke at length with Ellen about the old lady's final illness. Did her symptoms match those of arsenic poisoning? Poirot rubbed his nose thoughtfully. It is difficult to be certain. There was abdominal pain, nausea. There you see. I'm not so convinced. What did her condition resemble then? Well, my friend, it resembled less a poisoning and more a disease of the liver, with death resulting from that cause. "Oh, Poirot," I cried, "it can't be a natural death. It simply has to be murder. It seems we have switched roles, you and I?" He turned abruptly and stepped into a chemist's shop. After a lengthy conversation about his own digestive discomfort, Poirot bought a small tin of stomach-soothing tablets. Just as his purchase was being wrapped and he prepared to leave, his eye was caught by a brightly packaged box of Dr. Loftbarrow's liver capsules. "An excellent formula, sir," confirmed the pharmacist, a talkative man in his middle years. "Most effective, you'll find. I recall Miss Emily Arundell used to take them of Little Green House. That she did, sir. A proper lady of the old school. I had the pleasure of serving her." "Was she inclined toward many such remedies?" "Not excessively, no. Not like some elderly clients I could mention. Take her companion, Miss Lawson, the one who inherited everything. She was a regular enthusiast for the medicine cabinet. Pills, powders, tablets for indigestion, tonics for the blood. She seemed to derive genuine pleasure from sampling our wares," he said with a wry smile. "I could use more customers like her. People aren't as devoted to medicines as they once were, though we certainly make up for it in lotions and creams. Did Miss Arundell take these capsules consistently?"
Oh, yes. For a good 3 months, I believe, leading up to her passing.
"A relation of hers, Dr. Tanios, came in once to have a special mixture prepared, did he not?" "Ah, yes, the Greek gentleman married to Miss Arundell's niece. A most intriguing prescription, one I hadn't encountered before. He spoke of it like a collector discussing a rare find. It's a welcome change, sir, to see something novel, a very interesting blend of ingredients, as I recall, the gentleman being a doctor, of course. Very agreeable, had a pleasant manner about him. Did his wife ever make purchases here?" "Now that you mention it, yes, she did. She came in for a sleeping draught, chloral hydrate, I remember. The prescription was for a rather large quantity. We must be cautious with such hypnotic drugs, you understand. Most physicians don't prescribe such amounts at once." "Whose prescription was it?" "Her husband's, I believe. Not that there was anything improper about it, mind you, but one has to be careful these days. You may not be aware, but if a doctor errs in a prescription, and we compound it in good faith, we're the ones held responsible should anything go amiss, not the doctor. That seems remarkably unjust. It is a constant worry, I admit. Still, I shouldn't complain. No such trouble has ever come my way, touch wood." He rapped his knuckles sharply on the wooden counter. Poirot decided to purchase a package of the liver capsules. "Which size, sir? 25, 50, or 100? I suppose the larger quantity offers better value yet." "The 50 counts, sir. That was the size Miss Arundell preferred, 8 shillings and 6pence. Poirot agreed, paid the sum, and received his parcel. Once we were back on the street, I could not contain myself. "So Mrs. Tanios obtained a sleeping draught," I exclaimed. "A sufficient overdose of that could kill a person, couldn't it? With the greatest ease imaginable. You don't suppose old Miss Arundell—" I was suddenly reminded of Miss Lawson's dramatic assertion that the woman would commit murder if instructed. Poirot shook his head. "Chloral is a narcotic and a hypnotic. It is used to relieve pain and induce sleep. It can also become an addiction. Do you believe Mrs. Tanios had acquired such a habit?" Poirot shook his head, a look of deep perplexity on his face. "No, I hardly think so. Yet it is curious. One explanation does suggest itself, but that would imply—" He broke off abruptly and consulted his watch. "Come, let us see if we can locate this Nurse Carruthers who attended Miss Arundell during her final illness." We found Nurse Carruthers to be a sensible, middle-aged woman. Poirot now adopted another role, inventing yet another ailing relative, this time a difficult elderly mother for whom he sought a compassionate private nurse. "You understand," he began, his tone shifting to one of weary familial concern, "I must speak frankly. My mother, she is challenging. We've had some very capable young nurses, but their youth has actually been a problem. My mother has a strong dislike for young women. She's insulting, rude, and difficult with them. She argues against fresh air and modern cleanliness. It's incredibly challenging." He let out a heavy sigh. "I understand completely," Nurse Carruthers replied with genuine sympathy. "It can be very trying. You need a great deal of tact. Upsetting a patient is never worth it. It's usually better to yield to their wishes where possible. Once they realize you aren't forcing anything on them, they often relax and become quite cooperative. Ah, I can see you would be perfect for the role. You truly understand elderly ladies. I've dealt with my share over the years," Nurse Carruthers said with a light laugh. "A little patience and good humor can accomplish a great deal. How very sensible. I believe you attended to Miss Arundell. She must have been a rather challenging patient." "Oh, I wouldn't say that. She was certainly strong-willed, but I didn't find her difficult. Of course, my time with her was brief. She passed away on the 4th day. I was speaking with her niece, Miss Teresa Arundell, just yesterday." "Really? Isn't that something? It just goes to show it's a small world after all. You know her, I presume?" "Well, naturally, she came down after her aunt's death for the funeral, and I'd seen her around before when she was visiting. A very striking girl. Yes, indeed, though rather too slender, I'd say. Definitely too thin." Nurse Carruthers, aware of her own pleasant fullness, adjusted her uniform slightly. "Of course," she remarked, "one shouldn't be excessively thin." "Poor girl," Poirot continued, leaning forward confidentially. "Between us, her aunt's will came as a terrible blow to her." "I imagine it must have been," Nurse Carruthers agreed. "I know it caused quite a bit of talk. I cannot fathom what prompted Miss Arundell to cut off her entire family. It strikes me as a most unusual action." "Most unusual, I agree, and naturally people speculate there must have been more to the story. Did you ever gather any hint of a reason? Did the old lady say anything about it?" "Not to me, she didn't. But perhaps to someone else. Well, I rather think she might have mentioned something to Miss Lawson. I overheard Miss Lawson say, 'Yes, dear, but I believe it's with the solicitor.' And Miss Arundell insisted, 'I'm sure it's in the drawer downstairs.' Miss Lawson replied, 'No, you sent it to Mr. Purvis, don't you recall?' Then my patient was sick again, and Miss Lawson left while I attended to her. I've often wondered if they were discussing the will." "That does seem likely," Nurse Carruthers went on. "If that's the case, I expect Miss Arundell was anxious and perhaps wanted to make a change. But then she became so terribly ill after that, poor dear, she was beyond thinking of such matters." "Did Miss Lawson assist with the nursing at all?" Poirot inquired. "Oh, goodness, no, she was utterly useless. Far too nervous and fussy, she only irritated my patient." "So you managed all the care yourself?" "That is impressive. The housemaid, Ellen, her name was, helped me. Ellen was excellent, accustomed to illness and to looking after the old lady. We managed quite well together. Actually, Dr. Granger had arranged for a night nurse to start that Friday, but Miss Arundell passed away before she arrived. Perhaps Miss Lawson helped prepare some of the invalid's meals." "No, she didn't lift a finger. There wasn't much to prepare, really. I had the Valentine's meat juice, the brandy, the Brand's essence, glucose, and so forth. All Miss Lawson did was wander the house crying and getting under everyone's feet." The nurse's tone was distinctly sharp. Poirot smiled. "I perceive you do not hold a very high opinion of Miss Lawson's practical value. Companions are generally a feeble bunch, in my experience. They have no proper training, you see. They're merely amateurs." Nurse Carruthers gave a dismissive sniff. "In my experience, it's often women who don't have many other prospects." She paused, considering the question. Was Miss Lawson attached to Miss Arundell? "Absolutely. She was far more distraught when the old lady passed than any of the family, if you ask me." Poirot nodded thoughtfully. Then perhaps Miss Arundell's decision regarding her will was a calculated one. "Oh, she was sharp," the nurse affirmed. "Not much got past her, I can tell you that." "Did she ever speak of the dog, Bob?" Poirot inquired. "That's odd you should ask. When she was feverish, she kept muttering about him, something about his ball and a nasty fall. Bob was a dear creature, terribly lost after she died. Dogs have such human feelings, don't they?" On that sentimental note, their conversation concluded. Once we were away, Poirot remarked, "There is one person entirely without suspicion." He sounded somewhat deflated. Dinner at the George was a dismal affair, with Poirot lamenting the poor quality of the soup. "It is a tragedy, Hastings, to ruin something so simple as a good broth." I swiftly steered the conversation elsewhere to avoid a culinary lecture. Later, as we sat alone in the quiet lounge, the evening took an unexpected turn. I was flipping through a dated agricultural journal when a familiar, irate voice carried from the hallway. "Is he in here? Good. I'll find him myself." The door burst open to reveal Dr. Granger, his face flushed and his expression stormy. He shut the door with a firm click and marched toward us. "There you are now, Poirot. What is the meaning of this charade coming to my home with a fabricated tale about writing some biography? A ball from the Juggler's Act, perhaps?" I whispered with a touch of glee. Poirot adopted his most placating tone. "My dear doctor, if you will permit an explanation, I demand one. You're a detective sniffing around and feeding me lies. I was a fool to believe that ridiculous story about General Arundell, and who revealed my profession?" Poirot asked calmly. "Miss Peabody, that's who. She saw right through you." Poirot merely murmured, "Miss Peabody? Yes, I rather imagine she might." Dr. Granger was not appeased. "I'm still waiting for that explanation, sir." "Very well, it is a matter of attempted murder." "What did you say?" "Miss Arundell had a fall down the staircase not long before her death." "Correct?" "Yes, she slipped on the dog's ball." "What of it?" Poirot shook his head. "No, doctor. She was tripped by a thread deliberately fastened across the top step." Dr. Granger stared incredulous. "Then why on earth didn't she tell me?" "She never mentioned a word of it to me. Perhaps that is understandable," Poirot suggested gently, "if the person who placed that thread was a member of her own family." "I see." The doctor's anger seemed to drain away. Replaced by grim contemplation, he sank into a chair. "All right. How did you become involved in this?" Poirot explained the delayed letter from Miss Arundell, which stressed absolute secrecy and provided a carefully curated account of the nail discovered in the skirting board. "You comprehend. My position was delicate. I was engaged by a client who was no longer living, yet the obligation remained." Dr. Granger listened intently, his earlier fury completely gone. He leaned forward, his brows knit in concentration. "And you have no notion who could have strung that thread across the stairs?" "I cannot be certain who was responsible. I will not claim to have no suspicions at all." "It is a most unpleasant affair," Granger remarked, his expression severe. "Indeed, you must appreciate, can you not, that initially I was unsure if there had been a follow-up act." "Pardon, what do you mean?" "To all outward appearances, Miss Arundell's death was natural. Yet could one be entirely confident? There had already been one attempt on her life. How could I dismiss the possibility of a second, and this time a successful effort?" Granger considered this with a thoughtful nod. "I must ask you, Dr. Granger, and I beg you not to take offense. Are you absolutely convinced Miss Arundell's death was from natural causes? Certain information has recently come to my attention." He then recounted his discussion with the elderly gardener, Angus, detailing Charles Arundell's peculiar curiosity about the weed killer, and finally the old man's astonishment at finding the container nearly empty. Granger listened with intense focus. When the account concluded, he said calmly, "I understand your concern. Numerous cases of arsenical poisoning have been mistakenly diagnosed as acute gastroenteritis, particularly when no suspicious circumstances are apparent. Arsenic presents a diagnostic challenge. Its manifestations are remarkably varied. It can be acute, subacute, nervous, or chronic symptoms might include vomiting and abdominal pain, or these may be entirely absent. A person could collapse suddenly and die shortly after, or experience narcosis and paralysis. The clinical picture is notoriously inconsistent," Poirot asked. "Very well, considering all the facts. What is your professional judgment?" Dr. Granger was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke deliberately, weighing everything without prejudice. I am of the firm opinion that no form of arsenical poisoning could produce the specific symptoms observed in Miss Arundell's case. She died, I am entirely convinced, of yellow atrophy of the liver. As you know, I was her physician for many years, and she had suffered from similar, though less severe, episodes in the past. That is my considered medical opinion, M. Poirot, and there, for the moment, the discussion necessarily ended. It felt like something of a letdown when Poirot, with a slightly apologetic air, produced the packet of liver capsules purchased from the pharmacy. Miss Arundell used these, I believe, he inquired. I assume they are entirely harmless, that preparation. Perfectly harmless. Aloes, podophyllin, all quite mild and benign, Granger assured him. She enjoyed trying such remedies. I had no objection. He rose to leave. You personally prepared certain medicines for her, Poirot pressed. Yes, a mild liver pill to be taken after meals. His eyes held a glint of amusement. She could have consumed an entire box without ill effect. I am not in the habit of poisoning my patients, Mem Poirot. With a final smile and a handshake for us both, he took his departure. Poirot unwrapped the chemist's package. The medicine consisted of clear capsules about 3/4 filled with a dark brown powder. They remind me of a seasickness remedy I once took, I observed. Poirot opened a capsule, examined the contents, and gave the powder a cautious taste with the tip of his tongue, immediately grimacing. Leaning back in my chair with a yawn, I said, Well, it all seems perfectly innocuous. Dr. Loughborough's specialty concoctions and Dr. Granger's pills, and the doctor himself has pretty definitively ruled out arsenic. Are you finally convinced, my obstinate friend? It is true I am pig-headed. That is your phrase, I believe. Yes, I undoubtedly possess the head of a pig, my friend mused. So, despite the chemist, the nurse, and the doctor all contradicting you, you still maintain Miss Arundell was murdered. Poirot replied quietly, That is what I believe. No, more than believe. I am certain of it, Hastings. I suppose there is one way to prove it, I said slowly. An exhumation. Poirot gave a single nod. Is that the next step? My friend, I must proceed with extreme caution. Why? Because, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, I fear a second tragedy. You mean? I am afraid, Hastings. Truly, I am afraid. Let's leave it there. 22, the woman on the stairs. The next morning a handwritten note was delivered. The writing was faint and unsteady, sloping sharply upward. Dear Mr. Poirot, Ellen mentioned you visited Little Green House yesterday. I would be very grateful if you could come and see me sometime today. Sincerely, Wilhelmina Lawson. So she's here, I said. Yes, I wonder why she came. Poirot smiled. I doubt there is any dark motive. After all, the house is hers now. True enough. You know, Poirot, that's the trouble with this line of work. Every tiny thing anyone does can be twisted into something suspicious. It is I who have urged you to suspect everyone, he admitted. Are you still following that rule yourself? Not exactly. For me, it has narrowed down to one specific person. Who? Since it remains only a suspicion without proof. I must leave you to draw your own conclusions, Hastings, and do not overlook the psychology. That is vital. The nature of the crime tells us something about the temperament of the killer. That is an essential clue. How can I consider the killer's temperament if I don't know who the killer is? No, you are not listening. If you reflect carefully on the character required for this murder, you will see who it must be. Do you really know, Poirot? I asked, curious. I cannot claim to know, for I lack evidence. That is why I can say no more just now. But in my own mind, I am quite certain, yes, my friend, very sure indeed. I laughed. Well, watch, he doesn't get you. That would be a tragedy. Poirot gave a slight start. He didn't take it as a joke. Instead, he murmured, You are right. I must be careful. Extremely careful. You ought to wear chainmail, I teased, and hire a food taster in case of poison. Honestly, you should have a whole squad of bodyguards. "Thank you, Hastings. I shall rely on my wits." He wrote back to Miss Lawson, saying he would call at Little Green House at 11. After breakfast, we strolled out into the square. It was 10:15, already hot and drowsy. I was studying a handsome set of Hepplewhite chairs in an antique shop window when a sharp jab in my ribs made me wince. A piercing voice said, "Hey there." I turned annoyed and found myself looking at Miss Peabody in her hand. The weapon she'd used on me was a large, sturdy umbrella with a pointed tip. Seemingly oblivious to the pain she'd caused, she said with satisfaction, "Ha, thought it was you. I'm rarely wrong." "Coolly," I replied. "Good morning, can I help you? You can tell me how that friend of yours is getting on with his book, The Life of General Arundell." "He hasn't actually started writing it yet," I said. Miss Peabody shook with silent, mirthful laughter, recovering after a moment to remark, "No, I don't suppose he will be." I smiled. "So you saw through our little story? What do you take me for, a fool?" said Miss Peabody. "I realized soon enough what your clever friend was after. Wanted me to talk. Well, I didn't mind. I enjoy talking. Hard to find anyone who'll listen these days. I quite enjoyed myself that afternoon." She fixed me with a shrewd look. "So what's it all about, eh? What's really going on?" I hesitated, unsure how to answer. When Poirot joined us, he bowed politely to Miss Peabody. "Good morning, mademoiselle. Delighted to meet you again." "Good morning," said Miss Peabody. "What are you today, Perotti or Poirot? It was very perceptive of you to see through my disguise so quickly." Poirot replied with a smile. "There wasn't much of a disguise to see through, was there? You're not exactly a common sight around here. Hard to tell if that's a blessing or a curse, really. It's a tricky thing to judge. I would rather be one of a kind, mademoiselle." "Well, you've certainly achieved that," Miss Peabody remarked with a dry tone. "Listen, Mr. Poirot, I supplied all the local chatter you wanted last time. Now it's my turn for some answers. What's really going on? What's this all about? Are you inquiring about something to which you already suspect the truth?" "Perhaps I am." She gave him a sharp look. "Something odd about that will. Or is it something more, planning to have Emily exhumed? Is that it?" Poirot remained silent. Miss Peabody nodded slowly and thoughtfully, as if he had spoken. "I've often wondered," she said, seemingly off-topic, "what that would be like, reading the papers. Wondered if anyone in Market Basing would ever be dug up. Never imagined it would be Emily Arundell." She fixed him with another piercing stare. "She would have hated it, I assume that's crossed your mind, hasn't it?" "It has indeed. I suppose it would. You're not a fool. And I don't think you're especially meddlesome, either." Poirot gave a slight bow. "I thank you, mademoiselle. That's more than most would say, just looking at that moustache of yours. Why do you wear one like that? Do you actually like it?" I turned away, struggling to contain my laughter. In this country, the appreciation for the moustache is, lamentably, not what it should be, Poirot declared, his hand subtly stroking the hirsute adornment. "Oh, I see." "How peculiar," said Miss Peabody. "Knew a woman once who had a goiter and was downright proud of it. Hard to believe, but it's true. Well, I always say it's fortunate when you're happy with what you've been given. Usually it's the opposite." She shook her head and sighed. Never thought there'd be a murder in this sleepy little place. Her sharp gaze returned to Poirot. "Which one of them did it? Am I to announce that to you here on the street?" "Probably means you don't know, or do you?" "Oh, well, bad blood will tell. I'd still like to know if that Varley woman poisoned her husband or not. It makes a difference, you see. You put stock in heredity," Miss Peabody said abruptly. "I'd rather it was Tanios, an outsider, but wishes aren't horses. Worse luck. Well, I'll be on my way. I can see you're not going to tell me a thing. Who are you working for, anyway?" Poirot said gravely, "I'm acting for the dead, mademoiselle." I regret to say Miss Peabody met this solemn statement with a sudden snorting laugh. Composing herself, she said, "Forgive me, it just sounded like something Isabel Tripp would say, that's all. What a dreadful woman. Julia's even worse, I think, so painfully girlish. Never did care for mutton dressed as lamb. Well, goodbye. Have you seen Dr. Granger at all? Mademoiselle, I have a bone to pick with you. You revealed my confidence. Miss Peabody indulged in her throaty chuckle. Men are so simple. He'd swallowed that ridiculous story you fed him. Wasn't he furious when I told him? Stomped off in a rage. He's been looking for you. He found me last night. Oh, I wish I'd been there. I wish you had been, mademoiselle, Poirot replied gallantly. Miss Peabody laughed and prepared to waddle away. She called over her shoulder to me, "Goodbye, young man. Don't you buy those chairs, they're complete fakes." She moved off, still chuckling. That, said Poirot, is a remarkably clever old woman, even though she didn't care for your moustache. Taste is one matter, said Poirot coldly. Intelligence is quite another. We entered the shop and passed a pleasant 20 minutes browsing. We left without spending a penny and made our way toward Little Green House. Ellen, her face a shade redder than usual, let us in and showed us to the drawing-room. Soon footsteps were heard coming down the stairs, and Miss Lawson entered. She seemed somewhat flustered and out of breath, her hair tucked up under a silk scarf. "I do hope you'll excuse my appearance, M'm Poirot. I've been sorting through some locked cabinets, so many things. Older folks do tend to hold on to a bit too much. I'm afraid dear Miss Arundell was certainly no different, and you get absolutely covered in dust. It's amazing. The things people keep, would you believe it? 24 needlebooks, 24. You're saying Miss Arundell purchased 24 needlebooks? Yes. And then she tucked them away and completely forgot about them, and now, naturally, all the needles are rusted, such a waste. She would give them to the housemaids as Christmas gifts. She was quite forgetful then. Oh, terribly, especially about where she put things, like a squirrel with a nut, we used to say. That was our little joke between us. Now don't go and squirrel that away, I'd tell her. She gave a little laugh, then pulled a small handkerchief from her pocket and began to dab at her eyes. "Oh dear," she said, her voice trembling. "It feels so wrong to be laughing here." "You possess a very tender heart," said Poirot. "You feel everything so deeply." "My mother always said the same thing, Mem Poirot. You take everything to heart, Minnie. She'd tell me, it's a real burden, Mem Poirot, to be so sensitive, especially when you have to make your own way in the world." "Ah, yes, but that is all behind you now. You are independent, you can enjoy life, perhaps travel. You have no real worries or cares." "I suppose that's so," said Miss Lawson, though she sounded uncertain. "It is most certainly so now, regarding Miss Arundell's forgetfulness. It clarifies why her letter to me was delayed for so long." He explained the situation of how the letter was found. A flush appeared on Miss Lawson's cheek. She said sharply, "Ellen should have informed me. Mailing that letter off to you without a word was downright presumptuous. She should have come to me first. I call it disgraceful." "I didn't hear a single thing about it." "Absolutely disgraceful." "Oh, my dear lady, I am certain it was done with the best intentions. Well, I find it very strange indeed. Very strange. Servants really do take the most peculiar liberties. Ellen should have remembered that I am the lady of the house now." She straightened her posture with an air of importance. "Ellen was very attached to her mistress, was she not?" asked Poirot. "Oh, I know there's no use crying over spilled milk. But still, I believe Ellen needs to understand she mustn't act on her own without asking permission." She stopped, two bright spots of colour on her cheeks. Poirot was quiet for a moment, then he said, "You wished to see me today? How may I assist you?" Miss Lawson's irritation faded as quickly as it had surfaced. She became flustered and vague again.
"Well, actually, you see, I simply wondered, well, to be perfectly honest, Mem Poirot, I arrived here yesterday, and of course, Ellen mentioned you had been here, and I just wondered, since you hadn't told me you were coming, well, it seemed rather odd that I couldn't quite grasp—"
"You couldn't quite grasp what my business was here." Poirot finished for her. Well, yes, that's it, precisely I couldn't." She looked at him, flushed but expectant. "I must offer you a small confession," said Poirot. "I'm afraid I have allowed you to labour under a misunderstanding. You believed the letter I received from Miss Arundell dealt with the matter of a missing sum of money, possibly taken by, in all likelihood, Mr. Charles Arundell." Miss Lawson nodded. But you see, that was not the case at all. In fact, the first I learned of the stolen money was from you. Miss Arundell wrote to me concerning her accident. Her accident?
Yes, she took a fall down the staircase, I understand. Oh, yes, yes.
Miss Lawson looked confused. She stared blankly at Poirot. She continued, "But forgive me, I'm sure it's very silly of me, but why would she write to you, I thought. In fact, I believe you said that you are a detective. You're not a medical doctor as well? Or maybe a spiritual healer? No, I am neither a doctor nor a healer of that kind. However, much like a physician, I occasionally look into what are labelled accidental deaths. Accidental deaths? What are labelled accidental deaths, I should say. It is a fact that Miss Arundell survived, but she very well might not have. Oh, goodness, yes, the doctor mentioned that, but I'm afraid I still don't quite follow." Miss Lawson sounded thoroughly confused. The accepted explanation was that little Bob's toy ball caused the fall, correct? Yes, that's right. It was Bob's ball. Ah, but it was not Bob's ball. Forgive me, Mr. Poirot. I saw it there myself, when we all rushed downstairs. You saw it, certainly, you may have. But it did not cause the accident. The cause, Miss Lawson, was a dark string stretched roughly a foot above the top step. But a dog couldn't possibly. Precisely, Poirot cut in swiftly. A dog could not manage such a thing. He lacks the necessary cunning, or, if you prefer, the necessary malice. A person placed that string there. Miss Lawson's face turned ashen. She lifted a trembling hand to her cheek. "Oh, Mr. Poirot, I can hardly believe it. You aren't suggesting that's terrible, truly terrible. Are you saying it was deliberate?" "Yes, it was deliberate. But that's horrible. It's almost like taking a life. Had it worked, it would have taken a life. In other words, it would have been murder." Miss Lawson let out a short, sharp gasp. Poirot continued in the same solemn tone. "A nail was driven into the baseboard so the string could be fastened. That nail was varnished to avoid detection. Now, can you recall ever noticing a smell of varnish you couldn't explain?" Miss Lawson cried out, "Oh, how strange to think of that now. Why, yes, absolutely, and to imagine I never connected it, never suspected, but then how could I? Still, it did strike me as odd even then." Poirot leaned forward. "So you can assist us once more, Miss Lawson. Once again you may prove invaluable. It's remarkable. To realize that was it? Well, it all makes sense now. Please tell me. You detected a varnish odor, is that right?" "Yes, naturally. I didn't identify it at the time. I thought, goodness, is that paint? No, it's more like wood stain, and then I supposed I must have imagined it. When did this occur? Now let me think. When was it? Was it during that Easter weekend when the house was full of visitors?" "Yes, that was the period, but I'm trying to remember exactly which day. Let's see, it wasn't Sunday. No, and it wasn't Tuesday. That was the evening Dr. Donaldson came for dinner, and by Wednesday everyone had departed. Of course, it must have been Monday, the holiday. I'd been lying awake, rather anxious. You understand, I always find a holiday Monday so nerve-wracking. We'd had just enough cold roast beef to serve at supper, and I was worried Miss Arundell might be cross about it. You see, I'd ordered the joint on Saturday, and I really should have asked for £7, but I thought 5 would be plenty. Miss Arundell was always so upset if we ran short. She took such pride in her hospitality." Miss Lawson paused for a breath before hurrying on. "So there I was, lying awake and wondering whether she'd mention it in the morning, and between one worry and another it took me ages to fall asleep. Just as I was finally drifting off, something seemed to rouse me, a sort of tap or knock. I sat up in bed, and then I caught a whiff. Of course, I'm always terrified of a fire. Sometimes I think I smell smoke 2 or 3 times a night. Wouldn't it be dreadful to be trapped? Anyway, there was a distinct odor, and I sniffed hard, but it wasn't smoke or anything like it. I told myself it seemed more like paint or wood stain, but who would smell that in the middle of the night? Yet it was quite strong, and I sat there sniffing and sniffing, and then I noticed her in the mirror. Noticed her? Noticed whom? In my looking-glass, you see? It's really very conveniently placed. I always kept my door slightly ajar so I could hear if Miss Arundell called, and if she moved up or down the stairs I could see her. The hallway light was always left on. That's how I happened to notice her kneeling on the staircase. Theresa, I mean. She was crouched on about the third step, her head bent low over something. I remember thinking how strange it was, wondering if she felt unwell when she suddenly stood and walked away. I assumed she must have stumbled or perhaps dropped something and was picking it up. Honestly, I didn't give it another thought after that. The sound that woke you would have been the hammer striking the nail, Poirot reflected. Yes, I imagine so, but Poirot, how awful, truly awful. I've always considered Theresa a bit reckless, but to do something like that. You're certain it was Theresa? Oh, absolutely, yes. It couldn't have been Mrs. Tanios or one of the housemaids. No, it was definitely Theresa. Miss Lawson shook her head, murmuring, oh dear, several times under her breath. Poirot studied her with an intensity I found difficult to interpret. Allow me, he said abruptly, to conduct a small experiment. Let us go upstairs and attempt to recreate this scene. Recreate it? Oh, I'm not sure. I don't quite understand. I will demonstrate, Poirot interrupted authoritatively. Somewhat flustered, Miss Lawson led the way upstairs. I do hope the room is presentable. There's been so much to do, what with everything. Her words trailed off nervously. The room was, in fact, rather cluttered with assorted items, clearly the result of Miss Lawson's recent cupboard organizing. With her typical disjointed manner, she managed to show where she had been standing, and Poirot confirmed for himself that a section of the staircase was visible in the wall mirror. And now, mademoiselle, he requested, if you would be so kind as to step outside and repeat the actions you witnessed. Still muttering, oh goodness, Miss Lawson hurried out to play her part. Poirot took on the role of the observer. Once the reenactment concluded, he stepped onto the landing and asked which light had been left on. This one right here, just outside Miss Arundell's door. Poirot reached up, unscrewed the bulb and inspected it. A 40-watt bulb, I see, not very bright. No, it was just enough, so the hallway wasn't completely dark. Poirot walked back to the top of the stairs. Forgive me, mademoiselle, but with the rather dim light and the way the shadows fall, it seems unlikely you could have seen very clearly. Are you positive it was Miss Theresa Arundell, and not merely an indistinct figure in a dressing gown? Miss Lawson became quite indignant. No, indeed, Ma'am Poirot, I'm perfectly certain. I know Theresa quite well. Thank you very much. Oh, it was her, all right. I recognized her dark dressing gown and that large, shiny brooch she wears with her initials. I saw it plainly, so there is no room for doubt. You saw the initials, clearly, yes. T.A. I know that brooch. Theresa wore it often. Oh, yes, I could swear it was Theresa, and I will swear to it if I must. There was a firmness and resolve in those last words that contrasted sharply with her usual hesitant tone. Poirot looked at her. Again, his gaze held something curious, detached, evaluating, and with a strange sense of finality. You would swear to that, yes? He said. If it becomes necessary, but I suppose will it be necessary? Poirot fixed that appraising look on her once more. That will depend on the outcome of the exhumation, he stated. Exhumation. Poirot quickly extended a hand to steady her. In her agitation, Miss Lawson nearly tumbled down the staircase. It may indeed become a question of exhumation, he said. Oh, but surely, how terribly unpleasant. I'm certain the family would be strongly opposed to the idea, very strongly indeed, I insisted. Most likely they will be, Poirot replied. I'm quite sure they will refuse to even consider it. Ah, but what if it is a directive from the Home Office? But Monsieur Poirot, why? It's not as if not as if what? Not as if there were anything improper. You believe that to be the case? Of course I do. How could there be? We had the doctor, the nurse, everything was in order. Please do not distress yourself, Poirot said, his tone deliberately calm, but I couldn't help it. Poor Miss Arundell, It isn't even as though Teresa had been staying in the house when she passed away. No, she departed on the Monday before the illness began, did she not? First thing in the morning? So you see, she couldn't possibly be involved. Let us cling to that hope, said Poirot. Oh dear. I wrung my hands. I have never known anything so awful, honestly. I don't know if I'm coming or going. Poirot checked his watch. We must be off. We are returning to London. And you, mademoiselle, will you remain here for a while? No, I have no firm plans. Actually, I am returning today myself. I only came down for a single night to put a few affairs in order. I understand. Well, goodbye, mademoiselle, and forgive me if I have disturbed you. Oh, Monsieur Poirot disturbed me. I feel quite unwell. What a wicked world this is. A dreadfully wicked world. Poirot curtailed my lamentations by firmly taking my hand. Indeed, and you are still prepared to swear that you saw Teresa Arundell kneeling on the stairs on the night of the Easter holiday? Oh, yes, I can swear to it. And you can also swear that you observed a luminous aura around Miss Arundell's head during the séance. My mouth fell open. Oh, Monsieur Poirot, please do not joke about such matters. I am not joking. I am entirely serious, I replied with some dignity. It wasn't precisely a halo. It was more like the start of a manifestation, a sort of glowing ribbon. I believe it was beginning to take the shape of a face. Extremely interesting. Goodbye, mademoiselle. And I must ask you to keep all this confidential. Oh, naturally. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise. The final image I had of Miss Lawson was her somewhat bewildered face watching us from the front step. No sooner were we away from the house than Poirot's demeanour shifted entirely. His expression turned severe and focused. We must hurry, Hastings, he said. We need to reach London without delay. I'm ready. I matched his quickened pace, stealing a glance at his solemn face. Who is under suspicion, Poirot? I asked. I wish you would tell me. Do you actually believe it was Teresa Arundell on the stairs or not? Poirot ignored my questions and posed one of his own. Tell me, think carefully before you answer. Did anything strike you as being wrong with Miss Lawson's account? Wrong? In what sense? If I knew the sense, I would not be asking you. Yes, but wrong how? That is precisely the issue. I cannot pinpoint it. But as she spoke, I had a peculiar sense of unreality, as though there was some minor detail that was incorrect. That was the impression, something that was impossible. She seemed absolutely certain it was Teresa. Yes, still, the lighting couldn't have been very good. I don't see how she can be so completely sure. No, Hastings, you are not assisting me. It was a small point, something related to. Yes, I am certain of it. To the bedroom. To the bedroom? I repeated, straining to recall the room's details. No, I said, finally. I can't see it. Poirot shook his head in frustration. Why did you bring up that spiritualism business again? I asked. Because it is significant. What is significant? Miss Lawson's glowing ribbon development. I recalled the Tripp sisters' vivid account of the séance. They mentioned a halo around the old woman's head. I couldn't help but chuckle. From everything I've heard, she was hardly a candidate for sainthood. Miss Lawson appeared genuinely frightened of her. I actually felt a pang of sympathy for the woman as she described lying awake, utterly consumed with anxiety over possibly ordering an insufficient cut of beef for dinner. Indeed, that was a revealing detail, Poirot agreed. What's our plan for London? I asked as we pulled into the George, and he requested the cheque. We need to visit Teresa Arundell at once and expect her to confess. She'll likely deny everything, won't she? My friend kneeling on a staircase is not a criminal act. Perhaps she was retrieving a dropped pin for good luck, something perfectly innocent. And the scent of varnish? We had to pause our discussion as the waiter presented the bill. The drive to London was a quiet one. I prefer not to converse while navigating traffic, and Poirot was entirely occupied with sheltering his precious moustache within his muffler, a defence against the ravages of wind and road dust that rendered conversation impossible. We reached the flat at approximately 20 minutes to 2. George Poirot's impeccably proper and very English valet greeted us. Dr. Tanios is here to see you, sir. He has been waiting for half an hour. Dr. Tanios, where is he? In the sitting room, sir? Also, a lady called earlier. She seemed quite distressed to find you were out. This was before your telephone message arrived, sir, so I could not inform her of your expected return. Describe this lady. She stood roughly 5'7", sir, with dark hair and light blue eyes. She wore a grey suit and a hat placed rather far back on her head, not tilted over one eye. Mrs. Tanios, I murmured under my breath. She appeared to be in a state of considerable nervous agitation, sir. She insisted it was of the utmost urgency that she locate you immediately. What time was this? Approximately 10:30, sir. Poirot shook his head as we moved toward the sitting room. That is now the second occasion I have missed hearing what Mrs. Tanios wishes to say. What is your opinion, Hastings? Is this fate intervening? Third time's the charm, I offered, trying to sound encouraging. Poirot shook his head with less certainty. Will there be a third opportunity, I wonder? Come, let us now hear what the husband has to tell us. Dr. Tanios was seated in an armchair examining one of Poirot's volumes on psychology. He rose quickly to greet us. You must pardon this intrusion. I hope you do not mind my insisting on waiting for you. Not at all. Not at all. Please sit down. Allow me to offer you a glass of sherry. Thank you. I do have a reason for coming. M. Poirot, I am worried, terribly worried about my wife. About your wife? I'm very sorry to hear that. What seems to be the trouble? Tanios asked. Have you seen her recently, by any chance? It sounded like a perfectly ordinary question, but the sharp glance that accompanied it was less so. Poirot replied in a completely casual tone. No, not since I saw her with you at the hotel yesterday. Ah, I thought she might have paid you a visit. Poirot was carefully pouring 3 glasses of sherry. He responded in a slightly distracted manner. No. Was there a particular reason for her to call on me?
No, no reason at all.
Dr. Tanios accepted his sherry. Thank you very much. No specific reason, but to be frank, I am deeply concerned about my wife's mental state. Oh, she is not in good health.
Her physical health?
Said Tanios deliberately. Is satisfactory. I only wish I could say the same for her mental condition.
Indeed.
I fear, M. Poirot, that she is nearing a complete nervous collapse, my dear Dr. Tanios. I am extremely distressed to hear this. This situation has been developing for some time over the past 2 months. Her entire demeanor toward me has altered completely. She was on edge, jumping at the slightest sound, and she had the strangest notions. Honestly, they went beyond mere notions. They were full-blown delusions. Is that so? Absolutely. She's dealing with what's often called a persecution complex, a fairly common condition. Poirot made a soft, understanding sound. You can imagine my concern, of course. Of course, but what I don't fully grasp is why you've come to me. How can I be of assistance? Dr. Tanios appeared slightly uncomfortable. It crossed my mind that my wife might have, or perhaps still might, approach you with some wild story. She could possibly claim she's in danger from me, something along those lines. But why would she seek me out? Dr. Tanios offered a smile. It was a disarming one, warm yet tinged with melancholy. You are a famous detective, Mr. Poirot, I noticed. I could tell immediately that my wife was deeply impressed upon meeting you yesterday. Simply encountering a detective would leave a powerful mark on her in her current state. It strikes me as highly likely she might come to you and, well, unburden herself. That's the way these nervous conditions often go. There's a tendency to turn against those closest to you. How very upsetting. Yes, truly, I care for my wife a great deal. His voice carried a deep, affectionate warmth. I've always felt it was so courageous of her to marry me, her man from a different background, to travel to a distant country, leaving all her friends and familiar life behind. For the past several days I've been utterly beside myself. I can see only one solution. Yes, complete rest and quiet, along with proper psychological care. I know of an excellent facility run by a top specialist. I want to take her there. It's in upstate New York immediately. Total rest and isolation from outside influences. That's what she needs. I'm convinced that after a month or two there under expert treatment, we'll see a real improvement. I understand, said Poirot. He spoke in a flat, factual tone, giving no hint of his private thoughts. Tanios shot another quick look his way. That's precisely why, if she should come to you, I'd be grateful if you'd contact me at once. But certainly, I will telephone you. You are still at the Durham Hotel, yes. I'm heading back there now. And your wife is not there. She left right after breakfast, without telling you her destination, without a single word. That is most unlike her. And the children. She took them with her. I see Tanios stood. I thank you so much, Mr. Poirot. I hardly need say that if she does tell you any exaggerated tales of threats or persecution, please pay no mind. It is, unfortunately, a symptom of her illness. Most distressing, said Poirot with apparent sympathy. It is indeed, even though one knows, medically speaking, it's part of a recognized disorder. It still hurts when someone so dear turns against you and all their affection curdles into distrust. You have my sincere sympathy, said Poirot, shaking his guest's hand. By the way, Poirot's voice stopped Tanios just as he reached the door. Yes? Do you ever prescribe chloral hydrate for your wife? Tanios gave a startled jerk. No, well, I may have in the past, but not recently. She seems to have developed an aversion to any sort of sleeping draught. Ah, I suppose because she doesn't trust you. Mr. Poirot. Tanios strode back into the room, anger flashing in his eyes. Poirot continued smoothly. That would be part of the condition, of course. Yes, naturally. She is likely highly suspicious of anything you offer her to eat or drink. Probably suspects you of wanting to poison her. Good heavens, Mr. Poirot, you're exactly right. You have some experience with such cases, then. One encounters them now and then in my line of work, naturally, but I won't keep you. You may find her waiting for you at the hotel. True. I hope I do. I'm terribly worried. He hurried from the room. Poirot moved swiftly to the telephone. He flipped through the phone book and dialed a number. Hello, is this the Durham Hotel? Can you tell me if Mrs. Tanios is there? Tanios, yes. Tanios. I see, yes. Oh, I understand. He hung up. Mrs. Tanios left the hotel early this morning. She came back around 11, stayed in the taxi while her bags were loaded and drove off. Does her husband know she took the luggage? Not yet, I imagine. Where did she go? There's no way to know. Will she come back here, do you think? It's possible, I can't say. She might write. She might. So what do we do now? Poirot shook his head, his expression troubled. Nothing for the moment. We'll have a quick lunch, then go and speak with Teresa Arundell. Do you believe it was her on the stairs that night? It's impossible to be certain. One point I confirmed, Miss Lawson never saw her face. She only observed a tall figure in a dark robe. But the brooch, my friend, a brooch is not attached to a person. It can be removed, it can be lost or lent, or even stolen. In other words, you don't wish to believe Teresa Arundell is guilty. I wish to hear what she has to say about it, and if Mrs. Tanios returns, I will make arrangements. George entered with an omelette. Now listen, George, said Poirot. If that lady comes back, you will ask her to wait. If Dr. Tanios arrives while she is here, you must not let him in under any circumstances. If he inquires whether his wife is present, you will tell him she is not. Is that clear? Perfectly, sir. Poirot turned to his lunch. This affair grows more tangled, he remarked. We must proceed with extreme caution, otherwise the murderer may act again. If they did, you might catch them. Quite possibly, but I value an innocent life more than the conviction of a guilty one. We must go very, very carefully. 24 The Reese's Denial. We found Teresa Arundell on the verge of going out, looking remarkably striking. A tiny, audaciously fashionable hat was tilted at a rakish angle over one eye. It occurred to me with a flicker of amusement that Bella Tanios had worn a cheap copy of just such a hat the day before, and had worn it, as George might say, perched on the back of her head rather than slanting over her eye. I recalled clearly how she kept pushing it back on her untidy hair. Poirot said courteously, "Might I have a word, mademoiselle? Or will it inconvenience you too much?" Theresa laughed. "Oh, it makes no difference. I'm always 3/4 of an hour late anyway. Might as well make it a full hour." She led us into the sitting room. To my surprise, Dr. Donaldson rose from a chair by the window. "You've already met M. Poirot, haven't you, Rex?" "We met in Market Basing," Donaldson replied stiffly. "You were pretending to write the biography of my drunken grandfather, I believe," said Theresa, her tone lightly mocking. Then, with a sudden shift to impatience, she added, "Rex, darling, would you mind leaving us?" "Thank you, Theresa, but I think it would be advisable from every perspective for me to remain during this conversation." Their eyes locked in a brief, silent struggle. Theresa's gaze was commanding. Donaldson's remained unmoved. A flash of irritation crossed her face. "Fine, stay then, damn you!" Dr. Donaldson appeared unruffled. He settled back into his chair by the window, placing his book on the armrest. I noticed it was a volume on the pituitary gland. Theresa dropped onto her favourite low stool and looked at Poirot expectantly. "Well, you've seen Purvis. What's the news?" Poirot replied in a carefully neutral tone, "There are possibilities, mademoiselle." She studied him, then cast a faint, almost imperceptible glance toward the doctor. A clear warning, I thought, for Poirot to mind his words. "But it would be best, I believe." Poirot continued to report later, "Once my plans are further developed." A slight smile touched Theresa's lips for a moment. Poirot went on, "Today I came from Market Basing, where I spoke with Miss Lawson. Tell me, Miss Theresa, on the evening of April 13th, the night of the Easter holiday, did you kneel on the staircase after everyone had retired for the night?" "My dear Hercule Poirot, what a strange thing to ask. Why on earth would I do that? The question is not why you might, but whether you did. I really couldn't say. It sounds highly unlikely. You understand, Miss Lawson insists it was." You, Theresa, gave a dismissive shrug. "Does it matter?" "It matters a great deal." She stared at him, and Poirot returned her gaze with polite steadiness. "Completely mad," she remarked. "I beg your pardon." "Definitely mad," Theresa repeated. "Don't you agree, Rex?" Dr. Donaldson cleared his throat. "If you'll excuse me, Monsieur Poirot, what is the purpose of this line of questioning?" My friend gestured calmly. "It is quite straightforward. Someone placed a small nail in an ideal spot near the top of the staircase. The nail had been dabbed with brown varnish to blend with the baseboard." "Is this some sort of modern sorcery?" Theresa asked. "Not at all. It is far more ordinary. The next night, someone fastened a length of thread from that nail to the railing. When Miss Arundell stepped from her room, her foot caught in the thread and she fell headlong down the steps. Theresa inhaled sharply, but that was because of Bob's ball." "I'm afraid it was not." A silence followed, broken by Donaldson's quiet, precise tone. "Forgive me, but what evidence supports this claim?" Poirot replied evenly. "The evidence of the nail itself, the evidence of Miss Arundell's own written account, and finally the evidence of Miss Lawson's own eyes." Theresa found her voice again. "So she claims I did it." Poirot answered only with a slight inclination of his head. "Well, it's a lie. I had nothing to do with it. Then you were kneeling on the stairs for some other reason." "I was not kneeling on the stairs at all." "Be careful, Miss Theresa." "I wasn't there. I never left my room after going to bed on any night I stayed in that house. Miss Lawson recognized you. It was probably Bella Tanios or one of the maids she saw. She says it was you. She's a liar. She identified your dressing gown and a brooch you often wear." "A brooch? Which brooch one, with your initials?" "Oh, that one. What a detailed liar she is." "You still deny it was you she saw?" "If it's my word against hers." You are a more convincing liar than she is that it? Theresa replied coolly. That may very well be true, but in this instance I'm telling the truth. I was not setting a trap or praying or searching for dropped coins or doing anything else on those stairs. Do you have this brooch with you now? Most likely. Would you like to see it, if you please? Theresa rose and left the room. An uncomfortable quiet settled over the others. Dr. Donaldson studied Poirot with the detached scrutiny one might give a laboratory specimen. Theresa returned shortly and nearly tossed the ornament to Poirot. It was a rather large, flashy piece of chrome or stainless steel, with the letters TA inside a circle. Even I had to admit it was conspicuous enough to be noticed in a mirror from across a hall. I don't wear it anymore. I've grown tired of it, Theresa said. They became so common in London. Every shop girl has one now, but it was costly when you purchased it. Quite. They were rather exclusive at first. When was that last Christmas, I believe? Yes, around then. Did you ever lend it to anyone? No. You had it with you at Little Green House? I suppose so. Yes, I remember I did. Was it ever out of your possession while you were there? No, it wasn't. I wore it on a green sweater. I recall that clearly. And I had that same sweater on every single day. What about at night? I was still wearing it. And the sweater itself? Oh, for heaven's sake, the sweater was draped over a chair. Can you be absolutely certain no one took the brooch off and then returned it the following day? We can claim that in court if you prefer, if you believe that's the most convincing story to spin. Honestly, I'm completely sure nothing of the sort occurred. It's a charming notion that someone tried to set me up, but I really don't believe it happened. Poirot's brow furrowed. He rose, meticulously fastened the brooch to his own lapel, and walked over to a mirror on a table across the room. He studied his reflection, then stepped slowly backward to gain perspective. A low grunt escaped him. What a fool I am, naturally. Returning, he presented the brooch to Theresa with a slight bow. You're entirely correct? The brooch never left your possession. I have been unforgivably slow. I do appreciate humility, Theresa remarked, fastening the brooch haphazardly. She glanced up. Is there anything else? I really should be going. Nothing that cannot wait for a later discussion. As Theresa moved toward the door, Poirot continued, his voice deceptively calm. There is, however, the matter of an exhumation to consider. Theresa froze. The brooch clattered to the floor. What did you say? Poirot enunciated clearly. It is a possibility that the body of Miss Emily Arundell may be exhumed. Theresa stood motionless, her hands clenched. Is this your doing? She demanded, her voice low and furious. They can't do that without a request from the family. You are mistaken. It can be done under an order from the Home Office. My God, Theresa exclaimed. She turned and began pacing the room rapidly. Donaldson spoke quietly. Really, Tessa, I don't see any cause for alarm. I'm sure the idea is unpleasant to an outsider, but... She cut him off sharply. Don't be an idiot, Rex. Poirot inquired. The idea troubles you, mademoiselle. Of course it does. It's indecent. Poor old Aunt Emily. Why on earth should she be dug up? I assume, Donaldson said, turning a questioning look toward Poirot. There is some question regarding the cause of death. I must admit I'm surprised. I was under the distinct impression she died a natural death from a chronic condition. You mentioned something to me once about rabbits and liver problems, Theresa said. Her tone suddenly flippant and edged with a reckless sarcasm. It's all a blur now, but it involved infecting a rabbit, something about transferring blood from one poor creature to another until a person gets a sick liver. A delightful little science experiment. Pity none of us have a pet rabbit handy to test the theory. That was merely an illustrative analogy regarding serum therapeutics, Donaldson replied with practiced patience. Theresa's laugh was brittle. She turned back to Poirot, her voice dropping, all pretense gone. Poirot, is this true? It is a genuine possibility, but there are ways to prevent such an eventuality. Then prevent it, Her whisper was urgent, almost desperate, compelling in its intensity. "Stop it at any cost," Poirot stood. "Those are your instructions?" His tone was formal. "Those are my instructions." But Tessa, Donaldson began. She whirled on him. "Quiet! She was my aunt, wasn't she? Why should she be disturbed? Can't you imagine the newspaper headlines, the gossip, the sheer unpleasantness of it all?" She swung back to Poirot. "You have to stop this. I'm giving you full authority. Do whatever is necessary, but stop it." Poirot bowed. "I will do what I can. Good day, mademoiselle. Good day, doctor." "Oh, just go!" Teresa cried out, a sudden weariness beneath the anger. "And take your suspicions with you. I wish I'd never laid eyes on either of you." We left the room. Poirot did not linger deliberately at the keyhole, but he moved with a pronounced lack of haste, and his delay was rewarded. Teresa's voice, clear and defiant, carried through the door. "Don't look at me like that, Rex." Then abruptly her voice softened, breaking, "Darling." Dr. Donaldson's measured, precise voice answered her. He stated with unmistakable clarity, "That man intends harm." Poirot's face broke into a sudden grin. He pulled me out through the front entrance. "Come along, St. Leonard's," he urged. "It is amusing, is it not? Frankly." I found the humour particularly idiotic. As I rushed to keep up with him, my mind was made up. There was no longer any question. Miss Arundell had been murdered, and Teresa was aware of it. The real puzzle was whether she was the perpetrator, or if another explanation existed. Fear was evident in her, but was it fear for her own safety or for another? Could that other person be the composed, meticulous young doctor with his detached demeanour? Did the old woman die from a genuine illness that had been deliberately caused? Many pieces aligned with that theory. Donaldson's ambitions, his expectation that Teresa would inherit upon her aunt's passing, even his presence at dinner the night of the so-called accident fit. How simple it would have been to leave a window unlatched and slip back in the dark to string that deadly cord across the stairs. But then, what about hammering that nail into place? No, Teresa must have handled that. Teresa, his fiancée and partner in crime, with the two of them collaborating. The picture seemed complete in that scenario. Teresa likely positioned the thread herself. The initial failed attempt was her handiwork. The second successful crime was Donaldson's more clinical masterpiece. Yes, it all connected, yet loose threads remained. Why had Teresa so recklessly revealed those facts about inducing liver disease in people? It was almost as if she didn't grasp the implications. But if that was true, my thoughts began to tangle, and I cut off my own theorizing to ask, "Where are we headed, Poirot?" "Back to my apartment." "It is possible Mrs. Tanios may be there." My focus shifted abruptly. "Mrs. Tanios?" That was a separate enigma entirely. If Donaldson and Teresa were guilty, where did Mrs. Tanios and her ever-smiling husband fit? What did the woman wish to tell Poirot, and why was Tanios so desperate to stop her? "Poirot," I said, feeling thoroughly confused, "I'm getting rather lost. They can't all be involved, can they? A murder syndicate, a family conspiracy? No, not in this instance. This bears the imprint of a single mind, and only one. The psychology is quite distinct. You're saying either Teresa or Donaldson is responsible, but not both. Did he perhaps get her to hammer that nail under some perfectly innocent pretense, then? My dear friend, from the moment I heard Miss Lawson's account, I saw three possibilities. First, that Miss Lawson was relating the exact truth. Second, that she invented the tale for her own purposes. Third, that she genuinely believed her story, but her identification hinged entirely on the brooch. And as I have previously indicated to you, a brooch can be easily removed from its owner. Teresa insists the brooch never left her possession, though, and she is entirely correct. I had overlooked a small yet profoundly significant detail. "Most unlike you, Poirot," I remarked with mock gravity. "Is it not? But even the best have their moments. Age must be catching up with you." "Age has nothing to do with it," Poirot replied stiffly. "Well, what is this significant fact?" I asked as we entered the lobby of his building. "I will demonstrate." "We arrived at his door, George," his valet answered. In response to Poirot's anxious inquiry, he shook his head. "No, sir. Mrs. Tanios has not called, nor has she telephoned." Poirot entered the sitting-room and paced for several minutes. Then he picked up the telephone. His first call was to the Durham Hotel. "Yes, please. Dr. Tanios, this is Hercule Poirot speaking. Your wife has returned? She has not. Dear me, you say she took her luggage and the children? You have no notion where she has gone? Yes, I understand perfectly. If my professional services could be of any assistance to you. I have some experience in these matters. Such arrangements can be handled with discretion, no? Naturally not. Yes, that is certainly accurate. Absolutely. I will honor your preferences on the subject." He set the receiver down slowly, a thoughtful expression on his face. "He has no idea where she is," he mused aloud. "I believe that is sincere. The worry in his tone was unmistakable. He wishes to avoid the police, which is understandable. Yes, I grasp that. He also does not want my help. That, perhaps, is less easy to comprehend. He desires her to be located, yet he does not wish me to be the one to find her. No, it is quite clear he does not want me involved. He appears confident he can handle the situation alone. He doubts she can stay hidden long, given she has very little money, and she has the children with her. Yes, I suspect he will track her down eventually. But, Hastings, I believe we shall be a little faster. It is rather important, I feel, that we are— Do you think it's accurate that she is somewhat unhinged? I asked. I believe she is in a state of high nerves, thoroughly overwrought, but not to the extent of requiring confinement in an institution. Most definitely not, you know, Poirot. I must admit I don't fully grasp all of this. If you will forgive my saying so, Hastings, you do not grasp it in the slightest. There seem to be so many, peripheral matters. But of course there are peripheral matters. To distinguish the central issue from the secondary ones is the primary task of an orderly intellect. Tell me, Poirot, have you been aware all along that there were 8 potential suspects, not 7? Poirot answered dryly. I have factored in that reality from the moment Teresa Arundell mentioned that the last occasion she saw Dr. Donaldson was when he dined at Little Green House on the 14th of April. I don't quite follow, I began, then stopped. What is it you fail to follow? Well, if Donaldson had intended to eliminate Miss Arundell by scientific means through inoculation, let us say I cannot comprehend why he would resort to such a crude contrivance as a piece of string across the staircase. Truly, Hastings, there are moments when my patience wears thin. One method is highly scientific, demanding specialized knowledge. That is correct, is it not? Yes. And the other is a simple, almost domestic method, just like homemade, as the advertisements proclaim. Is that not so? Yes, precisely. Then think, Hastings, think, recline in your chair, close your eyes, employ the little grey cells. I obliged. That is to say, I leaned back, shut my eyes, and attempted to execute the third part of Poirot's directive. The outcome, however, did little to clarify the situation. I opened my eyes to find Poirot observing me with the benign attention a nurse might show a young charge. Well, I made a valiant effort to mirror Poirot's own manner. It seems to me, I said, that the sort of individual who devised the original trap is not the sort who would orchestrate a scientific murder. Precisely. And I doubt a mind trained in scientific complexity would conceive of anything so juvenile as the accident scheme. It would be far too uncertain. Very logically reasoned, encouraged. I continued. Therefore, the only logical conclusion appears to be this. The 2 attempts were planned by 2 different individuals. We are dealing with murder, attempted by 2 entirely separate people. You do not consider that too great a coincidence. You yourself once remarked that one coincidence is nearly always present in a murder case. Yes, that is true. I must concede the point. Well then, and whom do you propose as your villains? Donaldson and Teresa Arundell. The doctor is clearly suggested for the ultimately successful murder. Conversely, we know Teresa Arundell is implicated in the first attempt. I think it possible they acted completely independently of one another. You are so fond of stating, "We know, Hastings." Allow me to offer a twist. Perhaps what we think we know is merely a convenient shadow, cast by someone who is very adept at keeping to the light. I can tell you with certainty that whatever you believe you know, I have no knowledge of Teresa being involved in any way. But what about Miss Lawson's account? Miss Lawson's account belongs solely to Miss Lawson. Nothing more yet, she claims. She claims. You are always so quick to accept what people say as established truth. Now listen, my friend, I mentioned to you before, did I not, that something felt off about Miss Lawson's story? Yes, I recall you saying that, but you couldn't pinpoint what it was. Well, I have it now. Give me just a moment, and I will show you what I, fool that I am, should have recognized immediately. He walked to the desk, opened a drawer, and took out a sheet of cardboard with a pair of scissors. He began cutting into it, signaling for me to pay close attention. A little patience, Hastings. Soon we will begin our demonstration. I politely looked away. After a minute or two, Poirot let out a satisfied sound. He put the scissors aside, tossed the cardboard scraps into the wastebasket, and came over to me. Now don't look. Keep your eyes turned while I attach something to the lapel of your jacket. I played along. Once Poirot was satisfied with his handiwork, he gently guided me to my feet and led me across the room into the connected bedroom. Now, Hastings, take a look at yourself in the mirror. You're wearing, are you not, a stylish brooch with your initials on it? Only, of course, this brooch is not made of chrome or stainless steel, nor gold nor platinum, but of simple cardboard. I looked at my reflection and smiled. Poirot is unusually deft with his hands. I was sporting a very convincing imitation of Teresa Arundel's brooch, a cardboard circle enclosing my initials. A.H. There you are, said Poirot. Are you convinced? You have there, do you not, a quite fashionable brooch displaying your initials? A very elegant piece, I agreed. It's true it doesn't catch the light or shine, but you would still agree such a brooch could be seen clearly from across a room. I never doubted it. Precisely. Doubt is not your strong suit. Simple faith suits you far better. And now, Hastings, please remove your jacket. Somewhat puzzled, I did so. Poirot took off his own coat and slipped into mine, turning slightly away as he did. And now, he said, observe how the brooch with your initials, looks on me. He spun around. I stared at him, not understanding at first. Then it clicked. What an absolute idiot I am, of course. It reads H.A. on the brooch, not A.H. at all. Poirot beamed at me as he changed back into his own clothes and handed me mine. Exactly. And now you understand what struck me as wrong about Miss Lawson's story. She insisted she saw Teresa's initials clearly on the brooch she was wearing, but she saw Teresa in a mirror. So if she saw any initials, she must have seen them backward. Well, I argued maybe she did notice and realized they were reversed. My dear fellow, did that occur to you just now? Did you exclaim, "Ah, Poirot, you've made a mistake, that's H.A. not A.H.? No, you did not, and yet you are considerably more intelligent, I should think, than Miss Lawson. Do not tell me that a muddled woman like her, half asleep and startled awake, suddenly realized that A.T. was actually T.A. No, that does not align at all with Miss Lawson's way of thinking. She was determined it should be Teresa, I said slowly. You're getting closer, my friend. You recall I suggested to her that she couldn't truly see anyone's face on the staircase, and immediately, what does she do? She remembers Teresa's brooch and drags it into her story, forgetting that seeing it in the mirror completely undermines her own account. The telephone rang sharply. Poirot crossed to answer it. He spoke only a few non-committal words. Yes, certainly, yes, that will be fine this afternoon, I think. Yes, 2 o'clock will be perfect. He hung up the phone and gave me a satisfied look. Dr. Donaldson is quite eager for a conversation. He'll be here tomorrow at 2. We are moving forward, my friend, moving forward. 26. Mares Tanios will not talk. I found Poirot already hard at work at his desk when I came down the next morning. He offered a brief wave without looking up, completely absorbed in his writing. After a few minutes, he collected the pages, slipped them into an envelope, and sealed it with great care. "Planning your memoirs already," I joked. "Or is that a secret account of the case, to be opened if you meet an unfortunate end today?" "You are closer to the truth than you imagine, Hastings." He wasn't smiling. "Is our killer becoming a direct threat? A person who kills is always a threat," Poirot replied soberly. "It is a fact people astonishingly choose to ignore. Any developments?" Dr. Tanios telephoned. "His wife is still missing?" "She is." "Well, that's a relief. I'm not so sure." "Good Lord, Poirot, you don't seriously believe she's been murdered?" Poirot gave a doubtful little shrug. "I admit," he said quietly, "I would very much like to know her current location." "She'll show up," I said with confidence. "They always do. Your relentless optimism is a constant source of joy to me, Hastings. For heaven's sake, you aren't expecting her to be discovered in pieces, are you?" Poirot answered thoughtfully. "I find Dr. Tanios's level of concern to be rather pronounced, but let us leave that for now. Our immediate task is to speak with Miss Lawson. Will you confront her about the mistake with the brooch? Most assuredly not. That particular card will be played at the precise moment it is most effective. So what will you say to her? That, my friend, you shall hear in good time. More creative storytelling, I assume. You can be remarkably rude, Hastings. One would think I took pleasure in deception. I believe you do, in fact. I'm certain of it. I will admit that on occasion I do admire my own resourcefulness." Poirot confessed with a touch of pride. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Poirot shot me a wounded look, and we departed for Clanroyden Mansions. We were ushered into the same cluttered sitting room. Miss Lawson hurried in, even more flustered and disjointed than usual. "Oh, Mem Poirot, good morning. What a morning it's been. Please excuse the mess. Everything is in an absolute state." Ever since Bella arrived. "What did you say, Bella?" "Yes, Bella Tanios. She appeared at my door half an hour ago with the children. She's utterly worn out. Poor dear, I truly don't know what to do, you see. She's left her husband." "Left him?" "That's what she says, and I've no doubt she has excellent reason, the poor woman." "Has she told you the reason?" "Well, not in so many words, in fact. She refuses to speak of it. She just keeps repeating that she's left him and that nothing on earth will make her return. That is an extremely serious decision." "Of course it is. If he were an Englishman, I might have suggested. But he isn't, is he? And she looks so strange, so terribly frightened. What must he have done to her? I've heard stories about certain nationalities being quite brutal. Dr. Tanios is Greek?" "Yes, of course, that's the other way round. Or is it the Armenians who get persecuted? Regardless, it's dreadful." "I don't believe she should go back to him, do you, Poirot? She insists she won't. She doesn't even want him to know she's here. It is that severe. Yes, it's the children. She's terrified he might take them back to Smyrna. The poor thing is in a dreadful state, and she has no money, none at all. She doesn't know where to go or what to do. She talks of finding work, but you know as well as I do, Poirot, that's far easier said than done. It's not as if she has any particular training." "When did she leave him? Yesterday?" She had stayed the previous night in a small hotel near Paddington Station. She came to me because she couldn't think of anyone else to turn to, poor soul. And you intend to assist her? That is very kind. You see, Monsieur Poirot, I truly feel it is my responsibility. Naturally, the situation is quite complicated. This apartment is very small, with no extra space, and considering everything else, you could send her to Littergreen House. I suppose that's possible, but her husband might consider that very place. For the moment, I've arranged a room for her at the Wellington Hotel on Queen's Road. She's registered under the name Mrs. Peters." "I understand," Poirot said. He was silent for a moment before continuing. "I would like to speak with Mrs. Tanios. She called at my apartment yesterday, but I was not at home." "Oh, did she? She didn't mention that to me. Shall I let her know you're here?" "If you would be so kind." Miss Lawson hurried from the room. We heard her voice, slightly muffled. "Bella, my dear, would you come and speak with Monsieur Poirot?" We didn't catch the reply, but shortly after Mrs. Tanios entered. I was genuinely taken aback by her appearance. Dark shadows hung beneath her eyes, and her face was utterly pale. But what struck me more profoundly was her palpable air of dread. She flinched at the slightest sound and seemed perpetually alert, as if listening for something. Poirot greeted her with his most reassuring manner. He stepped forward, took her hand, guided her to a chair, and even offered a cushion. He treated this frightened, colourless woman with the deference one might show royalty. "And now, madam, let us talk. You came to see me yesterday, I believe?" She gave a slight nod. "I very much regret that I was not there." "Yes, I wish you had been." "You came because you wished to tell me something." "Yes, I intended to." "Then I am here, entirely at your disposal." Mrs. Tanios did not answer. She sat perfectly still, nervously twisting a ring around her finger. "Well, madam," slowly, almost with reluctance, she shook her head. "No," she whispered, "I don't dare." "You do not dare, madam?" "No. If he knew he would, oh, something terrible would happen to me. Come now, madam, that is not reasonable, but it is. It truly is. You don't know him by him, you mean your husband, madam?" "Yes, of course." Poirot remained quiet for a short while, then said, "Your husband came to see me yesterday, madam." A flash of pure alarm crossed her face. "Oh, no, you didn't tell him, but of course you couldn't have. You didn't know where I was, did he? Did he say I was insane?" Poirot chose his words carefully. He mentioned that you were highly strung, but she shook her head, not fooled. "No, he said I was mad, or that I was losing my mind. He wants to have me committed so I can never tell anyone." "Tell anyone what?" But she shook her head again. Nervously twisting her fingers, she murmured, "I'm afraid. But, madam, once you have told me, you are safe. The secret is revealed. That fact alone will protect you." She did not answer, continuing to fidget with her ring. It was almost comical, this picture of a grown woman rendered so helpless by fear, as if the truth itself were a ghost she couldn't quite grasp. "You must see that for yourself," Poirot said gently. She let out a choked breath. "How can I be sure? It's too dreadful. He's so convincing. And he's a physician. People will believe him, not me. I know they will. I would believe him myself. No one will listen to me. How could they? You will not even allow me the opportunity to listen." She shot him a troubled, searching look. "How do I know you might be on his side?" "I am on no one's side, madam. I am always on the side of the truth." "I don't know," Mrs. Tanier said hopelessly. "Oh, I just don't know." Her words began to spill out, tumbling over one another as if a dam had broken. "It's been so horrible. For years now I've watched things happen again and again, and I couldn't speak or act. There were the children to consider. It's been one long, terrible dream. And now this, but I won't go back to him. I won't let him take the children. I'll disappear somewhere he can't find us. Minnie Lawson will help me. She's been so good, so incredibly kind. Just yesterday she sat with me for hours, listening as I finally described the strange noises I'd hear at night in our old house, a detail I'd never shared with anyone before. No one could have been more considerate." She paused, casting a swift glance at Poirot before inquiring, "What did he say about me?" "Did he mention delusions," he observed, madame, "that your attitude toward him had altered?" She gave a slow nod. "And he claimed I had delusions. He said that, didn't he?" "To be perfectly candid, madame, he did. There you have it. That's precisely how it will appear, and I possess no evidence, nothing tangible." Poirot settled back into his chair. When he spoke again, his tone had shifted entirely, becoming brisk and detached, as though discussing a mundane business transaction. "Do you believe your husband was responsible for the death of Miss Emily Arundell?" Her reply was immediate, a flash of conviction. "I don't believe. I know in that case, madame, it is your obligation to speak." "Ah, but it is not so straightforward." "No, it is not. By what method did he kill her?" "The precise details escape me. But he did it. You are unaware of the means he used." "No, it was something he did that final Sunday. The Sunday he visited her." "Yes." Yet you cannot say what it was. No. Then, forgive me, how can you be so certain? Because he— She halted, then stated with deliberate force, I'm certain. Pardon, madame, but you are withholding something. There is more you have not told me. There is. Then proceed. Bella Tanios stood abruptly. No, I cannot, the children, their father. It's impossible. I simply cannot, but madame, I cannot, I tell you. Her voice climbed nearly to a shriek. The door swung open and Miss Lawson entered, her head tilted with a kind of eager curiosity. May I interrupt? Have you finished your little chat, Bella, my dear? Wouldn't you like some tea, or perhaps soup, or even a dash of brandy? Mrs. Tanios shook her head. I am perfectly fine. She managed a faint smile. I must return to the children. I left them to unpack. Such dear little things, Miss Lawson chirped. I do adore children, Mrs. Tanios turned to her, suddenly her composure cracking. I don't know what I would do without you, she said, her voice thick. You have been extraordinarily kind. There, my dear, no tears. Everything will be set right. You must visit my solicitor, a most sympathetic man. He'll advise you on the simplest way to obtain a divorce. It's all so straightforward nowadays, isn't it? Everyone says so. Oh, goodness, the doorbell. I wonder who that could be. She hurried from the room. Muffled voices carried from the hallway. Miss Lawson reappeared, tiptoeing in and shutting the door with exaggerated care. She spoke in a thrilled whisper, her lips moving emphatically. Oh, dear Bella, it's your husband. I really don't know what to. Mrs. Tanios darted toward a door at the room's far end. Miss Lawson nodded vigorously. Yes, dear, through there. You can slip out once I've brought him in here, Mrs. Tanios whispered urgently. Don't tell him I was here. Don't say you've seen me. Of course not. Not a word. Mrs. Tanios slipped through the doorway. Poirot and I followed quickly, finding ourselves in a modest dining room. Poirot moved to the hall door, opening it a sliver to listen. He then gestured. The coast is clear. Miss Lawson has guided him into the other room. We crept through the hall and out the front door, Poirot closing it with painstaking silence behind us. On the steps, Mrs. Tanios began to stumble downward, her hand clutching the banister for support. Poirot steadied her with a firm hand under her arm. Calm yourself, all is well. We reached the pavement. Please, come with me, Mrs. Tanios implored, her face pale. She looked as though she might collapse. But of course I will come, Poirot reassured her. We crossed the street, turned a corner, and found ourselves on Queen's Road. The Wellington Hotel was a modest, unassuming boarding house. Inside, Mrs. Tanios sank onto a plush sofa, her hand pressed to her racing heart. Poirot gave her shoulder a comforting pat. A close call indeed. Now you must pay close attention to what I'm about to say, Poirot insisted. I have nothing further to add, Monsieur Poirot. It wouldn't be proper. You understand my position, my beliefs. That will have to be enough for you. Please just listen. Consider for a moment a simple possibility. What if I already possess the facts of this situation? What if everything you might tell me I have already deduced for myself? That would change things, would it not? She studied him, her expression clouded with doubt, her eyes sharp with a painful intensity. You must trust that I am not attempting to trick you into a confession, but it would alter the circumstances, yes. I suppose it would. Excellent. Then allow me to be clear. I, Hercule Poirot, know what happened. I do not expect you to simply take my word. Here, examine this for yourself. He handed her the thick envelope he had sealed earlier. The evidence is contained within. After you review it, if you are convinced, telephone me. My number is on the stationery. With visible reluctance, she took the envelope. Poirot continued, his tone becoming brisk and instructional. Now one final instruction. You must leave this hotel immediately. Why, you will go to the Coniston Hotel, near Euston Station. Do not tell anyone your destination. But surely here Minnie Lawson would never reveal my whereabouts to my husband. You believe that? Absolutely. She is completely sympathetic to my situation. Madame, your husband is an exceptionally clever man. He would find it quite simple to extract information from a well-meaning middle-aged woman. It is critical, you must understand, that your husband remains unaware of where you are. She nodded silently. Poirot offered her a slip of paper. Here is the address. Pack your things and take the children there by taxi as soon as you can. Is that clear? I understand. Think of the children, madame. Not only of yourself, you love your children. He had struck the correct chord. A faint colour rose in her cheeks. Her posture straightened. She no longer looked like a frightened woman, but someone resolute, almost commanding. Then it is settled, Poirot declared. After a brief handshake, we left, but not for long. From a nearby café, we drank coffee and kept watch on the hotel entrance. Within 5 minutes, we observed Dr. Tanios walking down the street. He didn't even glance toward the Wellington Hotel, his head bowed in thought as he disappeared into the underground station. Roughly 10 minutes later, Mrs. Tanios and the children emerged with their luggage, entered a taxi, and drove away. Good, said Poirot, standing up with the bill. We have done our part now. We must wait and see what fate decides. Dr. Donaldson arrived precisely at 2 o'clock, his manner as calm and exact as ever. I found myself increasingly intrigued by his personality. My initial impression had been of a somewhat unremarkable young man, and I had wondered what a vibrant woman like Teresa saw in him. Now I was beginning to realize that Donaldson was far from insignificant. Behind that meticulous exterior lay a definite force. After the customary greetings, Donaldson got straight to the point. The purpose of my visit is straightforward. I'm having difficulty comprehending your precise role in this affair, Monsieur Poirot, Poirot answered cautiously. You're aware of my profession, I believe. Naturally. I should mention that I took the liberty of making some inquiries about you. You're a thorough man, Doctor. I prefer to be certain of the facts, Donaldson replied, his tone dry. You possess the scientific mind. I can report that all accounts of you are consistent. You are evidently very skilled in your field, and you also have a reputation for integrity. You are too kind, Poirot murmured. That is precisely why I find your involvement here puzzling. Yet it is quite simple. I would disagree, said Donaldson. You initially presented yourself as a biographer. A minor, forgivable deception, don't you think? One cannot announce one's profession as a detective everywhere one goes, though admittedly that tactic has its occasional uses. So I would imagine, Donaldson said, his dryness returning. Your next move, he continued, was to visit Teresa Arundell and suggest to her that her aunt's will might somehow be overturned. Poirot gave a simple nod of confirmation. That was absurd, of course, Donaldson replied, his tone clipped. You were fully aware the will was legally sound and beyond challenge. You believe that to be true? I am not an idiot, am Poirot? No, Dr. Donaldson, you are most certainly not. I have a working knowledge of the law, enough to know the document is unassailable. So why the pretense? Clearly you had your own motives, which Miss Arundell failed to grasp entirely. You sound very sure of her state of mind. A faint, knowing smile touched the young man's lips. I understand Teresa far better than she realizes. I have no doubt she and Charles believe they've recruited you for some shady endeavor. Charles operates with almost no moral compass. Teresa carries unfortunate genetic and environmental baggage. You speak of your fiancée as if she were a clinical subject. Donaldson adjusted his glasses, his gaze steady. I see no value in avoiding the truth. I love Teresa Arundell for exactly who she is, not for some idealized version. Are you aware that she is deeply devoted to you? Her desire for money stems largely from a wish to support your ambitions? Naturally, I'm aware. As I said, I'm not a fool. But I will not allow Teresa to entangle herself in dubious affairs on my behalf. In many ways, she remains naive. I am perfectly capable of advancing my career through my own efforts. A significant inheritance would have been welcome, a shortcut, certainly. But it is not essential. You have complete faith in your own abilities, then. It may sound arrogant, but I do, Donaldson stated calmly. So let's continue. I admit I secured Miss Teresa's trust through deception. I allowed her to believe I would be, how shall we put it, flexibly dishonest for financial gain. She accepted that without hesitation. Theresa assumes everyone has their price, the doctor said, as if stating a simple fact. It's a viewpoint she shares with her brother. Charles would undoubtedly do almost anything for money. You seem to have no illusions about your future brother-in-law. None. I find him a fascinating psychological case. There's likely a profound neurosis at play, but that's professional speculation. Returning to the matter at hand, I've pondered why you've acted as you have, and only one conclusion fits. You suspect either Theresa or Charles of involvement in Miss Arundell's death. Please don't bother to deny it. Your mention of exhumation was, I think, merely a tactic to gauge reactions. Have you actually taken any steps to obtain a court order? I will be honest. Not yet, Donaldson nodded. As I suspected, have you considered the possibility that Miss Arundell's death may prove to be from natural causes? I have considered that it may appear so, yes? But your own mind is settled, quite definitively. If you encounter a case that looks, behaves, and tests like tuberculosis, you conclude it is tuberculosis, correct? You view it that way? Then what precisely are you waiting for? I am waiting for one final piece of evidence. The telephone rang. At a gesture from Poirot, I rose to answer it. I recognized the voice immediately. Captain Hastings, this is Bellatanios. Please tell him Poirot he was absolutely right. If he arrives here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I will give him exactly what he's after. 10 o'clock tomorrow? That's correct. Very well, I'll pass that along. Poirot's gaze held a silent question. I gave a slight nod in return. He turned back to Donaldson, his demeanor shifting entirely, now brisk and utterly assured. Allow me to be perfectly clear, he stated. I have concluded that my case is one of murder. It presented as murder. It reacted in every characteristic way as murder. In short, it was murder. There is not the slightest room for doubt on that point. Then where does the uncertainty, for I sense there is some, lie? The uncertainty rested solely in the identity of the killer, but that uncertainty exists no longer. Indeed, you are certain? Let us say that by tomorrow I will have definitive proof in my possession. Dr. Donaldson's eyebrows lifted with a trace of irony. Ah, he remarked. Tomorrow sometimes, M. Poirot. Tomorrow can feel quite distant. On the contrary, Poirot replied. I find it arrives with monotonous regularity, always right on schedule. Donaldson offered a thin smile. He stood. I fear I may have taken up your time unnecessarily, M. Poirot. Not at all. It is always useful to ensure mutual understanding. With a brief, polite nod, Dr. Donaldson exited. He is a clever man, Poirot mused aloud once we were alone. It is somewhat challenging to discern his true objective. Agreed. He comes across as rather detached, but undoubtedly perceptive. That telephone call was from Mrs. Tanios. So I assumed, I relayed her message verbatim. Poirot nodded his approval. Good. Everything proceeds smoothly. Give it 24 hours, Hastings, and I believe we shall see the entire picture clearly. I must admit I'm still somewhat in the dark. Who precisely is under suspicion? I could not possibly say whom you suspect, Hastings. You have likely suspected everyone in rotation by now. Sometimes I think you enjoy keeping me in this state of confusion. No, I would not indulge in such amusement at your expense. I wouldn't be so sure. Poirot shook his head, though his thoughts seemed elsewhere. Studying him, I asked, is something troubling you, my friend? I'm always apprehensive as a case nears its conclusion. If anything were to go awry, what could possibly go wrong? I do not believe anything will. He paused, a frown creasing his brow. I have, I believe, prepared for every conceivable contingency. Then how about we forget crime for the evening and go see a show? A capital idea, Hastings. We spent a very agreeable evening, though I made the minor error of selecting a detective thriller. A word of advice: never take a soldier to a war drama, a sailor to a nautical adventure, or a detective to a crime play. The resulting critique is invariably devastating. Poirot complained incessantly about the flawed psychology and the hero detective's complete lack of order and method, which nearly drove him to distraction. We parted that night with him still explaining how the entire mystery could have been solved halfway through the first act. But if that happened, Poirot, there would be no play, I pointed out. He was forced to concede that perhaps there was some truth in that. It was just after 9 the next morning when I entered our sitting room. Poirot was at the breakfast table, neatly slitting open his correspondence as usual. The telephone rang, and I answered. A breathless, distressed woman's voice came through the line. "Is that Poirot? Oh, it's you, Captain Hastings." There was a gasp, followed by a sob. "Miss Lawson?" I asked. "Yes, yes, something dreadful has happened." I tightened my grip on the receiver. "What is it?" "She checked out of the Wellington, you see, Bella. I went there late yesterday afternoon and they told me she'd left, without a single word to me. It's most peculiar. It makes me wonder if Dr. Tanius was correct after all. He spoke so kindly about her and seemed so genuinely upset, and now it appears he may have been right." "But what has happened, Miss Lawson? Is it just that Mrs. Tanius left the hotel without informing you?" "Oh, no, it's far worse than that. If that were all, it would be troubling but manageable. Though I do think it was odd, you know. Tanius had mentioned he was worried she wasn't entirely. Well, you understand, he called it a persecution complex." "Yes," I replied, trying to keep my impatience in check. "But what's happened now? Oh, it's just awful. She passed away in her sleep. Took too much of some sleeping medicine, and those poor children, it's all so terribly tragic. I haven't been able to stop crying since I got the news. How did you find out? Tell me everything." I noticed Poirot had paused in sorting his mail, listening intently to my side of the conversation. I didn't want to hand the phone over if I did. Miss Lawson would likely launch into her lamentations all over again. "The hotel called me. It's called the Coniston. They found my name and address in her handbag. Poirot, Captain Hastings, isn't it? Just dreadful, those poor little ones left without their mother. Listen," I said, cutting in. "Are they certain it was an accident? Could it have been intentional? What a horrible thought, Captain Hastings. Goodness, I really don't know. Do you believe it could be? That would be even worse. She had seemed very down lately, but there was no reason for it. Money wouldn't have been a problem. I was fully prepared to share with her. Truly I was. I'm sure dear Miss Arundell would have wanted that. It's so awful to imagine her ending her own life. But maybe she didn't. The hotel staff seemed to think it was accidental. What exactly did she take? One of those sleep aids. Veronal, I think? Wait, no, chloral? Yes, that's it. Chloral. Oh, Captain Hastings, do you suppose?" I unceremoniously ended the call, turning to Poirot. I began, "Mrs. Tanios." He raised a hand. Yes, I know what you will say. She is dead, is she not?" "Yes, an overdose of a sleeping draught. Chloral." Poirot stood immediately. "Come, Hastings, we must go there at once." "Is this what you were afraid of last night, when you said you always grow nervous near the end of a case?" "I feared another death, yes." Poirot's expression was grim and resolute. We spoke little during the drive to Euston. He shook his head once or twice. I ventured timidly, "You don't think? Could it possibly have been an accident?" "No, Hastings, it was no accident. But how on earth did he discover where she had gone?" Poirot merely shook his head again without answering. The Coniston was a rather shabby establishment close to Euston Station. With his card and a suddenly authoritative manner, Poirot swiftly gained access to the manager's office. The facts were straightforward. A Mrs. Peters, as she had registered, had arrived with her 2 children around 12:30. They had lunched at 1. At 4 o'clock, a man came with a note for her. The note was delivered to her room shortly after. She came down with the children and a single suitcase. The children then departed with the visitor. Mrs. Peters went to the front desk and explained she would only need the one room after all. She had not appeared particularly distressed or agitated. In fact, she seemed quite calm and composed. She had dinner around 7:30 and retired to her room not long after. In the morning, the chambermaid found her. A doctor was summoned and pronounced she had been dead for several hours. An empty glass sat on the bedside table. It seemed clear she had taken a sleeping preparation and perhaps mistakenly taken too much. The doctor noted that chloral hydrate could be an unpredictable drug. There were no signs pointing to suicide. No letter had been left while searching for next of kin to notify. They found Miss Lawson's name and address and contacted her by telephone. Poirot inquired if any letters or papers had been discovered, specifically the note brought by the man who collected the children. The manager said no papers of any kind were found, though there was a heap of ash and charred paper in the fireplace. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. As far as anyone could tell, Mrs. Peters had been alone. Peters had received no callers, and no one had entered her room, save for the single man who came to collect the two children. I pressed the porter for a description, but his memory was hazy. A fellow of average height. He thought perhaps light-haired, with a soldierly bearing, nothing especially remarkable. He was certain the man had no beard. It wasn't Tanios, I whispered to Poirot. My dear Hastings, can you imagine Mrs. Tanios going to such lengths to remove the children from their father, only to surrender them without a word of protest? That, I assure you, would be absurd. Then who collected them? Someone Mrs. Tanios trusted, or more precisely, someone sent by a third party in whom she had faith. A man of medium height, I repeated. Poirot waved a dismissive hand. Do not trouble yourself with his appearance. The individual who appeared at the door was undoubtedly a minor pawn. The true architect of this arrangement remained comfortably out of sight, and the note came from this third person, precisely. Someone she trusted completely, evidently, and she burned the note as instructed.
Yes, along with the case summary I had given her. Poirot's expression turned unusually stern. That, too, is ashes, but it is of no consequence. No consequence, none, for you see, it is all securely stored in the mind of Hercule Poirot. He took my arm. Come, Hastings, we have lingered among the dead long enough. Our business now is with the living. It is they who must answer.
29 The Gathering at Little Green House. The following morning at 11 o'clock, 7 individuals were gathered in the drawing-room of Little Green House. Hercule Poirot stood before the fireplace. Charles and Teresa occupied the sofa, Charles perched on its arm, his hand resting on Teresa's shoulder. Dr. Tanios sat slumped in a worn grandfather chair, his eyes red-rimmed, a black band of mourning on his sleeve. At a round table on a straight-backed chair sat the mistress of the house, Miss Lawson. Her eyes, too, were swollen, and her hair was in even greater disarray than usual. Dr. Donaldson faced Poirot directly, his features a mask of polite detachment. As I studied each face in turn, a familiar tension quickened my pulse. I had been present at many such assemblies during my time with Poirot, a small group of people, all outwardly composed, wearing the well-bred masks of polite society. And I had watched Poirot strip away such a mask to reveal what lay beneath the face of a murderer. The certainty was chilling. One of these people was guilty. But which one even now I could not be sure. Poirot cleared his throat with a touch of theatricality and began to speak. We are gathered here, ladies and gentlemen, to examine the circumstances surrounding the death of Emily Arundell on the 1st of May. 4 possibilities present themselves: that she died of natural causes, that her death was the result of an accident, that she ended her own life, or lastly, that she was killed by a person known or unknown. No inquest was held at the time, as her death was accepted as natural and was certified as such by Dr. Granger. When suspicion arises after burial, it is customary to exhume the body. I have chosen not to recommend that course. The principal reason is that my client would have found it deeply repugnant. Dr. Donaldson interjected. Your client? Poirot turned to him. My client is Miss Emily Arundell. I act on her behalf. Her foremost wish was to avoid scandal. I shall skip the next several minutes, as they covered much familiar ground. Poirot recounted the letter he had received, producing it and reading its contents aloud. He then detailed the steps he took upon arriving in Market Basing, and his discovery of the carefully arranged accident that had befallen Miss Arundell. He paused, cleared his throat again, and continued, "Let me walk you through the path I took to uncover the truth. I will present what I believe is an accurate reconstruction of the events. First, we must understand what was happening in Miss Arundell's mind, which I find fairly straightforward to deduce. She had a serious fall officially blamed on a dog's toy, but she knew better. Confined to her bed, her sharp intellect reviewed the incident, leading her to one firm conclusion: someone had intentionally tried to harm her, possibly even kill her. From that point, she naturally considered who that person could be. 7 individuals were in the house, 4 guests, her companion, and 2 servants. Only one person could be completely ruled out, as they stood to gain nothing from her death. She did not seriously doubt the 2 long-serving, devoted servants that left 4 people. 3 were family, and 1 was connected by marriage. Each of these 4 would benefit from her passing, 3 directly, and 1 in a more roundabout way. She found herself in a difficult position, being a woman with deep family loyalty. She was not the type to air private grievances publicly, yet she was also not someone who would meekly accept an attempt on her life. So she made a decision and wrote to me. She took another step as well, motivated by 2 things. One was a certain bitter resentment toward her whole family. She suspected them all equally, and was determined to outmaneuver them. The other, more calculated motive was a desire for self-protection and a clear plan to achieve it. As you know, she contacted her lawyer, Mr. Purvis, and instructed him to draft a new will in favor of the one person in the house she felt certain could not have been involved. Now, from her letter to me and her subsequent actions, I am convinced Miss Arundell moved from vague suspicion of 4 people to a definite suspicion of 1 among them. The entire tone of her letter stresses the need for absolute discretion, as the family's honor was at stake. From a traditional viewpoint, this strongly suggests the person she had in mind was someone bearing the family name, most likely a man. Had she suspected Mrs. Tanios, her concern for safety would have been just as strong, but her anxiety over the family honor would not have been as intense. The same could be said for Teresa Arundell, but the feeling would not have been nearly as powerful as it was for Charles. Charles was an Arundell, he carried the family name. Her reasons for suspecting him are clear. For one, she had no illusions about his character. He had nearly disgraced the family once before. She knew him to be not just a potential criminal, but an actual one, having already forged her signature on a check. After forgery, the next step could easily be murder. Furthermore, she had a rather telling conversation with him just 2 days before her accident. He asked her for money, she refused, and he remarked lightly enough that she was going about things in a way that might get her hurt. She replied that she could look after herself to this. Her nephew is said to have answered, "Don't be too sure." 2 days later, the sinister accident occurred. Is it any wonder that lying there and brooding, Miss Arundell became firmly convinced Charles Arundell had tried to kill her? The sequence is perfectly clear. The conversation with Charles, the accident, the distressed letter to me, and the instruction to her lawyer. The following Tuesday, on the 21st, Mr. Purvis arrived with the will, and she signed it. Charles and Teresa Arundell visited that weekend, and Miss Arundell immediately took steps to protect herself. She not only informed Charles about the new will, but went so far as to show him the document itself. To me, this action was utterly definitive. She was making it perfectly clear to any potential murderer that such a crime would gain them absolutely nothing. She likely assumed Charles would relay this information to his sister, but he never did. Why? I suspect he had a compelling reason. He felt a sense of guilt. He believed he was responsible for the will being changed. But why feel guilty? Was it because he had genuinely attempted murder? Or merely because he had helped himself to a small amount of cash? Either the serious offense or the minor one could explain his silence. He said nothing, clinging to the hope that his aunt might yet soften and alter her decision once more. Regarding Miss Arundell's own state of mind, I felt my reconstruction of events was reasonably accurate. My next task was to determine whether her suspicions were, in fact, justified. Just as she had done, I recognized that my suspicions were confined to a small circle, 7 individuals to be precise. Charles Arundell, Teresa Arundell, Dr. Tanios, Mrs. Tanios, the 2 servants, and Miss Lawson, an 8th person, Dr. Donaldson, who had dined there that evening, entered consideration later, but at this stage the 7 were my focus. These 7 people fell quite neatly into 2 groups. 6 of them stood to benefit in varying degrees from Miss Arundell's death. If any one of those 6 was guilty, the motive was likely straightforward financial gain. The second category contained a single person, Miss Lawson. She did not stand to gain from the death itself, but as a direct result of the earlier accident, she later benefited enormously. This meant that if Miss Lawson had orchestrated that so-called accident— "I did no such thing, Miss Lawson," interjected her voice sharp. "This is outrageous to stand there and suggest such things. A little patience, please, mademoiselle, and kindly do not interrupt," Poirot replied calmly. Miss Lawson gave an angry toss of her head. "I must protest. It is utterly disgraceful." Poirot continued, unperturbed. "I was saying that if Miss Lawson staged the accident, she did so for a completely different reason, namely, to engineer a situation where Miss Arundell would naturally suspect her own family and become estranged from them. That was a distinct possibility. I searched for confirmation and uncovered one very definite fact. If Miss Lawson wanted Miss Arundell to suspect her family, she would have emphasized the detail about the dog Bob being out that night. On the contrary, Miss Lawson took great pains to prevent Miss Arundell from ever hearing about it. Therefore, I concluded Miss Lawson must be innocent." "I should certainly think so," Miss Lawson said tartly. I then turned to the problem of Miss Arundell's subsequent death. Where one murder attempt occurs, a second often follows. It seemed highly significant to me that she died within a fortnight of the first incident. I began my inquiries. Dr. Granger did not appear to think there was anything unusual about his patient's passing, which initially dampened my theory. However, upon investigating the events of the final evening before she fell ill, I discovered a telling detail. Miss Isabel Tripp mentioned seeing a peculiar halo of light around Miss Arundell's head. Her sister corroborated the story. They might, of course, have invented it in a fit of romantic fancy, but the specific image did not strike me as one that would occur to them unprompted. When I questioned Miss Lawson, she provided a similarly intriguing piece of information, referring to a strange, luminous ribbon seeming to issue from Miss Arundell's mouth, forming a hazy glow around her head, while 2 witnesses described the event in slightly different terms. The underlying reality was identical. Stripped of any supernatural interpretation, the simple fact was this: on that particular evening, Miss Arundell's breath was glowing with a faint, eerie light. Dr. Donaldson shifted in his seat, a gesture Poirot acknowledged with a nod. The number of substances capable of producing such an effect is quite limited, and the most common one provided the exact answer he sought. He referenced a medical text on phosphorus poisoning, reading aloud a passage noting that a victim's breath can become phosphorescent even before other symptoms manifest. This was the luminous haze observed by Miss Lawson and the Tripp sisters in the darkened room, not an apparition, but a toxic chemical reaction. Another excerpt drew a clever parallel, explaining how advanced phosphorus poisoning mimics severe liver ailments, complete with pronounced jaundice. Given Miss Arundell's long-standing liver condition, the poisoning would appear as nothing more than a tragic yet familiar relapse. The plan was diabolically clever. Obtaining phosphorus, perhaps from foreign matches or rat poison, was not difficult, and a minuscule dose, far smaller than any medicinal amount, could be fatal. The entire scheme became brilliantly clear. The attending physician was naturally misled, especially as a telltale symptom. A garlic-like odor on the breath often associated with the poison was lost on him due to his own impaired sense of smell. With no suspicious circumstances to alert him, and with the one bizarre clue being dismissed as spiritualist fantasy, He had no reason for suspicion. With the witnesses' accounts, Poirot was now certain murder had occurred. The question remained, by whose hand? The household servants were dismissed. Their mentality did not suit such a calculated act. Miss Lawson was eliminated, as she would hardly chatter about glowing ectoplasm if she were guilty. Charles Arundell was removed from suspicion, as he had seen the will and knew he would inherit nothing. This left Teresa Arundell, Dr. Tanios, his wife Bella, and Dr. Donaldson, who was discovered to have been dining at the house that fateful evening. Here the investigation hit a wall. Poirot was forced to rely on the psychology of the crime and the personality of the killer. Both acts shared a profile. They were simple, cunning, and efficiently executed. They required some specialized knowledge, but not an excessive amount. Facts about phosphorus were easily researched, and the substance itself was readily obtainable overseas. He first considered the two men, both doctors and both clever. Either could have conceived of using phosphorus in this context, yet the incident with the dog's ball, a tripwire meant to cause a fall, struck him as essentially a feminine stratagem, a piece of domestic treachery that didn't align with a typical masculine approach. His focus turned to Teresa Arundell. She possessed the necessary traits, bold, ruthless, and morally flexible, accustomed to a life of selfish luxury. She was now desperate for money, both for herself and for the man she loved. Her entire demeanor betrayed a guilty knowledge of her aunt's murder. An intriguing, tense exchange between her and her brother further suggested that each privately suspected the other of the crime. Charles tried to get her to admit she knew about the new will. His reasoning was obvious. If she was aware of it, she couldn't be the murderer. She, however, clearly didn't buy his story about Miss Arundell showing it to him. To her, it looked like a painfully obvious attempt to shift the blame away from himself. Another telling detail was Charles's hesitation to even say the word arsenic. I later discovered he'd spent considerable time questioning the elderly gardener about the potency of a certain weed killer. His train of thought was unmistakable. Charles Arundell shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "The idea crossed my mind," he admitted, "but I suppose I just didn't have the stomach for it." Poirot gave a knowing nod. "Exactly. It is not in your nature. Your transgressions will always be those of a weak will, theft, forgery, the easy path. But murder, no. Murder requires a mind capable of being utterly consumed by a single dark idea." Returning to his analytical tone, Poirot continued. "Teresa Arundell," I concluded, "possessed the necessary fortitude to see such a plan through, yet other factors had to be weighed. She had lived a life of indulgence and selfish freedom, but that breed of person rarely kills except perhaps in a blind rage, and yet I remained certain it was Teresa who had removed the poison from the tin." Teresa interjected sharply. "I'll be honest. I thought about it. I actually went down to Little Green House and took some of that weed killer, but I couldn't go through with it. I love life too much, my own and others. I may be selfish, but I have lines I won't cross. I couldn't snuff out a living, breathing person." Poirot acknowledged her statement. "That is the truth, and you are not nearly as wicked as you pretend to be, mademoiselle. You are merely young and impulsive." He pressed on. "That left Mrs. Tanios. The moment I saw her, I recognized her fear. She saw my recognition and swiftly turned that momentary slip to her advantage, delivering a convincing performance of a woman terrified for her husband. Shortly after, she altered her strategy. It was cleverly executed, but the shift did not fool me. A woman can be afraid for her husband, or she can be afraid of her husband, but she can hardly be both at once. Mrs. Tanios chose the latter role and played it skillfully, even going so far as to follow me into the hotel lobby, pretending she had a secret to share, knowing full well her husband would pursue her. I understood immediately that she did not fear her husband, she despised him. Assessing the situation, I became convinced I had found the precise character I had been searching for. Here was not a self-indulgent woman, but a profoundly thwarted one. A plain woman who led a dreary existence, unable to attract the companionship she desired, finally settling for a man she did not love simply to avoid spinsterhood. I could trace her growing discontent with life, her exile in Smyrna, cut off from everything that mattered to her. Then came her children, and with them a fierce, possessive love. Her husband adored her, but she grew to resent him more each day. He had gambled away her money, another mark against him. Only one prospect brightened her grey world, the expectation of her Aunt Emily's death. Then she would have money, independence, and the means to educate her children properly. And remember, education meant everything to her. She was a professor's daughter. The crime may have been planned before she even arrived in England, a seed planted in a bitter mind. With her background assisting her father in his laboratory, she possessed a working knowledge of chemistry. She was well aware of Miss Arundell's ailment and knew that phosphorus would serve her purpose perfectly. In a moment of quiet desperation during that visit, she had even pocketed a small, innocuous-looking souvenir, a smooth stone from the garden path, as if to physically carry a piece of her intended victory, a chilling memento of her resolve. Upon arriving at Little Green House, a more straightforward opportunity presented itself. The dog's ball, or perhaps a piece of string placed across the top of the staircase. It was a simple, clever idea, the kind a resourceful woman might devise. She made her attempt and it failed. I do not believe she ever suspected that Miss Arundell had uncovered the truth. Miss Arundell's wariness was aimed entirely at Charles. Her demeanour toward Bella likely remained unchanged, so with quiet resolve, this unhappy and ambitious woman set her original plan into motion. She discovered the perfect vehicle for the poison in some patent capsules Miss Arundell routinely took after meals. Opening a capsule, inserting the phosphorus, and sealing it again was effortless. The doctored capsule was returned to the bottle. Sooner or later, Miss Arundell would ingest it. Poison was an unlikely suspicion, and even in the remote chance it was considered, Bella herself would be far from market basing at the time, yet she took one precaution, obtaining a double dose of chloral hydrate from the chemist by forging her husband's signature on the prescription. I have no doubt of its purpose. It was her insurance kept close at hand in case anything went awry. From the very first moment I saw her, I was certain Mrs. Tanios was the person I sought, though I possessed not a shred of proof. I had to proceed with extreme caution. If she sensed my suspicion, I feared she might be driven to commit another crime. In fact, I believed the idea had already taken root in her mind. Her deepest desire was to free herself from her husband entirely. Her initial murder had resulted in bitter disappointment. The money, that intoxicating fortune, had all gone to Miss Lawson. It was a crushing blow, but she set to work with cold intelligence. She began to play upon Miss Lawson's conscience, which, I suspected, was already troubled enough. A sudden burst of sobs interrupted the narrative. Miss Lawson pulled out a handkerchief, weeping into it. "It's been dreadful," she sobbed. "I've been so wicked." You see, I was terribly curious about the new will, why Miss Arundell had made it. One afternoon, while she was resting, I managed to unlock the drawer in her desk. I found she had left everything to me. Of course, I imagined it was just a few £1,000s. Why shouldn't I have it? Her own family didn't truly care for her. But then when she grew so ill, she asked for the will. I could see I was sure she intended to destroy it. And that's when I was so terrible. I told her she'd already sent it back to Mr. Purvis. The poor dear was so forgetful. She never could recall where she put things. She believed me. She told me to write for it, and I said I would. Oh, it's awful. Then she grew worse and couldn't focus on anything, and she passed away when the will was read, and it was all that money, £375,000. I felt just dreadful. I'd never dreamed it was such an amount, or I never would have done it. I felt like a thief, and I didn't know what to do. The other day, when Bella came to see me, I told her she should have half. I was sure that would finally let me feel at peace again. "You see," Poirot said. Mrs. Tanios was achieving her goal. This is precisely why she was so opposed to contesting the will. She had her own designs, and the last thing she wanted was to alienate Miss Lawson. She pretended, naturally, to acquiesce to her husband's wishes. but she made her true feelings perfectly clear. She had two objectives then: to separate herself and her children from Dr. Tanius, and to secure her portion of the inheritance. Then she would have the life she craved, a comfortable, wealthy existence in England with her children. As time passed, she could no longer mask her contempt for her husband. In truth, she stopped trying. He, poor man, was profoundly distressed and bewildered by her coldness, a development that only solidified her resolve to be rid of him. Her behavior must have appeared utterly baffling to him, yet in truth it followed a cold, deliberate logic. She was performing the role of a terrified wife. If I harbored any suspicions, and she felt certain I did, she wanted me to believe her husband was the murderer. At any moment, that second killing, which I was convinced she had already plotted, could happen. I knew she possessed a fatal quantity of chloral. I dreaded she would arrange a false suicide, complete with a fabricated confession from him. And still, I had no solid proof against her. Then, just as I was reaching despair, a breakthrough finally came. Miss Lawson mentioned seeing Theresa Arundell on the staircase that Easter Monday night. I quickly realized Miss Lawson couldn't have seen Theresa's face clearly enough to identify her, yet she remained absolutely certain. When pressed, she recalled a distinctive brooch bearing the initials T.A. Upon my request, Theresa Arundell showed me that very brooch while firmly denying she was on the stairs at that hour. My first thought was that someone else might have borrowed it, but when I examined the brooch reflected in a mirror, the truth struck me instantly. Miss Lawson, waking in the dark, had seen a hazy figure with the letters T.A. catching the light, and jumped to the conclusion it was Theresa. But if the mirror showed T.A., the actual initials must have been A.T., since a mirror naturally reverses the image. Of course, Mrs. Tanios's mother was Arabella Arundell, Bella being a common nickname. A.T. stood for Arabella Tanios. It wasn't strange for Mrs. Tanios to own a similar brooch. That style had been exclusive around Christmas, but was everywhere by spring. I'd already noticed how she imitated her cousin Theresa's hats and outfits as best she could on a limited budget. In my own mind, the case was settled. Now, what action could I take? Secure a Home Office order to exhume the body. That might be arranged. I might prove Miss Arundell was poisoned with phosphorus, though there was some doubt. The burial had been 2 months prior, and I knew some cases left no clear post-mortem evidence. Even then, could I link Mrs. Tanios to obtaining phosphorus? It seemed very doubtful, as she likely acquired it abroad. At this critical point, Mrs. Tanios made a decisive move. She left her husband appealing to Miss Lawson's sympathy and openly accused him of the murder. Unless I intervened, I felt sure he would become her next victim. I took steps to separate them, claiming it was for her protection, a pretext she couldn't easily challenge. In reality, I was thinking of his safety. And then he paused, his face growing pale. But that was only a temporary fix. I had to ensure the killer would strike no more. I had to protect the innocent. So I wrote out my full reconstruction of the case and gave it to Mrs. Tanios. A long silence followed. Dr. Tanios finally cried out, "Oh my God, so that's why she took her own life." Poirot replied gently, "Did she not see it as the best path? Remember, there were the children to consider." Dr. Tanios buried his face in his hands. Poirot stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "It had to be. Believe me, it was necessary. There would have been more deaths. Yours first, then possibly Miss Lawson's under the right circumstances. The chain would have continued." He paused. In a broken voice, Tanios said, "She once tried to get me to take a sleeping draught. There was something in her expression. I threw it away. That was when I started to believe her mind was slipping." Poirot responded quietly, "Think of it that way. It holds some truth, though not in the strict legal sense. She understood the full weight of what she had done. A final desperate act born from a life of quiet desperation." Dr. Tanios spoke with a heavy heart, his voice tinged with regret. "She was always far better than I deserved," he murmured. It was a peculiar sentiment to attach to a woman who had confessed to murder. Not long after, Theresa and her doctor were married. I've come to know them well since, and I have developed a genuine respect for Donaldson, his sharp intellect, his profound sense of compassion, and the steady strength he carries within. His outward manner remains as dry and methodical as ever. Teresa delights in playfully imitating his precise speech right in front of him. She seems profoundly content, her world entirely focused on supporting his burgeoning medical career. He is gaining significant recognition as an expert on endocrine systems. As for Miss Lawson, a severe fit of guilt nearly led her to give away every last cent she inherited. Thankfully, Mr. Purvis helped broker a sensible arrangement that distributed Miss Arundell's estate among Miss Lawson, the Arundell siblings, and the Tanios children. Charles, true to form, spent his entire portion in little over a year and has, I understand, relocated to Canada. I recall 2 final conversations. Miss Peabody waylaid us one afternoon as we left Little Green House. "You're a sly one, aren't you?" she declared. "Managed to keep the whole affair nice and tidy, no digging up of graves. All handled with perfect decorum. Medical opinion confirms Miss Arundell succumbed to liver failure," Poirot replied evenly. "Very convenient," Miss Peabody sniffed. "And I hear that Bella Tanios took too many of her sleeping pills. It was a tragedy," Poirot agreed. "Oh, she was a discontented sort, always looking at the greener grass. It does odd things to people, that kind of yearning. Reminds me of a maid I once had, plain girl, full of resentments. Started sending nasty anonymous letters. People develop the strangest twists. Well, I suppose it's all worked out for the best." "One must hope so, madame," Poirot said. "Anyway," Miss Peabody concluded, ready to continue her walk, "I'll give you this. You've wrapped it all up very neatly. Very neatly indeed." She moved on. A familiar pleading whine sounded behind me. I turned and opened the gate. "All right, come on then." Bob trotted out, a tennis ball clamped in his jaws. "You can't bring that," I told him. With a resigned sigh, he turned and deposited the ball just inside the fence, giving it a worried glance before trotting through. He looked up at me as if to say, "If you insist, though I don't see your logic." I breathed in deeply, the simple joy of the moment washing over me. "Poirot, there's nothing quite like the companionship of a dog." "A trophy of our efforts," Poirot noted primly. "Though I must remind you, my friend, Miss Lawson gave Bob to me, not to you." "Technically, yes," I conceded. "But you and dogs, Poirot, you simply don't speak the same language. Bob and I, however, we have a complete understanding. Isn't that right?" Bob offered an enthusiastic woof, in full agreement. "Delve into the captivating world of Agatha Christie, where mystery awaits on every page. Her celebrated Miss Marple series invites you to the village of St. Mary Mead and beyond, featuring titles such as The Murder at the Vicarage, The Body in the Library, and The Mirror Cracked from Side to Side. For a different flavour of intrigue, join the lively detective duo Tommy and Tuppence Beresford in their adventures, which begin with The Secret Adversary and continue through tales like Partners in Crime and N or M. Christie's standalone novels and collections offer a treasure trove of suspense. Discover the puzzles presented in The Man in the Brown Suit, the chilling isolation of And Then There Were None, and the clever investigations of Parker Pyne Investigates. This body of work, which also includes compelling stories like Crooked House and Ordeal by Innocence, showcases her unparalleled talent for weaving tales that keep readers guessing until the very last moment. Now let's talk about the author herself. A figure of such monumental success, it almost feels like a plot twist. Agatha Christie stands as the best-selling novelist of all time, her works translated into countless languages and outsold only by the Bible and Shakespeare. She penned an astonishing 80 crime novels and story collections, creating iconic characters like the meticulous Hercule Poirot and the shrewd Miss Jane Marple. Her first foray into detective fiction came while working in a hospital dispensary during the First World War, a humble beginning for a literary legend. Her most famous play, The Mousetrap, has achieved a record-breaking run in London's West End, becoming a cultural institution. Married first to Archibald Christie and later to archaeologist Sir Max Mallowan, her travels with him provided rich material for exotic settings in her books. Honoured as a Dame Commander of the British Empire, her legacy endures, celebrated globally by generations of fans. Her stories have found brilliant life on screen, with actors like Albert Finney, Peter Ustinov, and David Suchet bringing Poirot to life, and actresses including Joan Hickson, embodying the quintessential Miss Marple. This is a work of fiction. The events, characters, and conversations depicted are products of the author's creative mind and should not be interpreted as factual. Any similarity to real-life occurrences or individuals, whether alive or deceased, is purely unintentional. This edition was previously released under the title Poirot Loses a Client. Agatha Christie Poirot, Dumb Witness. Copyright 1937. Agatha Christie Limited, a Chorion company. All rights reserved. Dumb Witness, save 1937. Published with authorization from G.P. Putnam's Sons, a division of Penguin Group, USA, Inc. All rights are protected by international copyright agreements. Upon remittance of the applicable fees, the user is granted a limited, non-transferable license to view the digital text of this publication on a screen. No portion of this material may be copied, shared, transmitted, digitized, reverse-compiled, or housed in any data storage system, whether current or future, electronic or physical, without obtaining prior written consent from HarperCollins eBooks. Cataloging details are available from the Library of Congress upon request. This digital edition was published in May 2011, ISBN 978-006-1741-425. Remember to take breaks while reading. About the publisher, Australia, HarperCollins Publishers, Australia Pty Limited, 25 Ryde Road, P.O. Box 321, Pymble, NSW 2073, Australia, Canada. HarperCollins Canada, 2 Bloor Street East, 20th floor, Toronto on M4W 1A8, Canada, New Zealand. HarperCollins Publishers New Zealand, Limited, P.O. Box 1, Auckland, New Zealand. United Kingdom, HarperCollins Publishers Limited. 7785 Fulham Palace Road, London W68JB, UK, United States. HarperCollins Publishers Inc., 10 East 53rd Street, New York, NY 1022.